What's going on, guys? Welcome back to another edition of the Evolution of Sports Talk Television on a happy draft day. Yeah. Here on the Sports Web, I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex reporter. What time is it? It's my time. And, of course, for Bucs fans tonight, it's your time. So how do we start off this show? As you know them, you love them, you got to have them. So here it is. Bring the passion, bring our excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. On tonight's show, we will do a live pick-by-pick NFL draft show for you. We'll take your comments and your questions. Of course, all eyes tonight are on Green Bay, Wisconsin, because as you know, the draft is there tonight. And we'll see who goes number one, as, of course, the Tennessee Titans are on the clock. The guests are going to be various. It's going to be Louie from the Frozen Pirate podcast. It's going to be Leo Haggerty. It's probably going to be the media icon, Mr. TJ Reeves. It could be JC Allen. You just never know. And, of course, as always, we'll take your phone calls, 727-255-00 0391. It's 727-255-0391. You wanted this. I was going to come on at 9 o'clock. Thanks a lot to Pizza Hut for providing the wings and the pizza and the soda. I got the soda ready to go, the Mountain Dew on hand, all the notes you could possibly have as the phone is completely ringing off the hook. And you know how special this is to me. And I know how special this is to you. Whether you're a Bucs fan, whether you're a Titans fan, whether you're a Browns fan, whether you're a Giants fan, whether you're a Jacksonville Jaguar fan, Duval. I don't know why you'd be a Chicago Bears fan. I know you Chicago Bears fans are out there. This is the start of the NFL season. Make no mistake about it. Everybody says the regular season, the preseason, but this is the official start of the NFL season as we get you ready for pick number 1, hopefully until 19. Maybe the Bucs trade up. I doubt it. You got Roger Goodell on stage right now. Without further ado, let me go out to my gun here. Let's go out to Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast. I did. I woke up this morning and I said this.
What do you hear? What do you say?
That's right. What do you hear? What do you say, Mr. Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast? Victory! Here you go. Welcome to the evolution of Sports Talk Television on draft night. It is finally here. The excitement in the Tampa Bay area is at a fevered pitch, if you will. Who will the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Jason Light take at number 19? Once again, welcome to the evolution.
Of course. Welcome all the webheads out there. Thank you for joining us on this lovely draft day. You know, Peter, we were talking about this yesterday, and I said this is like the Super Bowl for many fan bases out there. And it's not a Super Bowl for us because we've been competing every year for the past 5 years. The Buccaneers need to go in there. We need to handle business. I have a lot of trust in Jason Light to do the right thing in Todd Bowles. I know whoever they get is going to be a good quality player. It's proven from last year's draft. Now we just got to kick back, relax, and watch. Unfortunately, I ate all my wings. They were so delicious.
Ate all your wings? What kind of wings did you eat, by the way?
So I like
move over just a little bit there. There we go.
There we go.
I want to get you right into that shot there. Yes,
I do. Drumsticks. Drumsticks are my favorite, and I love. Wings are okay, but I prefer the drumstick with blue cheese. So that's my thing. But I had some spicy teriyaki today with Asian sticky sauce. I believe the other one was. I ate it all. I put it in a salad to kind of warm up. I ate a couple actually, they were so good. I actually ate a couple in the truck while going home because I was starving. And then I put it in a salad, and then I ate a couple more. And then the wife made me a nice lunch, a nice salad. She cut up a couple of pieces of the chicken, and she put it all in for me for tomorrow. So I have lunch. So can't complain. Life is great. Life is
good. Life is good, man. And it's always about happy wife, happy life. She treats you well. She makes you a salad. She gets you healthy. And then you eat some junk like chicken because that's what you do on the draft. We heard from Jason Light. You know, I wonder, what the war room is like. I just like to be like a bug or something, in that war room to what that board looks like and what they're going to do. And like I said, we may hear from JC Allen, who's there live covering it. Definitely we'll hear from TJ Reeves, the media icon. You got Lil Wayne on stage there. You got Roger Goodell doing the whole Packer thing. I don't know. There's Clay.
Yeah, he went up there on a bike. He was coming out on a bike.
Well, that's what they do. That's what they do, though. That was I guess that's a tradition. They drive the bike. They go the bike to training camp for the Packers. I guess there's Packer fans out there. They know this. I believe that is a tradition. So,
whatever floats your boat.
That's it.
Cool.
And you got Clay Matthews. I guess they're saying they're on the clock. I don't know. I don't have it on, so you guys are gonna.
I have it on right now.
You have it on here. Let me just see what they're saying. What are they saying here?
Well,
boy, they are just pumped up. Can you imagine this? Can you imagine a display like this at Raymond James Stadium or in Tampa or Armature Works there? Can you imagine something like where do you put the draft? Do you put the draft at Raymond James Stadium? Where would you put the draft? And we could throw this out there. Of course, I got my remote in the hand. That's what it is right now. The phone lines are open. Who do you want to see the Bucs draft at 19? Very simple. Call up. Give me your thoughts until they could be picking around 10, 15. We don't know.
We're here for the long haul, though. We're here for the long haul.
We're here.
It's overtime. This is overtime now.
And I think we're going to be here tomorrow night, too. How about that? How about that surprise?
Sounds good with me.
We got, so the Titans are officially on the clock. And
Cam Ward's looking at his phone right now, and it's not ringing.
Well, I think it's Cam Ward at this point. I really do.
It's got to be. I think they may be just fielding out offers right now. Maybe they're waiting. Because really, in all reality, if I'm the Tennessee Titans right now, Peter, what I'm doing is I'm going to let that run down until about 15 seconds. Believe me, I will not pull a Minnesota Vikings. I will let that run down to 15 seconds. And then after that, you just got to put your pick in. So we'll see what happens. I mean, like I said, maybe they're just listening to offers here. I'm looking at their draft room right now. I mean, they're just kind of.
I'll throw this out there, and I'm going to go full screen on this because he told me this today. Harry the Greek, he has an insider with the Chicago Bears, and it was being talked about that there is a team in the top 10. It could be the Chicago Bears trying to trade up to either 2 or 3, most likely 3 with the New York Giants, and get up there and get Abdul Carter. Now, this has also been talked about that they would go for the running back from Boise State and Austin Gennady. So they would go with that. Again, Titans are on the clock. Nothing official. 8 minutes and 34 seconds. I hope I'm not behind.
A little behind. 7 minutes and 29 seconds.
Okay. See, now you're gonna probably announce these picks because I'm doing the.
I get to announce them. I'm gonna go like full steam with them.
Well, you got to let me know here because I want to play this draft chime all night long. Now, we're going to wear that thing out all night long. And you know how I feel about the draft. I've been watching it since 1987, first draft I ever can remember. 1987, Vinny Testaverde. And then after that, it was me talking nonstop, whether it was my father, whether it was my mother. I know you got to get on Facebook, but Mom was the one who responded to the post about, me becoming a football fan. She's like, I'm there with you. She's been with me. She's always stood in for my dad when my dad couldn't be there. And you just have to imagine this, a kid who just loves football and is talking to somebody who does not give a damn about football, but she's there for 8 hours and she's putting up with all of it. That's how amazing she absolutely is with everything. And she wrote today and there's some great memories out there. They're showing right now, I believe they're showing Shedeur Sanders, and that's kind of the big story. Also, how far does he fall? And what's your sense of this? Because, this is kind of always the story every year, right? Whether it's Johnny Manziel, whether it's Aaron Rodgers, quarterbacks, remember Lamar Jackson, he doesn't go until the last pick. A lot of hype here by Sanders. How far does he go? Does he go to Cleveland there? Does he go to the Giants at 3? Does he fall down to where teams start to want to move up? And this is where Tampa Bay comes in at 19. This is the intrigue. As crazy as it sounds, this could happen. How far do you think he falls?
Shedeur Sanders, honestly, sorry for the distraction. There's been a lot of military movement. I'm hearing a lot of helicopters and planes and stuff.
Right. This is what we do, man.
No, but they're extreme. It's like they're hovering over the house. They're loud. That's why I'm just kind of what's going on? But to answer your question,
yes,
Shedeur, I don't know, man. I've been hearing so much stuff. I've been hearing, hey, a lot of those bad stories you're hearing is bull crap, and then I've been hearing, hey, this kid is cocky, and I don't really know what to make of this. One thing I will say is I agree with what I think it was Ira Kaufman last night. If you guys haven't checked out that show, go check it out. That was an amazing show. And if you're a diehard Bucs fan, you're really going to appreciate that show going down memory lane.
Yes.
Just kicking back and listening to.
Oh, look at this. Look at who decided to join the party because he told me, you know what? I don't know if I'm going to be able to join the party. So guess what? Let's go ahead and get him on.
That's perfect.
Wait a minute.
Yes, sir. Opa.
Oh.
Mr. Harry, the Greek professional.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
How are you guys?
Happy draft day, my friend. Did you watch the Kevin Costner movie first and foremost? Did you watch that? Because I watched that last night.
I watched it last week. I'll be honest.
Not to interrupt you guys.
Ready?
The pick is in for the Tennessee Titans.
All right,
Cam Ward, big deal.
Here, stand by. Here's the draft time because I'm going to see it later than everybody else. Do we think it's Cam Ward? Greek, thanks a lot.
Who else it's going to be? They've had numerous offers to try to move out of that pick, and they've decided that they're not going to. And by the way, this particular head coach has had not one, not two, not three. This will be his first overall pick that he'll be coaching.
Well, there you go. There you go right there. So the Titans.
How about that for some useless or what do they call that stupid knowledge? What do they call it, Louis?
To me, it's just useless information.
There you go. This is just useless filler information
yes.
I just gave you.
Well, listen, we reported the rumor you had today. Can you go ahead? What was it? And kind of substantiate what the Bears could be doing here in the top 10. Go ahead and break some of this news here because we haven't heard this from any other outlets, although I will
heard it from the Greek.
Schefter and Rappaport have been. Yes.
The pick is in.
Pick is in. All right.
Here we go.
I'm with you guys here. The pick is in, so I'm still waiting.
Roger Goodell's walking to the stage. Here we go.
Is he getting booed?
He's already at the stage.
I don't want to put it too loud because I don't
Cam
want
Ward, there it is. Pick is in.
Go. Cam Ward right there, 39 touchdowns for the Miami Hurricanes, of course, came onto the scene. Again, Leo has said, a lot of people have said, I think Ira Kaufman said this last night, a Joe Bucks fan, any other draft here, guys, Ward would be maybe the sixth quarterback or fifth quarterback. He's not the number one. Yeah, but he's going number one at this point for the Titans. And this is kind of interesting because, of course, Mayonnaise boy there who puts mayonnaise in his coffee, and I just despise that.
Let me tell you why.
Okay? Go ahead.
There's no denying. First off, Shedeur Sanders is going to be a really good quarterback in the National Football League. He doesn't possess this huge arm talent. He's a decent running quarterback. You know, he's pretty elusive, and you know what? He knows how to win. Cam Ward, let me tell you something. The knock on him, that bowl game. Come on, man. You pulled yourself out of the game.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
To me, it's more of a me thing, and that's going to be really difficult to teach. But he is going to the right team for it, and there's no denying that young man's arm strength. No denying it. And just like previous NFL drafts, Pete, I'm going to give you my typical answer. Kid's got a lot of upside.
Yes, he does. And again, you know, everybody says that every year about a quarterback, and then also, Louie, this is a position where you have the high bust rate, and he's not going to a great team in the Tennessee Titans. In fact, what is his new coach here? You had Will Levis. Now you got Cam Ward.
They made a mistake. I think, honestly, I think the Tennessee Titans made a mistake here. I'm just saying. Because,
go ahead and expound on this.
So, in my opinion, I think the Tennessee Titans made a mistake because to what Seneca Wallace said weeks and weeks ago made absolute sense. If you don't have like a basis, like a solid foundation around the rookie quarterback, he's destined to fail. It takes to sit there and throw a rookie quarterback. They're going to expect this kid to start day one, and it's not going to happen. If I'm the Tennessee Titans, I'm taking Carter. I'm taking a defensive player. I'm trying to be competitive, and I'm trying to kind of basically like a plug-and-play quarterback. Like, say if the Tennessee Titans, let's just say they had, you know, a top 10 wide receiver, and they had a decent offensive line. But hey, they were plagued with injuries, and they just ended up with the first-round pick, but they didn't have a good quarterback. Will Levis underperformed. We have a trade. The Jacksonville Jaguars just traded.
Jaguars.
Here we go. It's starting.
So the reason, because what I was saying was the Bears, if Abdul Carter is available at number 3, look for the Bears to make a big play to go after him. If he's not available, there will not be a trade. Then they're going to try to trade for Junty and pick 6. And if that doesn't happen, they're just going to stand pat. So don't be surprised. This isn't the Bears trying to move up. But I don't think they're going to move up to number 2. It's going to cost them too much. But I think if Abdul Carter is available at number 3, I think he goes to the Bears. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, like I said.
And it's not for me being a homer. This is inside information that pounded right out of Hallis Hall that filtered to me.
Well, that's why I say
there was already a play and a trade in place if this player is available.
That's why I said we're all football realists here. We're fans, but we're football realists. In all reality, like I'm surprised that the Jaguars really. I don't know. Could Travis Hunter go off the board here? You think they're trying to get Travis Hunter?
Is it Travis Hunter or is it?
I think they're going to draft Travis Hunter here. I think Liam Cohen is going to pull a ballsy
Please,
move here.
Travis Hunter, go to Cleveland. I'm sorry. Please go to Jacksonville, please.
Well, let's go out to the webheads really quick. Don't want to neglect these guys. Tim says, "Good evening, everyone. Good evening to you." Yeah. Let's go out to Roger Shoot first. Bear down. You're all absolutely.
Acknowledge me.
We'll acknowledge him. Says, "Go Bears." Okay. Roger Shoe again. Genety to the Bears.
Oh, wait a minute. Jacksonville's picking right now.
Yes,
Yeah,
they
Jacksonville's picking.
Jackson moved up.
Jacksonville moved up. So the thing is it Travis Hunter or is it Genety here?
I think it's either Hunter or Genety. It's got to be one of the two. Like I said,
back?
we see what Liam Cohen did. We've seen what Liam Cohen did with Bucky Irvin, and like I said, I wouldn't doubt it. I'm thinking Genty or it's going to be Travis Hunter here at number 2. We mark my words.
Okay,
they're taking Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter.
Wow. I mean, and if you go with Hunter, I don't think you can go wrong there because the kid can play multiple positions. He's made no bones about it. He wants to play.
I love the kid. He's so talented.
Very
but you cannot play both ways every single play in the National Football League. You're not that good. You're a damn good football player. He's a much better corner than he's ever going to be a wide receiver. And you know what? You use him as a gimmick wide receiver, but you play him full-time as a corner.
Yeah.
He will be one of the best corners, if not the best corner in football in 3 years.
Well, let me hear what you guys have to say about this. I think there's so much upside to Travis Hunter just because of the simple fact he can't play corner, he can't play wide receiver. I think he's going to be a nightmare for coaches to game plan against because with the availability of with the skill set of Travis Hunter, where he can play corner and he can play wide receiver, they may play him wide receiver 1 week, they may play him corner the next week.
Well, they're
they
showing
can alternate.
Travis Hunter right now.
Yeah, so the pick is in. Don't hit the draft music button just yet. Well, he did it.
I had to do it, and here's the terms of the deal right now. I'm getting it. Jaguars receive, of course, 2nd overall pick, 4th round pick in 2025, 6th round pick in 2025, and then for the Browns, of course, 5th, they go down to 5 here. 2025, 2nd and 4th round pick in the 2026 1st round pick.
Jaguars just absolutely fleeced them.
Yeah.
What else is new?
Look at all those picks that they're receiving. This is almost as bad as what the Bears did to the Panthers.
You're thinking of the Browns. You're thinking of the Browns. That's what the Browns did because the Browns get a.
I'm sorry, the Browns. That's what they did. Sorry, I'm getting them confused. I'm all excited. It's the draft, buddy.
Draft day, baby.
So excited! It's draft day right here. What do you have for dinner?
What'd you have for dinner?
I don't know what we have for dinner. This is what I have for dinner.
It's an inside joke, Louie. You can need to ask Peter later.
Yes, well, he's familiar with the guy. We'll talk about that. Yes,
the pick is in, and Mr. Goodell is going to the podium.
Okay.
And by the way, did anybody see that asswipe turn around and announce in the beginning of the game after he said he talked to President Trump and said the Bears still suck?
Wow. Oh, I did not. All right. It looks like it could be Travis Hunter here. Do I hit the draft chime? Because I'm behind you guys.
Please.
Hit it now.
Please. They're announcing the Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Where there's Tony Khan right there.
2nd pick in the 2025 draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select. Oh, he's saying something. Hold on.
They're doing the Walter Payton Man of the Year, guys.
Oh my gosh. All right, Tony Khan in the Jags room there. Maybe they got Brock Lesnar. Yeah.
Maybe. That's a good one. I like that.
And Sun Devil Dave. They get the guy from Penn State. Is it Abdul Carter? Is that who it is?
Nah, don't take him. And I'm telling you, you're going to hear another trade if Abdul Carter's not taken.
Oh my gosh. If Abdul Carter is on the board at this. Okay. So I'm looking at Goodell right now. Who's coming up?
Bro, they're talking to the player that won the Walter Payton.
You guys are going to have to keep me up to date because I'm behind on this.
It's Arik Armstead won the Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Oh, okay. And of course, he was a 1st-round pick for the San Francisco 49ers. Am I not correct? Out of Oregon?
Yep. Hey,
Arik Armstead.
Hey, Webheads and Greekites, why don't you go ahead and post in the comments who's going to be the number 2 pick? Go ahead, put him in there. Let's see who's there.
Let's see if you're right about this before it happens. Now I'm disqualified here, and I'm still looking. I mean, come on. What are we doing here?
They have a trade.
Well, I know we have a trade.
Another one.
Oh, no way.
Oh, no.
Okay, that's no. Stop giving erroneous information. Fake news there, Harry.
Hang on.
A trade?
No, listen.
No. He's just announcing.
Okay, they're announcing this. They're announcing the trade.
Travis Hunter.
Travis Hunter. There you go. So Travis Hunter now is the Jacksonville Jaguar.
Let's see if I might be correct. Are the Bears going to go after him?
Wow. How about that? Look at this. And we got this right here. So
Abdul Carter. Wouldn't this be sweet? We'll
put that out there. We'll put that scroll line. I think you guys know the phone number now. Let's see if we can get that in there. Okay. So I'll just have to switch back and forth on this, but here we go. Let's see. So there you go. Travis Hunter. Roger says F. Clay Matthews. So again, Green Bay sucks. He's not a big time Green Bay fan.
They do.
Bears.
Louie, have you learned that slogan yet?
Which one?
Green Bay sucks.
Oh yeah. My co-host Jamie says it all the time.
Green Bay sucks.
He doesn't say Green Bay sucks. He says something a little bit more explicit.
Oh, I bet he does. Let's go out to Instagram Live. 100-3. Let's go Bears. So Bears fans watching right now. Like I said, I started off this show here, and of course, Travis Hunter very happy there, hugging his girlfriend. There's been some controversial takes on her.
He's got to leave her.
Media. He's dancing around. He's got the pink, the pink suit on. He's styling, profiling. Yes, his girlfriend.
Webheads, I want to see in the comments right now who's pick 3 right now. New York Giants. Who is pick 3 right now? Put in those comments.
On the board at this point. So there you go. Let's go ahead. We got that up to date. F Green Bay says Kanaz right there. So he says that. All right. Jim says,
damn it, Jim, what the hell is the matter with you?
I wish they were sleeping on Travis Hunter because, look, at the end of the day, Travis Hunter would be great in pewter and red, of course, whether playing the corner or wide receiving position. Harry, you say he's a corner. Louie, do you
he's a much better corner than he is a wide receiver?
And a wide receiver?
Yep.
And see,
I'm watching him right now. He's got good zone instincts, man. He's like,
look at him breaking it. He's just dancing, man. He's just dancing.
Phenomenal.
Hugs Goodell here. I'm giving the play-by-play. You probably have already seen this, but I'm a little bit behind. I don't care.
They get him some pretty decent comparisons to Antonio Cromartie. Hopefully, he doesn't have as many kids. Champ Bailey.
Definitely be a problem there with Cromartie. I mean, how many do you have? 20 kids? He's up there with Nick.
I think he's up to like 14, maybe. That's a lot of child.
Phillip Rivers. How about him?
17,
my God.
Right?
Lots of kids there too. Let's see here. Giants will get Abdul Carter. That's what Sun Devil Dave says. Tim says Carter.
I just got some information. They're still in the middle of negotiation.
What do we got? Give me the breaking news.
I just got. It's not breaking yet. They're trying to hammer these details out. They're trying to move to number 3 as we speak.
Okay, so there you
go. If it's too much, they're not doing it.
Well, the Giants are still on the clock right now. How much?
I think the Bears can afford to do it. I mean, just because
they have a lot of picks. You remember they have the 2 second-round picks this year.
Yeah,
you know, and the one's really high, but they may have to package a player in with them. But they were going to be very aggressive for Abdul Carter at number 3 if he was available.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, you guys done a phenomenal job in the offseason with building the offensive line to keeping Caleb Williams upright.
The Giants pick is in. So,
right,
wow,
so
they didn't make the play.
Giants pick is in.
We're talking to Shedeur Sanders, but here, let me be clear on something. This would not break my heart if they don't move to 3 or they don't move to 6. I will be perfectly fine sitting pack at 10 because you need those other draft picks, and they're still going to be able to get a really top-notch offensive lineman. That's just my opinion.
Well, I know 2 Giants.
Mason Graham wouldn't break my heart either.
Well, listen, Mason Graham would be a good pick.
Mason Graham.
Yeah, defensive tackle.
No. I'm sorry. That's everybody else is wanting to know who I'm liking. They're in here at the house. I wish I could pan back and show all the people here.
Are they really? How many people are there?
About 16.
Really? That many people?
They're all betting.
Oh, they're all betting. Okay. Well, I wish I was there. I'm trying right now to produce. I'm not going to do this because I can't make it work at this point. But Two Giant Goofballs, I know he's excited about what the Giants are going to do. Did they take Shedeur Sanders here? Did they go with Abdul Carter? There's so many ways you could go here. Of course, there's been talk of a trade down. You mentioned it, that there was the Bears and some other teams there trying.
Who are they going to have a quarterback?
Well,
they got Jameis and they got Russell Wilson. I mean,
well, let's think about this, guys. Genty is still in play. He's still in play.
That's what I'm saying. They know they made a mistake letting go of Saquon.
You might be right, Pete.
For the Bears.
No, for you. I think you might be right. Because you know what? Getting rid of Saquon Barkley, that's been a little thorn in their ass since he took Philadelphia to the Super Bowl.
Listen, I don't think he's in play for the Giants. I think you go, various directions. I don't think you go with running back here, although he's very talented. But I will say this, he's in play. He's not going to be. I don't think he's in play for the Browns.
Oh my God! You guys want to have a heart attack? The Buccaneers just moved to number 3.
No,
I'm only kidding.
Yeah,
you
ain't getting me on that because
oh my God, you guys
I think everybody would have had a
New
heart
York Giants just drafted Abdul Carter.
All right, so there you go. Abdul Carter is the pick right there. Out of Penn State, as I'm behind here, so you have to.
He's not as good as Micah Parsons, but let me be clear, gentlemen. In a couple of years, this kid's going to be a beast.
Listen, you gotta build your team to beat your division, and they know they have a lot. They got to build defense, man. The Giants got to build defense.
Well, they got to build defense at the end of the day, and this is
I want to know where he got all this money to buy that necklace, the necklace, the emblem, and the watch. That cost.
He got that out of a claw machine, Greek. You got that out of a claw machine.
He probably did get it out of the claw machine, but also there's NIL.
Bro, it's blinding.
It's. I mean, listen. Does this make sense for them to take? Let's break this down here. Does this make sense for them to take Carter because they did get the kid last year from the Carolina Panthers? They paid big money, and his name escapes me right now. I'm trying to think of who he is, and I can't think. But you're taking Abdul Carter.
Leggett?
No, we got
wide receiver.
Thibodeau. You got Thibodeau there, and then you also got the Carolina Panthers edge rusher, Brian Burns. You got Brian Burns. You got Brian Burns, and you got now Abdul Carter and Thibodeau. And I know one of our friends was saying, and that would be Blake Anthony, if you could trade for Thibodeau for a 3rd-round pick, you take that deal. If you're the Bucs, I don't know if that's going to happen. I don't know what sources he has out there, but is this a good move? I'll go to you, Harry, first, and I'll go to Louie. It's a good move by the New York Giants. Is this the way you do it? You can never get enough edge rushers, and once again, Big Blue trying to get back to what they do best, which is play defense.
Defense and running the football wins championships. That's all in a nutshell. I mean, that's just the way it is.
Yeah.
But
okay.
but nothing personal, New York Giant fans. You got a long way to go.
Well, you got a long way to go because who's your quarterback? Is it Russell Wilson? Is it Jameis Winston? It certainly seems like here, Louie, it's going to be Russell Wilson. But, that quarterback room in itself is going to be interesting. All the talk was Shedeur Sanders. And now, once again, the Giants are passing up on a quarterback in Sanders. So we'll see now how far this kid falls. So the Giants, your thoughts on the pick again, 23 and a half tackles for loss there.
Great.
Guy can get after it. Pick. Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Thank you for being wrong on the prediction. Really, thank you for being wrong.
Well, listen,
I didn't want to see them lose all that draft capital.
I still think they want Genty.
Who?
Excuse me. The
Genty?
Bears.
Yeah, well, if
I keep on saying Genty. I'm sorry.
If he's available at the Raiders,
right,
and the Raiders are going to want too much because they know they're in love with this kid. Listen, man, they're not going to give all that draft capital away to get him.
Yeah.
Okay. No. There's going to be too many. Listen, the Mason Grahams may fall to them. That big left tackle may fall down to them. That tight end, Warren, may fall to him. I mean, there's all different kind of things.
All right, let me see. Mr. Williams says, "Go Tampa Bay Buccaneers." Sorry, I had to do it, Harry.
Please stop that, man. I mean, he hasn't played in this team in 2 years. That is a disgrace to Baker Mayfield. How does that sound, Pete?
Well, listen, I will definitely get some Baker Mayfield sound here. Get your weight up.
Please. You know what? If you put Baker on there, I'll put it on my phone ringer.
Okay. I will get Baker's sound. I'm still going to keep the Tom Brady because that's our thing that we do here. I think Graham out of Michigan.
Louie.
David, I think you're wrong.
Louie.
You shut up and be quiet, Harry.
When you come down to Florida, we'll take care of that little soundboard. What do you say?
Oh, yeah. You got to take care of it? What's he going to do?
What do you hear? What do you say? What do you hear?
There you go. All right. Clay Matthews, 3'6". Oh, geez. Oh, thank you very much, Roger. Where's Fat Mike? I don't know. Tim.
Fat Mike.
Then yes, Fat Mike. J.R. Lawson, Abdul Carter to the Pats. I predict you would be wrong. Sorry.
Real quickly, the Patriots are on the clock.
Okay.
What are the Patriots going to do with this pick? Do you guys think the Patriots trade out to accumulate some more picks? Because in all reality, guys, I wasn't a big fan of Mike Vrabel taking over the team. But from what I've seen, they've secretly had a really good free agency.
Right.
And I see the Patriots play, man. They play some good defense.
I'm going to tell you right now what they do. I think they go with the offensive tackle at LSU, Will Campbell. I mean, that's what you do.
Drake May.
Yeah, that's what you do, unless you're going to go with a wide receiver. And if you're going to go
go with a wide receiver, I'm going to make you a little dark horse, McMillan out of Arizona.
Well, but is that too high at this point for that kid?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I think the Patriots, if I'm the New England Patriots, I'm going to trade back because right now there's still this. We kind of figured this was going to happen. These trades, within the first 5 to 6, 7 picks. Right now, people are trying to trade in because, the Patriots pick is in.
There you go. So it could be Will Campbell.
I don't see that.
Could be Will Campbell, offensive tackle. That would make sense there.
I'm going to say Will Campbell.
Yeah, I'm going to say Will Campbell, Calvin Banks.
Give me a long shot. Who could it be, Louie? Give me a long shot. Who could it be?
Genty.
Besides Ashton Genty? Okay, give me another one, Peter.
I would say if it's not Campbell here, I like your McMillan pick. I really do. I think, listen, that's how you help.
Since you took my McMillan pick, I'm going to give you another one, Jalen Walker.
I like it.
They may stay more defense. Jalen Walker might be a little higher than what he should be drafted, but everybody can pick the sexy picks. Let's get a little excited.
Oh, let's get excited.
I always said this. Sometimes the pick's not the sexy pick, but it's a necessary pick. And I said that about Tristan Wirfs that year, and I said that about a few other picks. We'll see what the Patriots do. Let's see.
We're going to maneuver. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If I'm the Patriots, man, and I see Genty on the board there, listen, a running back is –
They didn't take him.
They didn't take him?
No, I'm just saying the Patriots. They didn't. They didn't trade. They
didn't trade the pick. They didn't trade out.
No, they didn't trade the pick. But what I'm saying is, if I'm the New England Patriots and Genty's there, I'm going to take Genty because honestly, that's going to take a lot of pressure off Drake May. I think Drake May is going to be a phenomenal quarterback in the NFL. I think it's going to take a little bit of time, unfortunately. But I think he's going to really pan out to be a very good quarterback for the New England Patriots.
He was my dark horse, Louie.
Yeah. I honestly –
Drake May, remember, Peter?
Yes, I do. And then, listen, they get Stephon Diggs. And look, Diggs, he's whatever young quarterback. He's whatever young quarterback.
I don't think he's the answer, unfortunately. But in my opinion, I think if you can get Genty can break it for 3 yards, 4 yards. Now you're looking at 2nd and 4, 2nd and 6. That relieves pressure off your young quarterback.
Yes,
that's all I'm saying. And they have a really decent tight end room. So if it's me, like I said, I'm taking Genty. That's right. What I'm doing.
Let's go out to the comments. Let me know when that pick is in officially. I agree with Greek. Bear should stay at 10. Tim, Abdul Carter is the pick. He is. JR, after top 5 picks, it's anybody's guess who's drafted. Absolutely, because the talent from 5 to 19, who knows who's going to get picked, and somebody could be there at 19. We all await what the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are going to do. NIL, Harry says Tim, absolutely. JR says Carter Small Edge, 6'3", 240. The Green Queen herself, a Philadelphia Eagle fan right there, watching the evolution. Happy draft day to you, sweetheart. Love that. Sun Devil Dave, Giants got Wilson and Jameis at quarterback. Tim, the Patriots pickers are in. Bear down, says Roger Shoes. Sun Devil Dave, some mock drafts say McMillan
is in.
As high as 5. Roger,
I'll tell you who it is.
Hold on. Great show there. YouTube super chat. Appreciate that.
Will Campbell is off the board, gentlemen.
There you go. Will Campbell, the offensive tackle at LSU. Listen, guys, it makes lots of sense. You got to help your quarterback out. What do? Protect his blind side. That's how you protect your young quarterbacks. not only physically, but mentally. That's exactly what the Bears have figured out. Hopefully, not the hard way now that Caleb Williams, but he took lots of hits last year. This is a perfect pick for the New England Patriots. Let's see. There you go. Well, Campbell. Absolutely.
So far, guys, this draft has gone pretty true to form.
It has. I think it really has. Besides the trade there with Jacksonville and Cleveland. Now Cleveland is on the clock at number 5. So what do you do if you're the Browns at this point? Do you go for a quarterback? Do you go for Shedeur Sanders at 5? Is that what you do? Could you do that? Because Deshaun Watson looks like he's not going to play this year. So do you go with Shedeur Sanders or somebody else?
Don't be too surprised, guys, that Membu comes off the board here. Because I still think that they want to beef up that offensive line a little bit more. You're right; they should go for a quarterback, but I'm going to go for a little bit of a long shot.
Okay. Well, knowing the Browns, whoever knows what the Browns are doing at this point, we
the
never.
Browns. That's right. The Browns are picking. Probably Josh Connolly.
So there you go, Tim. Thank you very much. Right now, the Browns are picking. It was said that they were going to take Travis Hunter. Of course, he's not there. So if you're the Cleveland Browns at this point, they just re-signed Myles Garrett. There was all kinds of trade talk. Supposedly he wanted out of there. Isn't it amazing when you get what you want, you get the big time money that you want, that Cleveland is the place that you want to win a Super Bowl. They got no chance to win a Super Bowl at this point. For me, getting a first round pick next year, do you take a Sanders? There's been talk of it. Is that where you go, Harry? Would you go with Sanders at this point? We shut up, Roger. Bucks drafting a punter. That's the reason why you're going to get this right here.
This guy sucks.
Why are you so hard on Roger's shoe?
Because Roger says these nonsensical things. Leo Ward, Bucks drafting a punter right there. And then and because you asked that question, this is what you get. Yes, or this right here.
That's good enough to suck right there.
There you go. That's what you get. Sorry.
I'm sorry, Peter.
Yes.
Please don't do it again.
Oh, no. Why not?
I asked nicely.
Oh, you did? Okay.
You asked nicely, Pete.
Oh, okay. Yes, nicely. Okay.
Showing up his ass in a minute.
Yeah,
I wasn't mute. Sorry.
Wait, right here. Oh, there you go, right there. Let's go out to Instagram Live. The Hill Mark. Where you been, Frankie, from Wisconsin?
Frankie.
Yes, what's going on? He is the Bucks fan there in Wisconsin, and all eyes are on the Green Bay Packers. Maybe not their team necessarily, but the site right there for the draft as Campbell is coming out, hugging Roger Goodell. They all hugged that. You know who the first guy to do the hug thing was? Do you guys know this?
Remember this?
Gerald McCoy.
Yeah.
That's right. It was Gerald McCoy.
Gerald McCoy was not an Ndamukong Suh.
Player that everybody in the Tampa Bay folklore around here wanted to get rid of.
Well, at the time,
one of the best defensive tackles ever to suit up for a Buccaneer.
At the time, I didn't think he fit in this defense.
Yeah,
and they were right. Ndamukong Suh was the pick. He was the better player. Now, come on.
Ndamukong Suh.
Let's not revise history here. I love Gerald McCoy.
Here you go. The comment of the night.
Well, let's see.
Roger's shoe. Love you, Greek. I love you too, man. I'll super chat 100 if you never play that Tom Brady sound effect.
I'll tell you what. If you give me a super chat of $100, I will not play that Tom Brady sound.
You'll delete it right off of there now.
I will not play it again.
Will you delete it?
I will delete it. Yes, I promise. I will not
hey,
play.
Now money talks. Bull. What walks. So Roger, you got it.
$100. Let's do it.
Yeah,
Roger, please.
Super
chat
checks
that you know what
That's it. Don't do it.
Please,
do
Roger.
it.
Here,
do it.
I'll do this. Hang on.
So here's my thing with
Roger. I'm sorry.
Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
I know we have the NFL draft going on.
Yeah, it's a PSA.
And everybody's like, really? Roger, honestly, it's only $100, bro. You live at home. I know you. Please, Roger. For the love of Louie, the Greekites, and every webhead that's out there. Louie, look, I've got a tear in my eye.
I see it.
I see it.
I literally want to just reach down. I'm gonna
What's up, man? How you
grab
doing?
my gun and
Yes,
just stick
how
it
you
right here.
Got yourself a gun.
No, it's not really a gun. It was a cigar, ladies.
Oh, it's a cigar. There you
It's
go.
a victory cigar.
Does that look good, by the way? Should we have that display, or is that cutting off my head? It's probably cut off.
The pick is in. Would you guys like to know who got it?
All right, who got it? What? Hold on. Do I do the draft chime here?
Who's it going to be?
Mr. Mason Graham was just picked off the board.
There you go. Mason Graham, the defensive tackle out of Michigan. Makes sense.
Beefing up that
Look
line,
at
man.
all these offensive tackles just waiting to be picked up.
You still got Genty on the board. Now, does he go
Buddy,
to
Genty is not going. Let me tell you something.
Yes.
If none of these OTs have been taken, okay, in the 6th pick, trust me,
yes.
I don't care what the Raiders do. They're not going after Genty. They've got to grab a left tackle.
All right.
By the way,
left tackle. Yes.
Anybody want it? It's a La Aurora. It's a really nice cigar, guys.
Oh, look at that. Look at that. So Mason Graham, right?
I like cigars.
So there you go.
There's
your update. Cam Ward to the Titans, Jaguars, Travis Hunter.
It's almost a Monica special.
Carter.
Greek, you know what I like to do with those things? I like to take my favorite. So I like bullet bourbon.
Right there.
I mean, we weren't trying to talk, Pete.
Yeah. I like to take a little bit of bullet bourbon and a little bit of cedar, right? And I dip the cedar inside there, and I kind of put it on the cigar a little bit just to give it and dry it out and give it that little extra spice to it.
Louie, let me tell you something. That is a really, really good idea. Hey, Jamie, dear, would you pour me a bourbon, please?
We're going to do some hanging out down there, buddy.
No, I have some really nice Peerless, if you'd like.
Oh, look at that!
Thank you, Roger.
Oh, you got to delete it.
You're going to delete it. Roger, call into the show right now.
Wow. $100 super YouTube super chat right there. Victory! All right, we will not play it. I promise you.
No. You're going to delete it.
You got to delete it. Peter, you got to delete it.
We still play the Tom Brady. That's good enough to suck.
Here, and for every time you do play it, Pete, if you don't delete it, it costs you $10. And trust me, I'll be listening.
All right, so hold on. Let's get out to this guy. Hold on a second.
Here we go. Hey, cheers, brother.
$100
talks, baby. What?
We gotta love that.
Talks.
Let's. Yes, money talks.
Here I got some Eagle Rare. I don't have a lot.
Right
but this
there. Let's go on.
Acknowledge me.
$100 super chat, Mr. Roger Shoe. You've definitely made my night, my friend.
Wow.
Welcome to the evolution.
Don't ever play that shit again.
All right, I won't play. Listen, I won't play the Tom Brady Let's Go, but I will play the It's a Good Enough to Suck. Can I play that?
No.
That's
those are Tom Brady sound effects. Otherwise, give it back.
You know what, Peter? That's $100, man. Tom Brady is now obsolete with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Right.
I think they got to go. You got to put some Baker Mayfield one in there.
All right, I will find some Baker Mayfield. I will not play that when we do the Go Bucks.
$100.
Hey, Roger, seriously, little brother.
Yes.
I owe you, and I promise you, it's you and me, Greektown. I'm going to take you out to a really good place up in Tarpon.
Greektown, right there.
Let's go to Mama's.
All right.
You want to go to Mama's? I'll take you to Mama's. Or would you rather sit back and have a couple of bourbons with the Greek?
We all got to get together.
Absolutely. Or some Muzo, whatever your choice.
We got to get together, do a sports web get together. That's what we got to do.
Louie, how do you feel right now, buddy? I got to hold on just for a second, Roger. I got to go full screen. Louie, how you feeling since this $100 super chat, buddy?
Doesn't for me, Greek.
It's a new day. It's a new era in the sports web.
It's a good day. Where?
It's a new day in Tampa Bay. There you go.
It's a new day, baby. It's a new day. Hey, listen, isn't this exciting? The NFL draft.
Here's another one. You ready? It's exciting, guys. Look at this.
Paid tonight.
Okay.
Damn, if you put 100 down, we need the Chicago Takeover show.
Listen,
Dave, I love you, brother.
Sun Devil Dave, if you do
$100, come on, man.
Super chat, I'll let you guys talk Bears for, I don't know. I need my food. Mr. Williams. Let's go on to Mike D. Roche. Get that jersey off, Greek.
Oh, come on. Hey, Mike, if you don't like this jersey, seriously, I will take it off. But honestly, take a look at the back. Tell me if this is not classy.
All right, guys. Great coverage. I think the Bears are standing pat at 10, and Junty's the man.
6th pick is in.
All right, the Raiders and John Spytek here. Who did they take? Did they take Genty? Did they take?
They did take Ashton Genty. They wanted too much money. Thank you, Lord, for not moving up. This is exactly what I wanted. Thank you for letting them stay in pack of 10.
Wow. So there you go. The Raiders right there.
Raiders. Gentlemen, you have a good night. It's been a great show. I'll keep
Roger, thank you so much for that. I appreciate you, man.
You're awesome,
that was
bro.
Hey, you know what? I respect the hell out of you. You're a man of your word.
Yes.
You got some balls, buddy. I like that.
Peter and I have been friends for over 20 years.
Yes.
Yeah, if I tell him something, I'm going to do it. I'm not,
I will not play the Tom Brady sound effect anymore. I promise.
Officially, it's done. It's ended.
Done. Peter, if you do screw up and you play it again, you owe me $200.
No. It's $10 for every time he plays it. Trust me,
points.
Peter is like a pendulum kid in the corner going, "Look at me, look at me, look at me." Okay, and here's the last one. This is going to be the best one. Wait a minute. Was that something shiny? There. Oh, Peter, that is cool, buddy.
Squirrel.
It's going to cost you $10 plus points and interest. So
all right. We will not play this Tom Brady. So no more Tom Brady. I will play this though.
Freaking idiot.
There you go. I'll play that.
I like that one.
You like that one? All right.
So
there's
later.
$100 super chat by the tribal troll.
Acknowledge me.
Guys, it is
so there's only been one. Absolutely, just one offensive tackle taken on the board.
That's insane.
Oh my God,
Yes,
this is awesome!
yes.
Look,
So,
look,
tonight-
the tight end's still available. Oh my God, there's so many great players left.
I've already made $110 off of this show.
look at that.
How about that?
No, when you divide that by 3, that's we'll give you the few dollars extra. That's $35 a piece.
Oh yeah, $35. Okay, well
That's wings. That's wings for the next draft.
That's it. There you go. I mean, by
you
the
got
way,
no chance for wings, Pete. Are you kidding me?
bro.
Boy, you and I got to talk, kid.
Come on, man.
Hey, you know what? I appreciate the Bears jersey though, because and this old school Derek Brooks jersey, because it's so like a lot of the younger. Well, I'm only 37. I'm still a kid. I still consider myself a kid, but I'm so glad that I got to grow up in the early 90s and watching that era of football and just being a part of the NFC Central. Greek, those battles between the Bucs and the Bears,
Loved it.
They were ugly games, but I loved it.
Epic.
3-9, 9-6.
Honestly, guys, except for an 85 when it was, I could tell you the scores if you want. I could recite.
All right,
I'm
hold
sure
on a sec here. We got
Is there anything better than the Bucs being in the NFC North? Honestly,
well, in NFC South.
Was there anything better than when they were in the? I'm sorry, the NFC Central. There was.
Yeah.
It was
great. It was the North. It was the North.
We got a phone call here.
Black and blue division.
Oh, Mr. Williams, welcome to the evolution of sports talk television.
I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll see you guys later.
know one thing we're not gonna do is let them talk Chicago Bears.
Well, listen, now, Mr. Williams, if they give me $100 super chat again, brother, I'm gonna have to definitely.
We won't talk Bears, Mr. Williams. Just make $100. You can find me Harry the Greek _
Yes.
On my Cash App. It's no big deal. No, I'll even take off the jersey.
They're comparing him to Emmitt Smith. Now, is that a comparison you guys see with Genty here, or is it?
No.
Let me ask you guys a question real quick. Who would you rather take, Barry Sanders or Emmitt Smith?
Barry Sanders all day long.
With this Buccaneers offensive line.
Barry, easily. Because if Barry has the offensive line of the Dallas Cowboys, Barry breaks the record. Sorry. I love Emmitt Smith. He's amazing, but he definitely was he had the benefit of having one of the greatest offensive lines of all time.
Let's be real.
The Jets,
Smith,
it's in.
Jets are in.
It took. I know. I'll give it to you.
Shador Sanders right now. Shador Sanders right now.
It took longer for Emmitt Smith to break the record than Walter Payton played. 1. 2, there were more games. 3, there were more carries. And 4, Walter Payton, for the first 10 years, ladies and gentlemen, didn't have a Pro Bowl offensive tackle. Let that sink in.
I try to tell people that too. What a lot of my generation doesn't understand is that if you were to take a lot of these guys, like if you took like a guy like Barry Sanders and you put him in this style of football right now, he would have rushed for 3,000 yards or close to it. Damn near close to it.
The guy was insane.
Oh,
I'll tell you, I'll give you the rankings right now. It's Barry for me at number 1. It's Walter Payton at number 2. It's Emmitt Smith at number 3.
Really? Where's Gale Sayers?
I wouldn't. Emmitt Smith doesn't even make my top
No.
five.
Hold on. If you're taking Barry at number 1, the original Barry Sanders was who?
Well, listen, I didn't see
Gale Sayers.
I didn't see Gale.
I don't expect Louie to know who he is. Louie,
No, it's not way beyond my generation.
Louie. And this isn't a time of football when they could pick you up and throw a refrigerator at you. Okay, it was the most physical. Football. No. As they were going around, they could grab your helmet. They once in a while threw a flag, and if they only threw it if the helmet came off and they twisted it in 360 degrees. Wow. Okay, but he was the original Barry Sanders. He scored, you ready? 5 touchdowns in the game, and they took him out in the third quarter.
Wow.
I think Jim Brown is in that conversation somewhere too, guys. I really do.
You know what?
I didn't get a chance.
In mine, it's Walter, Jim, and Barry Sanders. If you notice, I didn't go like this.
I agree with that.
Walter, Jim, and Barry Sanders. Everybody else followed below that.
I would put LaDainian Tomlinson up there too. Unfortunately, he played on a very bad Chargers team towards the back end.
Yep. Played for the Jets too, and was productive.
I put LaDainian right there with I put LaDainian right there with Emmitt Smith. I'm not kidding you.
I would take LaDainian over Emmitt Smith just because of he could catch. I mean, how many touchdowns did he have that year? He was catching. Yeah. I think he had 1,000 yards receiving that year too, wasn't he? Oh, he was just under 1,000, right?
What is it? 23 or 24 touchdowns that year. Something
Didn't
along
he catch for like almost 1,000 yards?
All purpose, ridiculous stats.
And again, I need
and when they got to the postseason, with Tomlinson and all that talent with Phillip Rivers and all his kids, they could never beat the Patriots. They could never overcome it.
Yeah, but Peter, it's the Patriots at that time. Tom Brady was so deadly.
Mr. Williams is gone. I think he wants his wings. I don't know if he.
Listen, man, and I just want to reiterate: you made the comment that LaDainian Tomlinson played on some bad teams. Okay?
Yes.
Nobody played on worse teams than the Chicago Bears for Walter Payton.
I agree.
Nobody.
Yeah, I agree.
No, look at those records.
Oh, and you know what
the hard part is? No offensive lineman all the way to 1984 did they even make the Pro Bowl. And you ready for this? He would touch the ball over 30 times a game. They knew where the ball was going. Okay, how much easier is this supposed to be? Kids, you need to look up some YouTube videos of Walter Payton highlights. It is absolutely phenomenal. I'm not saying it because I'm a Bears fan, but he's God when it comes to football. He's the Michael Jordan of football, my opinion.
Love it. All right, let's go back out to the web heads here. And again, Facebook stars are open if you want to give to that. You love the content right now as we go live here on Draft Day.
Hey, the pick's in. You guys want to know who it is?
Pick's in.
Let's see. Let's go to Draft Chime It. All right. Who did the Jets pick?
Armand Membu, baby. Offensive tackle, Missouri. Woo! Where are all these good players going?
Yeah,
So does this beautiful tight end fall right down the Chicago's lane, or is it another good left tackle?
Carolina is on the board. What do they do here?
Well,
NFC South, state of the South. Let's do a little quick segment because we got Carolina and New Orleans.
Well,
let's take a little bit of the Frozen Pirate podcast. State of the South starts now.
Okay.
We got Carolina on the board. We got New Orleans on the board.
Okay.
Do we see Shedeur Sanders? I mean, with New Orleans situation, Peter, Greek, do they take Shedeur? Carolina with Dave Canales?
You don't have to trade up if you're New Orleans now. If he's because know Carolina's not taking him. Well, Bryce Young. Yeah. So listen, you've got Dave Canales there. For
New Orleans, they're not moving up.
Okay.
Shedeur Sanders is going to New Orleans.
They don't have to.
No, they don't have to.
No.
So we got Carolina, and then we have the Saints. I mean, I think Carolina, they're going to go offense, in my opinion.
I think
Carolina take a wide receiver.
McMillan.
They could take McMillan. They could take the kid out of Texas. I mean, they need a wide receiver.
Yeah,
they need a wide receiver, and it shows Leggett wasn't what they thought he was going to be. But I mean, at the same time, they had a little bit of problems there with the quarterback with Bryce Young, and then it's a revolving door. That doesn't help anybody when you have multiple quarterbacks playing in the season. It's different timing. It's different. It's different. It's not. Yes. It's just not the same. It's just very, very different. And so I'm not going to argue with Carolina though. I think Carolina really came on towards the end of the season. They were competing I said that they're going to finish either third or second this year in the NFC South. The NFC South is going to be a little funky this year. You watch, mark my words.
I really do. It's not only going to be funky. I already told everybody.
Pick is in here. Is the pick in?
The pick is in, but they're not ready for it. Peter, listen. The Carolina Panthers are going to fight for the division this year. I predict them finishing second next to Tampa. I'm not kidding.
That's what I said.
That's going to be the impressive part of it. Atlanta's is going to have something to scream about, but then again, they're not going to know who to play at quarterback. They're going to play the kid to start it. The moment he starts to struggle because of all the talent they have on offense and the lack of defensive help that they're going to have, good luck, man. That team's going to go backwards. In New Orleans, they're rebuilding. Sorry, they're in cap space hell, and they're.
I was just about to say that they got to get out of cap hell. They got to get rid of all those bad contracts. It's kind of familiar. It reminds me a lot of the old Buccaneer teams trying to get out of salary cap hell and bad contracts and just all around. This is what happens when you sell your soul to the salary cap and you have poor management up front.
What do you expect from the devil? And the devil is who?
Yeah.
Yep.
It's the New Orleans Saints, baby.
Saints,
That's it. The Saints are definitely the devil. All right, let's go here. Peyton got screwed by having 2 strike seasons, 82 and 87.
That's true.
Devil Dave Emmitt Smith had all the all-pro, all-line there. Damn, baby elephants. Absolutely. Gale was God. Sun Devil Dave. Peyton had 0 line until 1984. Walter is untouchable. The Jordan of football says Roger Shoe there, the tribal troll. Peyton still holds a record for most touchdowns thrown by non-quarterback with 8.
Hold on. Anybody know how many passes he has in his career?
I had no idea.
Ooh.
I think it's something stupid like 9 or 10.
Really?
And 8 of them are touchdowns.
Wow.
It might even be 8. I'm not kidding you.
You know what, Greek? I got to talk to you about this. The Chicago Bears, right?
Tackles and corners. Panther take a wide receiver. Sun Devil Dave. Damn, if the Saints take Sanders, will the Bears take Williams from Georgia? That'd be Mikel Williams.
I still want to see the kid from Texas, right? The left tackle.
No, Williams is the edge rusher from Georgia, Mikel Williams.
No, they're going to end up. They're going to probably look, man. They're in love also with this tight end out of Penn State.
And well, they could go with also Loveland from Michigan. Again, the Panthers pick is in, so we'll see. Kosamidi says McMillan here. Louie, I know you have a point here. Sorry to cut you off. I just want to.
You're asking a question.
So, doing a show with my co-host Jamie for a little while now. He's a huge Bears fan. Hopefully, he gets into the comments. Oh yeah, he's a huge Bears fan.
Yes.
He always hits me with this Bears trivia, and it usually involves Rex Grossman or whoever.
My boy, Rex.
Sexy Rexy. He's shown me so many stats from the Bears.
McMillan here. Louie, I know you have a point here. Sorry to cut you off.
What the heck there?
Uh-oh. My bad. Go ahead.
And he showed me a stat with the quarterbacks that you guys have had.
Yeah.
What the hell is... Like, when I looked at it, like your top 10 quarterbacks of all time in Bears history, you guys have a defensive end in there. I mean, we're talking like, I believe the 30s and 40s. You have a tight end in there, and none of them threw for over 3,500 passing yards.
It's never thrown for more than 4,000 yards, Louie.
Yeah.
So let me go ahead and clarify this. I'll get back to the 3 screen here. Stand by.
Yeah, I'll get back to that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So what it is, Louie, no quarterback has ever thrown for 4,000 yards in Chicago because they were always known as a defensive team and a running football team.
Right.
And until Jay Cutler came around, Sid Luckman, yes, ladies and gentlemen, Sid Luckman, back from when my father was a teenager, okay, he invented the forward pass, to be honest with you, and he was very successful. The Bears were a dynasty back in the 40s. They've had really, really good quarterbacks before, such as Jim McMahon. Who cares if you threw for 4,000 yards? At one point, his record, you ready, was 31-4.
Wow.
As a starting quarterback. Okay. I mean, but he couldn't stay healthy. But there was a time in a 10-year period that the Bears had over 40 starting quarterbacks. You just think about that. You can't win in the National Football League. Jay Cutler was probably the best quarterback the Chicago Bears have ever suited up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, in my opinion.
Well, listen.
I'll tell you what, quarterbacks used to go to die there. But get this, they now have Caleb Williams. The pick is in, and the Panthers are picking.
Hold on.
Wide receiver, Arizona, McMillan.
There you go, McMillan. That makes lots of sense right there. He's been compared to Of course, Mike Evans, listen, that is a lofty comparison, if you will. But if he's anything like Mike Evans with the body of work.
I can't see what he looks like because he's wearing so much bling on his neck that it's like it's too shiny. No, don't compare him to Mike Evans. Mike Evans never looked like this.
Well, when Mike Evans
I
came
don't
out,
care.
right.
Mike Evans never did this. What is the deal with this, bro?
Well, this
Has anybody gone to my Facebook page and looked at the NBA of yesterday versus today? Peter, take a second and look at that. Go right to my page. You're gonna laugh, especially with the clothing. Just go right to my page.
Oh,
I've seen that. I've seen that.
I'm gonna have to take a look. I think it's what I think it is here. Hold on a sec. I'm getting some other stuff here. All right. So update the game here. Panthers are beating the Lightning 1-0. Period 3 there for again you Lightning fans. The pick is
they
in.
Gotta step it up, man.
They got to step it up. They're going to be down 2-0. It looks like at this point. We also got a super chat, $10 from Sun Devil Dave. I don't know what he's wearing.
Hold on, your super chats have came from all who?
Chicagoans.
There you go.
Listen,
lovely people.
I'm looking at.
We love the Chicago people.
We do. We love you. Listen, I'm looking at the bling here. It's not bling. I don't know what he has. What is that he's wearing? The green.
It's stupid.
Ulafala.
Is that what it is? Is it, we got
what's his nationality?
Acknowledge me.
red. What is it?
Louie, you got to go to my Facebook page, man. You got to see this.
All right, let me go to this Facebook page really quick here.
Well, I seen that. It was on Instagram too. It was blown up about I see it. Like I've always said, and listen, whatever floats your boat, man.
I have two of them. I've got one the way they used to dress and then the way you used to play.
Yeah.
Peter, you got to look at the way they used to play, and I promise you, Peter will go crazy and he'll start laughing.
Some of them are wearing dresses versus, you had Shaq.
Take a look. Take a look.
Yeah, it's insane.
Oh, yeah.
And then Pete, scroll down after you're done, and then look at the other one. You'll really like that one.
Oh, geez, look at this. All right, I'm looking, Alan. What the frigate? What is that? What in the world, James Harden?
Y'all say that.
Yeah, I don't know what they're saying. Look at this. Oh,
are you looking at what they used to wear?
I was wearing a mask. You got Westbrook there. He's guilty of it. What? It's Westbrook always. They got these stupid shorts. I don't know what.
Okay, now do me a favor, Pete.
Those are not shorts. Those are
do me a favor.
Yes.
Scroll down to the next one.
I'm doing that right now.
And just look at that one. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I got to go full screen to Peter because this is going to be hilarious when he sees this.
Look at that. Look at that. Look at Kobe Bryant. Look at Jordan go to the hole. Look at the physicality. Look at Shaq throw it down.
Look at the defense when they're guarding LeBron.
Yes. Oh,
here's good defense. Here you go.
Oh yeah. Oh
wait
yeah.
Wait till you see Peter's face.
What in the hell is this?
That's defense, Pete.
Look at this. Oh my
God. There was
gosh.
ever a time to cuss on this show.
He got shot. Oh my God. Look at this. Yeah. What is that? What is he doing? The Drake dance? What is that? What
that's
the hell
that's
is
not
that?
basketball, I'll tell you that.
No. Did you like they were guarding LeBron?
It's yeah, horrible. Horrible. All right, let's see.
You got some pot leaves on there.
Super chats for the Greek guys. They're for me because I run the.
What was that now? I didn't read that.
Super chats are for the Greek guys.
Well, that's you see that's. I know they're always anything that's given to Peter full disclosure never falls to the Greek.
That's not true. That is not true at all. Saints have to get Sanders. Oh, look at this. Virgin Boys with the $9.99 super chats.
Thank you, Virgin Boys. I appreciate it.
And Light We Trust right there. That is a Bucs fan right there, my friend.
How about them Bucks, baby?
Yes. Hold on. There you go. Right there. Virgin Boys, thank you very much for the super chat. Guys, you can join up.
Someone give another $25
with the Saints.
The
pick is in with the Saints.
And it'll be up in like a minute.
Yep, Sanders. It's Shador. It's Shador.
If someone throws $25 into the super chats, Pete will do the rest of this show with no shirt on.
No, I'm not doing that, man. Come on.
I'm not doing that.
Okay, $50. Pete runs the rest of the show with no shirt on.
I ain't doing that. No.
Yeah, he is, guys. Trust me. I'll drive to his house and I'll make him take it off.
I'm not doing that. No, we're not doing that.
I got a lot of tattoos underneath here, so I'll do it.
You know what? That's right. Someone donate $20. I got little Louie going to be pulling off that shirt showing them guns.
No, we ain't
tattoos over here covers everything.
We ain't doing that. All right.
Yes, he is. $20. Come on, man.
Nicholas says prime son. So you take Sanders here. Is this the great pick for the Saints? And again, going back to the McMillan pick.
We get to see the Buccaneers destroy his ego, humble.
Yes.
See, I gotta make it PG here.
Nico, Kala.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you who they're taking. Okay.
All right, hold on. Let me go with the draft chime here.
Look at all these idiots shaking hands. Yeah, we got
Kelvin
Shedeur
Banks Jr.
Sanders.
Who?
Kelvin Banks Jr. They took the Bears pick.
Oh my gosh, they took an offensive tackle. Look
they took
at
Kelvin
that.
Banks Jr.
Wow.
The Chicago Bears. Now, anybody want to give me odds?
Well, what's the odds on at this point?
Anybody want to dispute it? They're gonna take the tight end right out of Penn State. Anybody?
I agree. I think so.
Or they
Why
take
not?
Loveland out of Michigan.
They're gonna take tight end out of Penn State.
Wow. So that's funny because see, again, Shedeur Sanders. I think this kid's gonna drop to the second round if nobody trades back in to go get him.
Right.
Do you think the Jacksonville Jaguars will pull off a trade to get rid of Trevor Lawrence?
No.
Get that duo.
What do you think, Turbo?
What do you think, Turbo?
You want me to do what?
Well, listen, this makes lots of sense for the Saints because Ryan Ramczyk just retired. So you got to get an offensive tackle no matter what quarterback. And of course,
you still don't have a quarterback. That's
Rick Hughes. This is for you.
Then what's going on in the South there, buddy? Yeah,
what's going on in the South?
Yeah, what's going on in the South? Yeah, here's what's going on in the South. That's what you're going. What are they doing tonight? What are they doing tonight? What do you think they're doing? Let's see.
Hang on, Tom Banner. I got to bring him. Tommy, honestly, you really think Warren's going to go to the Bears? You're too late for the show because I'm the one who already said that.
All right, so Warren to the Bears. That's your prediction at this point. Could be Loveland. Could be Loveland. Also, the tight end out of Michigan, or they could go Mikael Williams out of Georgia. Could go with that.
I'm a little disappointed. I wouldn't mind seeing Chicago move back a pick or two, but the pick is in right now.
Wow.
Really? I was about to say, Greek, what do you think? You think they could be trading back? But I mean, the pick is in.
They're not true.
Are they ready to make the pick is in already? Yeah, I'm on my end. So
Shedeur, with the smile, I thought Shedeur was getting picked. I mean, wow, that just goes to show you everybody out there to the and I keep preaching this to the young cats out there watching this show. Your ego needs to be deflated because this is what happens. Take a good look at Shedeur Sanders. Look, he's got all the bling, he's got all this, he's got all that, he's got the credibility, and
listen,
if you want to, and look,
Now I think they're doing something live with Laura Rutledge and Colleen Wolfe. I hope they say something really damning to the Green Bay fans like they did against the Bears.
All right, let me say this really quick, and Louie, I'll let you finish your point.
Sorry, guys.
Is it crazy to think?
Oh, hold on.
That Jerry Jones could take Shedeur Sanders with the Cowboys with Dak Prescott there?
I mean, it's a possibility. I'm not counting it out because Jerry doesn't even know what day it is, unfortunately.
Well, Skeletor definitely does not know what day it is. That's for sure.
All right, here we go. I mean,
all right, what do we got?
Talking.
Enough of the talking. Well, we're supposed to do that. Calvin Banks is crying right now as he's going to the Saints. Makes sense. You got to protect whatever quarterback at this point. Looks like it's going to be Spencer Rattler as the quarterback at this point. So we'll see how.
I don't think they're going to take a tight end.
No.
No,
and again,
I think they go defense, Greek. Do you think they go defense?
You know what? I think that.
Oh wow!
There's no real big left tackles around, so you know what? They're going to go defense.
What are they talking about here?
Jalen Walker or Mike Green?
What about Jihad Campbell? You don't think they go after Jihad?
Not after the injuries. Not this time.
Campbell's still on the board, by the way, so he's dropping.
Not with those injuries. After you and I talked and we discussed about his injuries, no, I can't see that happening.
Yeah, but you know what, Greek? I think you guys could actually afford to wait a little bit on Jihad.
No, they can't because they have to have that other guy opposite of Montez, and Jihad's not going to. Yeah. He's not a guy that puts his knuckles in the ground.
The pick is in. The schedule release May 14th.
Oh, May 14th. There you go. All right.
Well, I wish it was a little bit earlier because I'm trying to go down there for the Buccaneers and Patriots.
Is it a reach to say if they go for an offensive tackle, say Josh Simmons from Ohio State? Is that too much of a reach?
No, I mean, because again, I talked about this early on. Those offensive linemen, those are not the sexy picks; they're the necessary picks.
Yeah, but wouldn't you consider that to be a little higher? I mean, they would trade back to do something like that, wouldn't they?
I mean, it all depends. I mean, yeah, I mean, if I was the Bears, I would definitely trade back, knowing that I could probably get him and then some. But I don't know. Maybe they're not. Maybe they could
Pick
be
is
going
in,
defense.
and here comes what he's saying.
Oh wow! Look at this, James Sutton right there. Peter,
Another $20.
Team jersey on. Love it.
Does this shirt got to come off?
Yeah, shirt's off, bro.
Does it got to come off?
Oh man! Hey, ladies and gentlemen, they're talking about Steve McMichael passing.
Oh, that's what it is. There you go.
Jamie, can you bring that to me real quick, please?
All right. So I can't put a team jersey on right now, but I will wear one during a show. I promise you. Thank you, James. I appreciate that.
Oh, yeah.
And I will play this. So there you go. Look at the super chats just blowing up tonight, guys. You are absolutely killing it. YouTube super chats are on fire. Facebook stars, Facebook, where you at right there? You love the content. Give to the content.
The Bears pick is in.
Let's see. Keep super chat coming, guys. Dave says Pete doesn't have one jersey. I don't think I do have a jersey for the Bucks. I don't know. I have a polo shirt. Now I can go put the Bucks polo shirt.
Did you know that, guys? That 50 years ago today they drafted Walter Payton?
I did not know that. Has it been 50 years, bro?
50 years.
Wow, we are getting old. We are getting old, my friend. All right, who the Bears selecting?
Sorry, I'm a
little behind.
No.
Draft time?
Yeah, it's
well, from a wrestling.
Me up a little bit
I know it does.
There it is.
I coach you up about Steve Mongo McMichael. One of the first announcements.
Select.
Yes. I
Ghostin Loveland.
told you. Wow. Colston Loveland from Michigan. Who's your daddy? Yes.
How big is this kid?
He is. And listen, I thought that was going to be the pick from the very beginning with this Bears team right there. I knew it right there. That is a Bears pick. That is a Ben Johnson pick right there out of Michigan. Makes sense.
And they just paired him up with Cole Kmet. What a best friend.
Oh, yeah. Yes, they did. That is a great pick there by the Chicago Bears.
6'5", 248. That kid, that's a good build for that.
Told you. No way, Loveland.
You know, we don't know too much about him. How good of a blocker is he?
Looks like
that's the thing. I mean, I think he's a little bit undersized to block. I mean, he's more of a route running tight end here. I mean,
yeah, he can.
Yeah, he's got some good,
I've seen this kid play.
Footwork. He's got some good footwork, this kid.
Well, listen, they're comparing it to Sam Laporta, right? So Sam Laporta's with the Detroit Lions. It makes sense.
Honestly, Greek, you're not gonna like this, but you know who he reminds me of? And I hate to say it because it's unfortunate, but he plays a lot like Aaron Hernandez. I'm sorry. I mean, I hate to say it, but I mean,
Aaron Hernandez was a great football player.
Phenomenal
Let me tell you
talent.
Something. Not just a talent. I'm going to go out here and tell you, he would have been better than Gronkowski.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not kidding you. Okay, but he was just. I think, he does remind him. Now that I'm watching it, same type of player, but I pray the Lord that he is not the same attitude.
No,
I'm going to go into the back room.
See what I'm saying, right,
guys?
there?
I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to bring something back out. I got to go hug the wife.
All right, go hug the wife there. We'll go to a 2-shot right there. We'll go
Peter,
to
it's moving so fast.
It is. It really is moving.
I legit bought like a little 6-pack. I'm like, this is gonna be enough. This will last me. And
show the 6-pack, by the way. Show that back in there.
This is a brewing local beer out of Rhode Island. Rhode Island is literally like 15 minutes away from me. It's Rise APA Whalers, Rhode Island. It's about $14, $13 for a 6-pack, but it's delicious. It's like, again, everybody out there, let me give you guys some advice. Stop drinking Bud Light. Stop drinking Budweiser, Heineken, Coronas. Support your local breweries. Go down, go try the beers, get the samplers. I promise you'll never go back to Budweiser and Bud Light. That stuff makes you bloated, and honestly, I don't like going to the bathroom 15 times.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
That's
so
like
it,
we definitely don't want to do that.
and I
may
actually
be doing that eventually because I did eat those wings and pizza. Thank you very much.
I've been out when I went out to Tampa. I went to Cigar City Brewery, I believe it's called, and they had some phenomenal selections. I had this beer; it tasted like strawberry. I didn't know beer could taste like strawberry, but for me, when I drink beers, it's mostly like local breweries. The pick is in for the San Francisco 49ers.
Look at this. We're already at 11 as this is going. Let's go to the free shot right there. So yes, and again,
where do the Niners go here? They got a lot of work to do.
Well, going back to this, he doesn't like Sam Laporta. That's what he looks like. They're excited there in Idaho.
You got there, Greek.
There you go, guys. I'm going to show you the picture first. Tell me if you can see it.
Okay, very good.
That's Steve McMichael.
Wow.
Signing a jersey. You ready?
Mm.
He just passed away. And here you go, guys.
Oh, look at that.
That's amazing.
Man. That's amazing.
Can you see the autograph?
I love it. I love it.
I'll be right back.
I got this from years ago.
Okay. Well, listen, he was one of the first announcers on Monday Night Nitro. I know you're not a big-time wrestling fan.
No, I do remember that, yes.
Mongo McMichael, he joined the Four Horsemen with Ric Flair. Also wrestled with Kevin Green, another former football player, also a coach. Great.
He also he was a great lineman, and he used to do a show with our very own Fred Hubner out of Chicago. And Fred Hubner used to do the Chicago game. I think it was the post-game show with Steve McMichael. And they had a lot of good times.
Sometime. Yeah.
Huh?
Love to get Fred on sometime.
Yeah, Fred's awesome. He
is. But I love the super chats tonight. We got 100 from Roger Shue. We got $20 from James Sutton. We got another 10 from Virgin Boys, and we also got Sun Devil Dave with 10. And again, Roger with another 10. So it's nearly $200 right now of YouTube super chats wide open. If you guys want to contribute, we're going to be on into the Bucks pick and maybe on afterwards. We'll see how it goes. We'll get all the reaction. We'll also get the media icon, Mr. TJ Reeves of the Buccaneer Radio Network. We may have JC Allen on. He's live there covering it, talking to people in the know. And we'll see if the Bucks trade up at this point. But everything, according to the draft, is going as planned. You know, besides that trade there with Jacksonville and Cleveland, it's been very quiet. And I think, you know, Sanders once again was the story coming in. And Sanders once again is going to be the story and how far he falls here. And I go back to it. The Dallas Cowboys, even with that Dak Prescott contract, do you think there's a chance that they take a flyer on this kid and say, you know what, maybe Dak and that contract is bloated. Maybe we get rid of him and you go with Sanders because eventually
can't do it, Pete. I love the outside of the box thinking, but they can't do that. You know,
well,
Shedeur Sanders, I feel sorry for him. He's going to be.
Tom Banner says should have traded down with that. Jim, damn it, Jim, right there.
Damn it, Jim, what the hell's the matter with you?
I'm James Sutton on YouTube. Yes, sir, Jim. Thank you very much for that. I knew it was you. I appreciate you, my friend. McMichael also got ejected from the Cubs game during a 7th inning stretch. He yelled at the home ump.
That's true.
For a bad call. I mean, that was him. I loved him as an announcer. I think he was unbelievable.
Did you know that he did that from the announcer's booth?
I had no idea he did that.
Oh no, he was like, it was a bad call, and the umpire turned around and looked up, and he threw him out of the game.
Well, listen, we got some bad news here. If you're a Tampa Bay Lightning fan, they fall to the Florida Panthers down 2-0 as they lose tonight 2-0. Or excuse me, no, I think they lost 1-0 here. Hold on, let me get the final score. Yep, 2-0 to the Florida Panthers. Sam Bennett with the goal there. So the Lightning now down 0-2 going on the road. Wow, that was shocking. And let me go back to Louie here as he's back. We'll go to the 3-shot. There we are.
I got something to show.
Yes, what do you got?
Anybody know what this is?
I do not know what that is. What is
Green Bay Packer jersey?
No, it's not. I wouldn't have that trash. I wouldn't dare to have that trash.
Oh, really? What is that, buddy?
That's an autographed Bucky Irving.
Oh, my God.
Whoa! Look at that! Wow. How did you get that?
That is awesome, dude.
Look at that, man.
That's
wow.
a real one.
Autographed jerseys. Well, I got a Mike Allstott one back there, and that's autographed. I don't have it framed up.
I got some good friends, man. So on my birthday,
Well,
so
the
my birthday's in
49ers
December.
pick is in. Anybody?
It's I would say Golden. The kid out of Texas.
I would say either Golden or I would go Walker here.
They need a wide receiver. They need a wide receiver.
They're going to go.
You could go Walker, Jalen
Luther
Walker.
Burden. I think they're going to go wide receiver here.
Could go Luther Burden. Absolutely.
I think they go wide receiver. I think they go to that kid Golden from Texas there.
Well, there was talk the Bucs could be interested in him. And
Michael Williams.
There you go. Williams out of Georgia. That makes sense to me. That's a John Lynch pick. Remember who's picking guys. That's John Lynch, defensive guy. So Williams out of Georgia. That was another name that Bucs fans were going to be interested in. And he's now off the board. You know who else is on the board at this point? Wait a minute.
Isn't that... They really reached for that one.
Well, Williams.
This kid should have went down to 20th or I mean,
doesn't necessarily have the production, if you will. He really doesn't. I
didn't have him. I had him graded low first round.
Is Goodell getting booed again? Is that the story here?
Seriously, guys. I mean, am I wrong here? Why did Michael Williams go? I mean, I know it's a decent player, and Georgia spits out
5
defensive
sacks
players.
last year. I mean,
5
but
6'5",
260 pounds. He's. I don't know, man.
I think it's potential.
This is a stretch.
Yeah, that was a reach
at the 11th pick.
And listen, the 49ers are on upheaval here. It seems like, they're rebuilding. You're not sure about Brock Purdy. I think he's going to get that contract extension. You lose Deebo Samuel. You trade him to the Washington Commanders. You don't have Brandon Ayuk there. You're trying to rebuild that defense to a certain
they got Brandon Ayuk.
Was he hurt? I thought he was hurt.
I don't know.
Well, no, he was hurt, but he's going to be ready for this year, I believe.
Okay. Well,
I'll try to get back in right when the Buccaneers pick.
Okay.
I hope you guys are going to have a little bit of fun. I got to get to the company. Seriously, thanks a lot, everybody, for the super chats. That was really, really, really good. Much love to the peeps of Chicago for doing that for Pete. He works really hard at what he does. We sit here and drink coffee, and Pete, eats and drinks all the fine spirits in life. I'm only kidding, guys. I mean,
I got my Mountain Dew here, guys.
Mean, poor Louie and I are malnourished.
Oh, please. You guys are eating.
We eat Hot Pockets and
please.
Pete goes to Outback.
Hungry Man's.
You guys are eating gourmet meals.
I haven't the other day.
And the pick is in for the Dallas Cowboys.
I mean, feel sorry for me, man. I'm only drinking Eagle Rare. I mean, that's just only 120 bottles. 120 a bottle. Here.
Listen, who is this? Who is it going to be for? I'm sorry, for the Cowboys here at number 12.
You think they go wide receiver here?
They could go various directions, and I still think, as crazy as it sounds, if Sanders is on the board at this point,
they would have traded Dak.
Wow,
they would have traded Dak.
The Cowboys pick is then. I'm going to tell you who it is. I think they're going to go Jalen Walker.
I think they go Golden here from the wide receiver from Texas. It makes sense. You give him a speed threat, CD Lamb on one side, Golden on the other. Tyler Booker. Wow.
Okay. Is this seriously, guys?
What's going on here? Did we just enter a new, are we in a parallel universe now? Did we just transition into a different...
because let's be real, guys. Everybody knows that the SEC, they just produce NFL players.
Booker.
They really do.
Yeah.
Good player, really. Here, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much, really, for the super chats. I might try to jump in here in a little while. I'm going to get my Buccaneer uniform going on here.
Yeah, baby. Bit. Get it.
And that's it. You know what? It's been a great draft party. Pete, Louie, thanks for having me on, guys. Much love. We'll talk to you later. Deuces, everybody.
The Greek. I love that dude, man. He's amazing. I love his input. I love his insight, his takes.
He's awesome.
He's right on.
Yeah, he is. All right, Cowboys pick is in. Of course, we've seen the guard there. Booker, kind of a surprise. Once again, Jahad Campbell on the board still. Ezra Raku still on the board for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
It's looking good, Peter, for the Tampa Bay Bucs. It's looking good.
Counting it down right now, Bucs fans. We are getting closer and closer to number 19. What do your Tampa Bay Buccaneers do?
It's looking good.
727-255. 0391 at 727-255-0391. Happy NFL Draft Day. Yeah, baby. Is Todd Bowles excited if Campbell is still on the board? Do you run to the podium if you're Jason Light and crew if Campbell's on the board? Do you run to the podium? Is Araku in this guard right now? He looks athletic. He is running down the hallway here as if he just got drafted. His whole life has changed at this point. So there you go. He's excited. I don't know what bling he has.
Let me ask you a question real quickly.
Sure. Move in a little bit there. I don't know what happened to your shot there. Move it. There we go.
I just because I'm so excited, I keep swinging on this swivel chair. I know. I'm getting antsy now because
you can't hide it. Yes.
Yeah, it's just I'm getting antsy now because the Buccaneers are picking at 19, and the draft is moving relatively fast versus other years. You know what I'm saying? Like I remember last year, I think we were still at right now. What are we at? 9:30. So it's an hour and a half. We'd probably be at pick 10 right now.
Yeah.
Because it would prolong so much. But like right now, the draft is moving pretty fast. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But right now, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers webheads, they are sitting pretty. I mean, Malachi Starks is on the board.
Barron's on the board from Texas.
Barron's on the board. Campbell's on the board. Everybody's on the board that we've talked about. Peter, we've been talking about this.
Is on the board. Yes.
Yeah. We've been talking about a lot of these prospects for about a month now.
I know.
And the what ifs, is he going to be there? Is this going to be there?
Board. As crazy as it sounds, Buccaneer fans, Matthew Golden is still on the board as a wide receiver. Speed kills. He takes the top off the defense. You're not sure if Chris Godwin's going to be 100%. Mike Evans is up there in age. I get it. You have Jalen McMillan, but you can add to that offense. People go defense. Maybe at this.
You got to go deep.
Yeah, I think you got to go deep. But maybe you go best player on the board. We're waiting for Leo Haggerty to get on the line here.
I still think, Peter, that the Buccaneers can still get a top quality wide receiver like a Jalen McMillan.
I think you're right. I definitely
in the second round.
I definitely think you're right. Opinion. And I'm going to check Twitter right now to see if there's any rumors out there. Just stand by. Let's see. I don't see anything. Okay. Somebody says Golden. Trevor Sycamore says Ezaraku no matter what. Of course.
So this is interesting right now. The Dolphins have let the clock go down to about 4 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I think they could be fielding some trades here.
Could they trade?
Listening?
Could they trade?
I don't know.
If you're the Miami Dolphins here, like you have problems with Tyreek Hill, he's got a big time contract. Do you go wide receiver here? Do you go line? Do you go corner?
Jalen Ramsey's not happy.
Ramsey's not there, so maybe
I'm going to go ahead and make a bold prediction right now.
Peter. Make it.
I think there's going to be our first corner is going to come off the board right now.
Yes.
I have this funny feeling.
Okay. Who do we think is corner? Is it Barron?
Could be Barron.
Remember, Travis Hunter was a corner too, but I know what you're saying.
We like Travis Hunter is a different breed of player. Let's talk about Travis Hunter real quickly. I'm telling you right now, Peter, the Jacksonville Jaguars, I didn't expect them to trade up to get Travis Hunter. So, and I honestly, as much as I don't like what Liam Cohen did to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, listen, baby, it's just business. That's what it comes down to. And I believe me, I was a little upset when Liam Cohen left. And I said, if they're going to fire Todd Bowles, this is the guy that you need to promote because he's got it. He's young and he's got it. He's got his finger on the pulse, and unfortunately, some people out there didn't agree with me. But that's fine. And for them to go up and go get Travis Hunter shows me that, they really believe in him. And I'm telling you, I think he's going to be a nightmare for a lot of teams, for a lot of defensive coordinators and offensive coordinators, because in all reality, if I'm a head coach of the Jacksonville Jaguars, or if I have Travis Hunter, there's going to be weeks, as long as he's not selfish, like, hey, the contract we're going to break down with you. You want to play two positions in the NFL? Okay, we're going to try to utilize this to the best of our ability. We're going to give you incentives. This is the way this contract is going to work out. As long as you're not selfish with receiving yards and your numbers, we can make this work. You want to play two positions? We can make this work. I'm telling you, if they can make that work and keep him happy, he is going to be a matchup nightmare because, like I said, if it's me, Peter, I'm lining him up at wide receiver a couple of weeks. or 1 week on, 1 week off, or I'm just kind of, or I'm going to line him up as corner for a game.
Right.
How do you game plan for that?
I
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like,
no.
Answer the question. How do you game plan for that? If I'm going up against you, you're a coach, I'm a coach, right? I have Travis Hunter. I just lined him up as wide receiver last game, and now you're game planning for him. And let's just say he's dynamic. Let's just say he put up 2 touchdowns, 80 yards receiving, but he got in the red zone. He killed the last defense. You're game planning for him as a wide receiver. Now I line him up as corner.
Yes.
You're screwed. Not screwed, but you get what I'm trying to say. Your game plan is out the window.
Absolutely. Your game planning is out the window. He can do so many things. And I think, the young man going to Jacksonville, you have to get really creative here. And I think they will be creative. But I think Harry's also right. I don't know how long he's going to be able to last in that position where.
That's why they have to utilize that right now.
Right. So let's go ahead. Finn's pick is in. Let me go out to Realtor David Zuzman, one of my favorite web heads out there. We need Ezaraku. I agree with you on that.
Yeah, Ezaraku is still on the board.
Still on the board. Wild. I agree with it. Will be a corner. Finn's pick is in. Miami could go with a good tackle too. If not Barron, Kenneth Grant. They went DT. So there you go. The Miami Dolphins take Kenneth Grant, the defensive tackle out of Michigan. So that makes lots of sense.
Dion is on the screen right now with his son, and they're talking. And so right now, I'm amazed with all this because all the hype coming around this kid. I don't know if I said it on the sports web because I don't know if we dabbled about that a little bit. I've been saying that. I'm like, I have a funny feeling this kid, if nobody trades up in the top 20, because usually only the bad teams really trade with these playoff teams. Right. You take a look at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, say if the Cleveland Browns, I'll go ahead and say it. There could be a possibility that the Cleveland Browns, well, I don't know if they can do it now, but whoever may want to trade to get back in to go get Shedeur Sanders.
Well, listen, our own Leo Haggerty brought this up and was kind of teased about it from Ira Kaufman about Shedeur Sanders being on the board. If Shedeur Sanders is on the board and there's a team calls you and says
Buccaneers need to pull the trigger on that.
Yes. And I don't think that's going to work at all. So we're going to take that out. All right. So I was just trying to add something to it. No, we're not going to do that. All right. So again, open phone lines here as the Miami Dolphins now take Kenneth Grant out of Michigan right there.
Is in for the Colts. Wow, Colts, we are flying.
Wow, flying right now. So let me know when he comes up, and I'll play the draft time. Is he there?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
So again, the pick is in for Grant with the Michigan Wolverines right there. Couple picks before Colston Loveland to the Chicago Bears. As I predicted, who else is on the board as a Michigan Wolverine? Will Johnson. Wow.
So right now we have the Colts, the Falcons, the Cardinals. I don't know. The Cardinals are a little tricky. From the Cardinals, I'm going to go offense.
Yeah.
That's a place that Golden can go to right there. That Kyler Murray definitely, with you pair him up with Marvin Harrison. You know what? I'm going to go ahead and say that. If he's still on the board, that's who the Cardinals are going to take.
All right. Let's go out to the phone lines here, Mr. Roger Shue.
Acknowledge me.
110 YouTube Super Chat. $110 for the night. No more Tom Brady for anybody else. Sorry about that. We love Tom Brady, but he's gone because of the YouTube Super Chat. So go ahead, Roger. Go ahead with what your thoughts are about Loveland.
All right.
Yes.
Just real quick.
Yes.
I just want to state it for the record.
You got to salute me here because I told you today that Loveland would be one of their picks. Did I not? And I said it on air,
yes,
too.
You did.
Yes, I did. Say it.
You are the football god.
There we go. Thank you. I shall acknowledge you.
Acknowledge me.
Now, acknowledge the fact that I have the 2 largest super chats
ever
in sports web history.
Love it. Love it, man. Love it. So there you go. Right there. Grant, I don't know where he's at.
So,
yes.
What are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers doing at 19?
Well, I mean, again,
I'm trading back.
We got some picks here. Well, hold on, guys.
Zone it in.
Hold on.
Who's your number one?
I would say Ezaraku if he's on the board there, but
all right, Roger Goodell is walking to the podium.
Okay. All right. Stand by here, Roger. Draft chime time. Colts are on the board here. We'll see what they do. Of course, Anthony Richardson now their quarterback. Who knows for how long? Do you get an offensive lineman here? Do you
Tyler Warren, tight end.
There you go,
Penn
Warren.
State.
All right,
Penn State.
so there you go. So guys are still on the board here for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as we get closer and closer.
Wow.
Of course, the Atlanta Falcons are coming up next.
Exciting.
Could they take
All right,
Ezaraku?
so
Could they take Campbell?
Where do you think Shadeur goes? What
I don't
number?
know.
Round.
Pittsburgh to the Pittsburgh Steelers, right? Could he go there? Because they still need a quarterback. Does he go with Mike
They're
Tomlin?
getting Aaron Rodgers.
Are they?
No.
Why haven't they signed him yet?
I hope he retires and then never hear from him again.
All right. I know you've got a lot of Aaron Rodgers hate in your heart, and I get that. All right, Roger.
Yes.
Appreciate the call, man.
This kid
All
is a hell of a blocker. Wow.
All right. We got some news here when it comes to the Rays, and bad news, as always. Rays place rookie outfielder Jake Mangum groin on the 10-day IL.
They're
So
really facing some injuries right now, huh? Listen to all the Ray fans out there. Listen, it's still early in the season. Very
Yes.
early. I mean,
Can I put my little display up here? Let's see if we can fix this display. Is it like can you just bend down just a little bit there? But go down a little bit. Yeah. See, I don't want to cut off your head. Okay, there we go. Perfect. There is my sports web. Just there you go. You're good. See, we go with
we gotta adjust all this.
I know.
Pete, you gotta let me. I'm gonna start sending you some stuff, man. I'm gonna start sending you some stuff.
We got to keep it the way it is right now. We got to raise it up a little bit. Or
I know,
something.
but I'm just saying. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make a little portfolio for you.
Okay.
Like 3 weeks before, maybe 3 weeks before the preseason starts.
Okay.
And we're gonna evolve the sports web.
Love it.
We're gonna give it some pizzazz. I'll give you a portfolio of the stuff that I got.
Okay.
And we'll we talked about this, the nostalgia days of ESPN.
Yes.
Why did they change?
Mm-hmm.
Anybody in the comments, because it's going to be a little bit before the next pick comes in. I have a feeling because the NFL draft kind of does this right now.
Walker here. Jalen Walker for the Falcons. Who do the Falcons take here?
Could they take Jahad Campbell?
Could
they take Golden? Could they take could they take the kid out of Michigan that you want? You know what I'm saying? There's
Will Johnson. Yeah.
Right now they're fielding some offers. They're listening to trades because right now they're down to 4 minutes and 50 seconds. So they're listening to trades. Louie, you're drinking some cold beers? I am. Absolutely, Roger. So this is a little brewery in Rhode Island. Rise, APAs. I don't know if you can order them, but if you can, hey, listen, Peter, I talked about this about 20 minutes ago. To all the webheads out there, if you guys drink beers and stuff like that, stop drinking the Bud Lights, stop drinking the Miller Lights, stop drinking all that crap. Go and support your local breweries. I'm telling you right now.
Love it. We love the local shows. Go support your local shows, your local podcast here. And you think about it with the Raiders and what they've done. I think they definitely clearly won. Genty and now Brock Bowers. Who's the quarterback there? Geno Smith, John Spytek doing his thing there. Already the Raiders are turning it around. Let's go back out to these comments here. Tom Banner says, I'll beat the Greek to the punch. Best odds at the Kentucky Derby is publisher. Okay, Tom, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Oh, yeah.
Colts will go with Tyler Worm for sure. They did. Good stuff. Will the Falcons pick Jahad Campbell? 4 minutes and 39 seconds. I may be a little bit behind there on you. So you definitely keep me abreast. I said abreast, not breast. Abreast of the situation there, Louie, from the Frozen Pirate podcast, as we're nearly at 2 hours here on the Evolution of Sports Talk.
But you know what, Peter? The draft is moving so fast.
It has. This show is going fast.
I was expecting, I'm like, wow, we're probably going to go until like 1 a.m. Like I wouldn't, I'm here for the long haul. Like I don't care. Like I wake up at 4:30. Webheads, I wake up at 4:30 in the morning. Like last night, this morning I woke up, my alarm went off, and I was like, F this. I hit the snooze button for the first time in a while. And then I woke up, I was like, screw it, let's get up. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I just lifted up and I'm like, oh man, that was a late one. But then, on the drive to work, I seen the views and I seen the viewership, and I was just like, we did a fantastic job yesterday.
Yeah,
that was an awesome show, and it's worth it. And again, I love doing this. I love being a part of the sports web. And honestly, like there's so many platforms for Buccaneers stuff, and for you guys to be here right now with us and listening to our nonsense and listening to us break down the draft, we greatly appreciate it. I mean, because you guys have a lot of options out there, and we greatly appreciate it. And like I said, this is going to be the premier Buccaneer talk in the upcoming. You watch.
Absolutely. And we'll be at tailgates after football games, we hope, covering the Tampa Bay Buccaneers again, of course, in collaboration with the JP Peterson Show, doing his thing. Tonight, I'm not sure where he's at. I think he's at the Lightning game. So he's covering the Lightning game.
A lot of people are at the Lightning game. A lot of people that I collaborated with there.
Disappointing by the Tampa Bay Lightning now down 2-0, losing 2-0 tonight to the Florida Panthers. Either that or Jalen Walker. Cole says Rodgers is the backup plan for the Steelers. Tribal Troll here. Louie, you drinking some cold beers? I am. There you go. I love to try it. Sun Devil Dave, will the Steelers take Sanders? I think that could be the pick. Get Hulk Hogan beer, brother, right there. Of course.
I haven't even tried Stone Cold's beer yet. I'm taking baby steps, man. Right now, for me, I went down to Tennessee. They had a really good beer, home style. That was delicious. But right now, for me, like I said, it's the Whalers Rise. Shout out to Whalers Rise. Sponsor us.
Well, there's you go. Dave says, what's up, Peter Greek and Louie? Happy draft day. Let's go, Bucks. Campbell is falling to us. So, is it Campbell at this point? Is it a rock? Is it Raku, if I can get his damn
All right,
name?
so right now it's 1minute 23 seconds left on the clock. Maxwell Hairston from wait a minute. Let's see.
Hold on. Where's the draft chime? We got the draft chime. Get into that picture.
Not yet. The draft room right there. It's 1minute and 5 seconds right now.
Raheem Morrison crew right now. What did they do? Kirk Cousins now. The backup looks like he could be cut or traded. Most likely cut. Could he go to the Cleveland Browns at this point? Because they don't have a quarterback besides Joe Flacco. We'll see how that works out. Maybe that's what the Steelers are waiting for at this juncture. So we'll see what the Falcons did. Of course, the Falcons sweeping the Bucs last year, and this is why you need an edge rusher. This is why you need a corner.
That's what that was.
That's it. There you go. So, yes, I agree. And again, Shedeur Sanders still on the board. We know that the Falcons, of course, the controversial pick last year with Michael Penix, local kid out of Dade City, picked out of Washington, now taking control of the Atlanta Falcons. Alex says, what's up? What's up with you?
Oh, yeah.
Jim says, Trotwood Beer, Warping Wing Brewery there in Dayton, Ohio. Appreciate
Damn
it.
it, Jim, what the hell's the matter with you?
Shedeur Sanders looks like he's jamming out there in Texas with the leather jacket on. Jalen Walker with the red suit on. Looks like Georgia right there. Local kid could go to the Atlanta Falcons. Is that a neat? Falcons taking their time at this point. Are they still on the clock?
The pick is in.
Pick is in.
Announced it.
Louie, you've become a great part of the sports web. I've been friends with Pete over 20 years. I've been with him from the start. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, well, the old days there of doing radio with the Front Row Show, right, my friend, at 10:10 a.m. at
you
11.
Know what? See,
11
comments like that.
Yeah.
Comments like that. So a lot of people don't know, Peter, you kind of know like the backstory of where I was. Me and you have talked. I was on another platform where I wasn't very happy.
I was with the same platform, by the way.
Yeah, and I was trying very hard to like do things, and I kind of lost touch with, because I always loved the Buccaneers, and I always wanted to. I'm sorry, I'm just looking at the screen because I'm trying to like thank the fans, and I'm trying to like give you guys like the pick too as well. But like I try to acknowledge everybody out there because I appreciate that, because my confidence was at an all-time low. I felt like I wasn't really delivering. Maybe I just wasn't good enough. And then, like I said, listening to you on the sports web, Pete, and then me and you have had some conversations, and then you allowing me to come on here and voice my opinions and and letting me do my thing. I'm forever in debt and greatly appreciate it. And I said, since I've been on the sports web, it's like a phoenix rising from the ashes, because I wasn't going to do this anymore. I was done talking Bucks. I just wanted to be a fan. But like here on the sports web, the creativity is flowing. And ask Peter, man, I have all kinds of ideas, and I love it here. The pick is in, by the way. So I'm gonna mute this so we don't get canceled by you.
Yes, well, we're not gonna get canceled. There's nobody who can cancel us, by the way.
Jalen Walker, linebacker, Georgia.
Walker, right there. No local kid from the Georgia Bulldogs right there. Campbell still on the board, and you still have Ezaraku on the board.
Wow.
So the Falcons get Walker here. Lots of potential. A lot of people view him as the best linebacker in this draft, can also edge rush. So this is a move the Falcons had to make, and looks like a good move for the Falcons. So we'll definitely see how this plays out. But what do you know about Walker at this? What do you hear? What do you know?
I believe he's 6'1". He's a little bit undersized, but I shouldn't say undersized because Derek Brooks is undersized, but he's tough as nails, man. He's got some grit to him. He's got some good speed to him. He can definitely run down a quarterback. I shit you not. Excuse me for the language, but like,
that's all right. So we'll just do this. There you go.
Yeah, he's got a high motor. I'm a little nervous about that pick. Because Baker Mayfield has a tendency of scrambling. So I wouldn't be surprised if you see him tip for tat with Baker Mayfield. And again, the Atlanta Falcons are doing the same thing the Tampa Bay Buccaneers are doing. They're trying to stop us, and they're trying to stop Baker Mayfield. And again, and I said this about Devin White. When we drafted Devin White, it was for what, Buck fans? It was to stop Alvin Kamara and Christian McCaffrey.
Yes.
And now the Falcons are doing the same thing. It's to stop Baker Mayfield because Baker Mayfield, he's a killer. When he starts scrambling, he's a killer.
6'1", 243 there. Of course, once again, edge rusher for Georgia makes lots of sense. You know, I go back to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 1995, right? We were talking about that. You get local guys. The Falcons are trying to be a lot better than what they were last year. You get a local kid like Walker. The Bucs do the same thing there with Dunn. And, of course, with Warren Sapp, there is a design to it. With Warwick Dunn, local players make sense. Guess who somewhat runs that organization now? Same guy used to run the Bucs, and Rich McKay. Let's go out.
I've looked at him a little differently now because of that.
Well, I
understand.
Yes. All right, let's go out to Dave here. Louie, you've added a lot to the show. Great addition. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. We're
like stuff like that. I get like not emotional, but like again, like Peter, me and you have talked. You know my situation. So hearing stuff like that, like again, like I was gonna quit doing this because and a lot of my friends and family were like, "You have a lot to offer. You have a very good insight." Like, you know those people that are fans of the team and they talk and they're like, "We should do this. We should do." And a lot of people are like, man, you're not like that. Like you have a very you have a good insight and you have your fingers on the pulse. You have knowledge. And I was just like, yeah, that's just bull crap. You're just kind of like propping me up. But you know, like listening to like people like even on the drive to Tennessee, the gentleman that called in, I again, there's so many people that called in, and I appreciate that so much because like the interactions with everybody on this show, the Sports Web, like I really do feel like we are the premier stuff for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and all of Tampa Bay sports. And like hearing the gentleman say, Louie, you're a great addition to this show. I love listening to you. Like even like Aubrey looked at me and she was just like, after we were done with the show, mind you, it's 11:30 and we're tired. We're driving. We've been driving for 11, 12 hours. And she looked at me. She's like, I'm so proud of you. Like, that's amazing. Like you have fans like you. Like you're doing it. Like Peter, I had an idea 2 years ago. And I'm like, oh, you know, no one's really going to care what I have to say. And then here I am now. And a huge thanks to you. And then, and I told you, man, I'm going 120%. Like I'm on the front lines here. Like I'm giving everything I got. And like I said, and I appreciate each and every one of you web heads out there. I really, really do. And like I said, I'm starting to get really comfortable here on the Sports Web. Bring your passion. Bring your excitement. Don't bring no nonsense.
Don't bring the draft day. Cardinals on the clock. Pick is in at 16. Give me the update on this. Great stuff, Louie. Let's go out to Instagram Live here. DJ Coach Live. Hopefully, Will Johnson falls to us. Will Johnson is still on the board. I think the Cardinals go Matt Golden here.
I think so too, Peter.
You got to add speed to that. You get, a combination there. Marvin Harrison Jr. on one side, Golden with that flashing speed. Can't teach it. Takes the top off the defense there. You get those two components. Of course, you got Kyler Murray there.
Is Kyler Murray's time running out in Arizona?
It is, but they're trying to provide him with the weapons, and that's what you got to do unless you go
make
defense.
A break here.
Which you could go defense with Jonathan Gannon being the coach. You could always go that with his style from the Philadelphia Eagles. 8-9 performed pretty well. Showed some flashes.
Tough division.
Very tough.
Division.
Very competitive.
Division.
So,
the NFC West has always been very competitive, I must say. You know, you got the Seahawks. A lot of people slept on the Seahawks, but the Seahawks were very competitive. You have the San Francisco 49ers, even though they had, I mean, let's face facts. The 49ers were just like the Tampa Bay Bucks and the Detroit Lions. They faced a lot of injuries. They faced a lot of bull crap. You know what I'm saying? By some divas. All right. I'm going to mute my mic because I don't want to get in trouble by Facebook or anything like that. The pick is in. Play this cue.
It's got to be
Walter Nolan, defensive tackle.
Wow. Nolan was talked about as going up in a lot of draft boards. Like we talked about, Gannon there, the defensive presence. You get a guy there. Went up a lot of draft boards. Again, this is working out for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
What do you do if you're the Tampa Bay Buccaneers right now? Everybody is on the board.
You got 17 with the Cincinnati Bengals, 18 with Seattle, and then Tampa Bay just a pick away here.
You got to trade back a little bit because you have the Denver, Pittsburgh.
You got Cincinnati, Seattle.
Denver's going to go defense. Denver's going to go defense.
Denver's going to go defense here. I think
Denver's going to go defense. Pittsburgh's going to get Shador.
Okay.
Los Angeles Chargers. I don't know what they do there. That's tricky. I think. I mean, who really needs a quarterback here? Nobody. I mean,
it was crazy that was put it out there last night by Leo Haggerty, but it's come to fruition. Shador Sanders is on the board.
We got to get Leo in here.
I know, and let me call him. Let me see if we
got to get Leo in here.
Let me get Leo Haggerty on the line here because what he said is actually working out to the advantage here because Shador Sanders is on the board. You know, Cincinnati's not taking him. Joe Burrow. Who does Cincinnati take here? They could take a corner.
I think they're going to go defense here.
Yeah, you could go defense here. Maybe this is where Campbell goes. Hopefully not. Maybe Azaraku. Remember, Trey Hendrickson up for trade. So this is where it could get tricky for the Bucs. But we are absolutely waiting here. We can't get Leo on the line. So Leo maybe went to sleep or maybe Leo's.
You know what it is, Peter? It's just an exciting time right now. Everybody's kind of doing their thing, man.
Yes.
Let's go to these comments here.
Yeah, go to the comments. Let's see what we got here. Let's see. Draft picks, Roger Shue, Panthers. Yes, we know.
Yeah,
David Zuzman, you trade down with the Steelers, you get an extra pick. Certainly possible at this point.
I don't think so. I like where David is going with on that, but I don't think the Steelers are going to trade down because they see.
The problem with this, though, David, and I understand where a lot of people are coming from, right? Sanders is on the board unless they're giving you a first-round pick next year. Maybe you entertain this, but then you may miss out. You may miss out on somebody there. So, but Will Johnson still on the board from Michigan, the cornerback. Barron from Texas, the cornerback there. Maxwell Harrison.
Do you think it's going to be Barron?
I don't know. I'm excited.
Honestly, Peter, we're screwed.
Campbell. No, it's good. It's a good situation.
No, I know. It's a great situation to be in.
Right.
If I'm the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, webheads, write in the comments right now. What would you do right now? For me, I'm trading back. Because there's going to be somebody there.
YouTube super chats are open. Facebook stars. Phone lines are open. Quick prediction, 727-255-0391. It's 727-255-0391. Expecting the media icon to come on with us, Mr. TJ Reeves of the Buccaneer Radio Network.
You know what? I got a cool idea.
What's that?
So when I first started the Frozen Pirate podcast, right?
Yeah.
I did a free jersey giveaway.
Mm-hmm.
I like doing stuff like that.
Yeah.
I want to challenge people out there because I've been wanting it to do a free jersey giveaway again.
I know you want to do a free jersey giveaway. We did free lunch, Okay, hold on a sec. Now we got some more comments here, Mr. And I know you want to give away free jerseys. We can do that later on. Well, let's not do it tonight, but I did put it out there.
No, on my behalf.
On your
behalf.
Okay.
On my behalf.
Yes.
Anybody who can match what Roger did.
Yes.
In the preseason.
Yes.
I will give you my information. You give me your information, and you will get a free jersey from the Frozen Pirate podcast.
Love it.
On my son's life.
You're not
You
giving
can
away the
match.
Bucky Irving signed one, right? So you're not giving that
No,
away.
no. That's I'm selfish there. I'm gonna be a narcissist.
I would be
with that.
too.
That's
I'm not
fine.
giving that away.
I'm not giving that away.
Well,
But anybody who
John,
can match that super chat, not 100, but
Right.
let's do 110. Anybody who
Well, they
can match
did-
that
you
super
did-
chat.
you did 120. So if you can match 120 or you go over,
You match 120 or over. The
yes.
Frozen Pirate Podcast is gonna take down your information, and then when the preseason starts,
Mm-hmm.
I will take your information. You tell me what jersey you want, and I don't do none of that bull crap pressed. I'll do the Vapor Elite,
Mm-hmm.
and I will personally have it sent to your house, and you'll have it before the season starts.
All right.
And if you don't believe me, ask Nick Green.
okay.
He got a beautiful Antoine Winfield Jr. stitched jersey from the Frozen Pirate Podcast.
All right. And Leo will not be joining us tonight. So we will be, again, having TJ Reeves. And I think we will go out to the tribal.
Acknowledge me.
Whoever matches Roger Shoe's super chat there or goes over it will get a free jersey from the Frozen Pirate Podcast. How about that? Go ahead, Roger.
All right, Louie, I got to tell you, man, you're a goat. You're a real one, bro.
Yeah.
I am so glad you've become part of the Sports Web. You have brought so much to this show. I can't even tell you, bro. I don't know how you would ever.
It's teamwork, man. It's me and Peter. Peter has taught me so much. It's teamwork because like I was very like unpolished and like listening to Peter and like the first show I was on with Seneca Wallace and stuff like that, I was actually in awe. And then Peter's like, "Hey, Lou, you have a question to ask?" And I was like nervous, and I just started asking questions after that. He took me out of my comfort zone. He made me uncomfortable. And now I feel like I said, I'm 120% with the Sports Web, man. You guys are gonna see me here as soon as I can kind of get everything situated here. It's funny because I say this with the wife when we're out to eat. Everybody's like, "Oh, you're always doing this and doing that," and I'm like, "Yeah, because we live in a home." In a house, and I'm like, "Yeah, I'm just Louie. I'm just head of maintenance."
The Bengals pick is in.
Oh!
Shamar Stewart.
Oh, Shamar Stewart out of Texas.
Oh,
A&M.
this is looking good for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, man. This is looking good.
That was a name
All
right there.
Louie, so real quick question, bro. How did you find the Sports Web?
So I was doing a show called Around the NFL, and we wrapped up pretty late, and I couldn't go to sleep because, like I said, I was. I'm very passionate about the Tampa Bay Bucks, and I feel like I have a lot to offer. Like my goal one day is to I take small steps. Like I'd like to do a show on the field of Raymond James Stadium, and then eventually work my way into Raymond James and work for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because I feel like I can offer a lot. Not only just I have the goals are like through the roof with me. Like I feel like I can customize jerseys for them. I feel like I can help out with the stadium. I feel like I can just as a Buccaneers fan in Massachusetts from 1995 and on and watching the Patriots win so much and never jumping off ship. And I could have easily been a Patriots fan. And that's a fact. And I never did. I've always been a Bucks fan. And it's just, I don't know. It's,
bro.
When I was listening, when I'm so in tuned with the Buccaneers that I listen to all podcasts out there and I listen to what everybody's saying. And for some reason, the Sports Web was on. It came up, it popped up on my Instagram, and I clicked on it and I was listening to you guys. And then I'm like, you know what? I gotta join. It was late too. It was late. I was like, I gotta join in. And then I said my piece about the draft and what they should do. And then the rest is history, man.
Yep. Now he's the new gun on the Sports Web.
That's cool, bro.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're here, man.
All right, bro. Well, we appreciate it.
We need a Sports Web meetup where we can all get together.
Yes.
Louie, get down here, man.
Yeah.
Come on.
Right now I spent about 2,600.
The two goals are this. He either gets credentialed with the I know he's not a Patriots fan, but you get credentialed with the Patriots and you do your thing, which I know you can do because I know J.C. Allen could do it. And he got credentialed. You do that, or you get your ass down here and you help me cultivate and make the Sports Web even better, which I know you will. That's what we do.
And like I said, I mean, I'm here for the long haul.
Yes.
You can ask Peter, man. I have so many ideas flowing. I've had these ideas flowing with another place, and they just never took it. I'm home, And like I said, there was a point where I was going to give up doing this. And like I said, the sports web, I told Peter this off air. The sports web, you guys helped me get that feeling back, that mojo back that I needed.
He lost that love and feeling.
You decided not to give it up, man, because you bring a lot to the show. So
man, like I said, I'm a Buccaneers. I'm a diehard Buccaneers fan. Listen, I'm a diehard Bucs fan, but I'm a football realist first. And I'm not gonna tell you what you want to hear. I'm gonna tell you what you need to hear when it comes to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. And if you don't like the opinion, that's fine. Because I always say, hey, listen, don't believe everything I say. Just research everything I say. And if I'm wrong, man, come on here and give it to me. I don't care. I'm not soft, man. I can take. Listen, I'm a blue collar worker, brother. I'm a high class scumbag, like they like to say. I'm a blue collar worker. I listen to criticism every day. And believe me, people who are going to criticize me in the sports stuff, big deal. Because listen, I've heard a lot worse from a lot more formidable people.
Well, listen, again.
All right. Well, I'm going to let you guys go, man. The Bucs are coming.
Roger, we appreciate you, though, for the super chat.
Appreciate the super chat tonight. Tribal Troll, you're definitely the man. Pick is in for the Seattle Seahawks. We're at 18. We're only one pick away.
Great night.
Yes.
I'll continue watching. And
yes.
Louie, get down here, man. The first round's on me.
All right.
We will, brother. Like I said, $2,600 was to Nashville. So we're working on it. When we figure out the Patriots and Buccaneers schedule, when we figure out the time, that we're going down.
All right, Roger, appreciate it. We got to let you go. Seattle's pick is in here. You go Golden. You lose DK Metcalf, smaller wide receiver. I'm surprised if he's on the board at 19. Did the Bucs
Who's throwing to him, though?
Do the Bucs entertain it? If Golden is on the board, do you entertain as a Raku?
No.
Did you entertain Jahad Campbell?
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, this is crazy, Peter. This is crazy.
On the board. Let's go out to Sun Devil Dave. All right.
You got to play the cue. I'm going to mute it. The pick is in.
All right. Here's the pick. Great job for the Seahawks. Here we go. All right, Dave. Hold on a sec. Who is it going to be? Who is it? Boy, this is taking long.
Ray Zabel, North Dakota State guard.
Oh, there you go. So a guard. So everybody is on the clock right now that Bucs fans wanted Seattle.
Here we go.
Yes, here we go.
The kid, the linebacker. Then
is it going to be Campbell? Is it going to be as a Rock?
They're going to trade back. They're going to trade back.
You gotta.
Oh my gosh!
I got the draft day. Here's what the Bucs should do to the Steelers and use Sanders as bait.
Yes.
Watch it. Hold on. Here he goes. Ready?
No, I want my picks back, all of them.
You like that?
Yeah, I like that. There you go. Little draft day. I want them all. I want all my picks back, and I want.
That was a great movie, man.
And by the way, who took me to see that right there? My agent, right there. My beautiful mother watching the NFL draft right with my son, like on Christmas Day. Best talk show in the Tampa Bay area sports web.
That's awesome.
Love you, Mom. Appreciate you, Roger Goodell. Nearly got his head taken off by Shamar Stewart hugging him. And then you got a guard going right there, North Dakota State. How about that? Cody Mock, right?
On this board.
Yes. So there you go. The Bucs are on the clock.
6 minutes, boys. 6 minutes. Let's go.
Yes, Dave.
They say, look, we're taking Sanders.
Yes.
We're taking Sanders.
Yes.
Who do you want? They should do it.
I think that I don't know if I'm entertaining. I'm not.
You think the Buccaneers? Listen. If the Steelers are willing to trade, I don't think they're going to trade.
I can't do it. I'm sorry. I can't do it. Dave, I understand it. Call back. Bucs are on the clock. Yes.
Bucs on the clock. We'll talk later.
Yes. Bucs are on the clock right now. Cole, I know you tried to call in. Stand by as we are awaiting Tampa Bay's pick here. 7 minutes to go. Who did they take, Bucs fans? Put it in the comment box. Facebook stars are open. YouTube super chats are open.
Malik Starks. You got to take. Malachi Smith.
I'm going with the guy that I wanted from the very beginning, guys. I said it. I'm going full screen here. I think it's going to be Donovan Ezaraku.
He had a hard time trying to figure out his name too.
I got his name right there. We got it.
I don't know, man. This is like freaking Christmas.
Listen, it could be your guy Campbell. You said the very beginning here that he would be on the board, and you may be able to trade down and get Campbell. And because of the medicals, the evaluations are out there. Right. You're going to hear a parent to Levante David, although Savasier Dennis having some shoulder problems himself. Do you go safety? Do you go Starks there? You know, a guy that is very versatile. Once again, Tampa Bay on the clock. How many minutes going? How many minutes we got?
We're at commercial right now, so it doesn't really say. So it was 6 minutes. We had about 90 seconds of commercial. So I want to say, listen, don't judge me in my math. Don't judge me in my math. I want to say we're about 4 minutes.
I failed math in college.
Real quickly. Buck fans. I know I said Watts, Trey Amos. Listen, I said that because I feel like the Buccaneers can trade back and they can afford to trade out of the first round. I don't
listen. Do we got confirmation here? Because somebody said, "Great call, Peter." Is Cole CSB brother teasing me here? Do we got the pick in? Where's the pick?
No, I don't. There's no pick in. There's no pick in.
All right.
I don't see any pick in.
I think it says Tampa's pick is in. Tampa's pick is in.
Let's see what it is.
Who is it? As a Raku or Campbell. I'd be surprised if it's a corner safety. Then I wouldn't be surprised. It could be Golden. Could you imagine Bucs fans at this point? Bucs fans would lose their friggin' mind if it was a wide receiver. I mean,
listen, real quickly before the pick comes in, Buc fans, webheads, just enjoy the moment right now because when was the last time we've been in a situation where we're like, hey, we're good on offense. All right, we address the defense. Right now, I feel like 19th overall pick. This is a luxury pick.
Yes.
It is. It's a luxury pick. Because we can trade back.
Window is wide open at this point, my friend. How many minutes or is the pick in at this point?
I think we're down to 3 minutes because we're at commercials right now.
Oh, my God. What are they doing? What is Jason Light thinking over there? Mike Greenberg. What is Todd Bowles? Is Todd Bowles excited? Mr. Williams, you got to hold off on this.
Listen, guys, we're not telling you not to call, but right now, put that on pause. Like, we got to wait for the call to come in because everything – I'm not going to say after the Buccaneers pick, everything is irrelevant. All right, the pick is in right now. We just came back.
All right, Rod Goodell, is he there?
He's not there yet.
I'm behind, guys. I'm behind. Come on, Mr. Williams. Hold up, Mr. Williams. I know you want to call in. Let's go ahead and get some reaction on this. Stand by, and then we will open the phone lines.
I'm very nervous.
I'm not nervous.
I'm nervous because
have faith. Okay, Mr. Williams. Really quick, who do you want? Campbell as a Raku. Go.
Nah, can I go my corner?
They're clapping. Hold on, Mr. Hold on. They're clapping.
Mr. Williams, we got to go. All right,
who do we got? Call back. We'll give you a freebie. So Todd Bowles right now they're very excited right now. Hold on, they're showing the fans. So I'm going to go into detail right now of everything right now.
Who is it?
I think it's going to be either Barron, could be Campbell, as a Raku.
Who is it?
There's so much, man.
Somebody said, what a stupid pick. Who did the stupid pick? Who did it, Dave? Do we got a pick in here? Are we behind?
They keep showing Shador Sanders.
Oh, my God. Can we please get off Shador Sanders at this point? Goodness gracious.
Hi, Peter.
Oh, my bad. I don't know what that was. Okay. Wow. Okay.
We're waiting.
10-11 here on a draft day. No way. Did they pick a wide receiver? Oh my God.
I'm a little behind then.
They picked the wide receiver out of Ohio State. Wow. This should tell you everything you need to know about where the Bucs are going and what may be. Listen, their offense, they're looking at the future on this, and they're looking at the present, and there is big time. If they picked a wide receiver, they just picked a wide receiver. That is what it is. There it is. Ohio State's wide receiver, Emeka Ibuka. There you go. There is your pick, Tampa Bay Buccaneers. There you go. We talked about it. Matthew Golden was on the clock there as a wide receiver. We talked about it. People thought it was Ezaraku. I thought it was going to be a defensive player. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? They're saying, you know what? We're playing for the future. And all I've heard about this wide receiver at this point is that he is the next Chris Godwin. And the guy who said that last night on this show was J.C. Allen of Sports Illustrated. He said he was the
shout out to J.C.
Yes, there you go. They didn't take Golden.
I'm looking at him right now. I mean, he's good. I'm a little disappointed, but I have good faith because I feel like a lot of the players, I feel like Jahad Campbell can still fall in our lap in the second round. I feel like this.
Iboka is the pick right there. We'll go to this right there.
Retailer David, please call in. I'd like to have a chat with you. I really would.
He's not the biggest Jason Light fan, and I can understand it.
Please call in, brother. I'd like to have a chat with you.
Well, he's not very happy right now. I know there's some Buccaneers fans that are not very happy right now. Well, let's go out to the statistics on this kid because, again, what I've heard is he is Chris Godwin all over again. I'm surprised by it, but then again, I'm not surprised by it because 81 receptions, 10 touchdowns, 12.5 average, national champion, Ohio State Buckeyes right there. So 81 receptions in 2024, 2023, 41 receptions, 515. The phone lines are blowing up. Let's go out to it. Emeka Egbuka is your pick for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. CSB brother Cole Pfeiffer, welcome to the Evolution. Stand by. Let me put you on. Yes, hold on a sec here. David,
phone lines are gonna blow up, Peter.
Stand by here. Let's go out to Cole, and then we'll finish up with him, and we'll come out to you. All right. All right. Let's go out to Cole here. Your thoughts? Bucks pick a wide receiver here in the same vein as Chris Godwin and Egbuka there from Ohio State. Your thoughts?
Yeah, my thoughts are this is about Godwin not being ready or coming off the injury, and it's about the Evans being older. I don't think he's going to get another contract. I think he's going to retire Buck. I mean, maybe a 1-year deal like the cornerback did. I think this is about the future. They've got their two from the present. They've got their two for the future. And as long as the present is happening, this is a heck of a 4 wide receiver set.
I'm telling you right now, and a lot of Bucs fans are just so upset and angry. But again, you have to trust in Jason Light that he knows what he's doing. He's known what he's been doing for this whole duration of
they will get a linebacker.
And listen, guys, Leo Haggerty just told me, he texts me, the legend. He says, this screams that the Bucs are concerned about Godwin's recovery. You're covering yourself. Cover yourself. Mike Evans is up there in age. He's not getting any younger, still playing at a high level, still tied Jerry Rice there with consecutive 11, but he's not getting any younger. Chris Godwin coming off a major injury. You have Jalen McMillan. And remember, Bucs fans, when all those wide receivers, and I told you this last night, do not be surprised if McMillan were on the board, if Golden were on the board, and now you see the Ohio State wide receiver being on the board. Do not be surprised if they go with a wide receiver. That's how much Jason Light and his crew, they love to scout. Maybe Campbell's on the board.
Is amazing.
Yes,
this
he
guy
is. Yes, he is.
He's he's going to end up like a great pro. I think he's going to end up like a Godwin clone.
Yes, I love it.
And McMillan is amazing. I mean, like, all you had to do was have him on your fantasy team. You know how amazing he was towards the end of the year.
Yep.
And I mean, I'm telling you what, this 4 wide receiver set plus the tight end, this offense is amazing. And I tell you what, they have an edge. They got an edge in the pass rushers they picked up. They're going to get a middle linebacker, an inside backer later on. They have a lot of this draft may not be really great up top, but it's really thick in 2, 3, 4. A lot of good players in the second and the third and the fourth round.
I'm not surprised. I'm really not.
Jason Light implicitly.
Yes.
Even more than the son of the coach, in my opinion. Even more than McKay.
Wow.
And that says a lot to me because I loved Rich McKay. I trust this guy more than even with. I mean, yeah, he made some mistakes early on, but like Peter, you're fantastic.
Thank you.
right now.
Appreciate you, sir.
But early on, you weren't all that great. And early on, this GM wasn't all that great picking a kicker in the second round and all this. But he's learned from his mistakes, and he's much better for it.
Yes, he's much better for it. And listen, you know, you can criticize Jason Light all you want to, but we don't know the inner workings of Chris Godwin. And I love Chris Godwin. And again, I will never doubt Chris Godwin cannot come back from the rehab. But obviously, when those players went down last year, and you're depending, nothing against Sterling Shepard, love Sterling Shepard, but is he a number one wide receiver on this team? You know,
No.
the offense was good, you know, top 3, but they had an opportunity and they felt like on their draft board, he was the top player. And you look at the production and you look at, you know, again, the pedigree of playing at Ohio State. I don't hate this pick at all. And I think Bucs fans just need to relax. Just relax. Let Jason Light do his thing, because you know what? Campbell may be on the board with the second round with the medicals. Ezaraku may be on the board. But this may be a deep draft to where, again, we heard from second to fourth round. It is similar talent. So we'll see how this all plays out as the Broncos pick is in. He is a kick returner also, which a lot of people did not consider. But so he can return kicks. 11 attempts returning kicks there for 75 yards.
I think Egbuka is the best wide receiver left on the board in this draft. In this draft, at the time
they
that
obviously thought that, you know, like Matt Golden too, and he was on the board, and even with the speed, they didn't like to go with that. So, Will Johnson,
I'm okay with the pick, but I think the Buccaneers messed up a little bit.
Okay.
I mean,
What do you
I'm
think?
okay with the pick.
Okay.
I understand why they did what they did.
Yeah.
I think, again, they're thinking for the future. The pick is in for the Broncos. They have somebody coming out, so I might have some time here before they make their selection. So I much rather prefer defense being picked here, because defense is a glaring hole.
Sure.
I don't know. Maybe. Hey, Trey Amos, Xavier Watts, those two guys, they'll be available in the second round, hopefully.
Or maybe they think, you know, Hassan Reddick. They like Hassan Reddick so much. They like what they have. You know, we're talking
Campbell's medicals might drop him down.
I think that's certainly a possibility, Cole. I certainly think that's possible. And who knows? Maybe if he's still there, maybe Jason Light wants to get back into the first round, but maybe there's no need.
At number 4, he traded back into the first round for what? Who was it? Doug Martin?
Doug Martin, yes.
Yeah.
And Antoine Winfield Jr.
I think he traded him for when. I don't know if it was Doug Martin. Martin was not him. It was Mark.
Pick is in for the Broncos. I'm going to mute you guys
Broncos,
real quick.
Broncos. Here we go. And we'll get out to these comments here. So let's see. Let's see what's and let's go. Hold on. Okay, so who's the pick?
Jahad Barron, cornerback, Texas.
Yeah, he's the corner.
Jahdy Barron out.
I told you they were going defense.
Yep. So there you go. Barron to Texas, from Texas to the Denver Broncos. A lot of Bucs fans wanted him. Mock to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Cole, we're going to move on, man. Use that second call.
All right.
We appreciate
it. Oh, man. Thank you. Appreciate you, man.
Fantastic nickel. So thank you. Yeah, it's a great addition to the Sports Web. You guys have a nice night.
Yes, use that second call if you want to. Let me go out to Mr. David Zuzman here. I know you're not happy, my friend. Let it out. Welcome to the Evolution.
Hello, hi. Yeah, and I hate to do that, because I really wanted to be happy right now. And once again, another blunder on a first round.
Well, let me open your mind here.
Yeah.
Let's just say that, listen, if Chris Godwin is not fully 100%, and to me, again, this goes back to what Leo Haggerty said on the text message. He wanted to join us, but he's not able to join us right now. But he said it best. This screams that Chris Godwin may not be ready. And listen, I get it. They signed him to an extension, but you want to cover all your bases, and you also want to make sure that you give this offense plenty of weapons. And these wide receivers are getting up there in age. Jalen McMillan's a young player. Mike Evans is getting older. Chris Godwin dealing with a major injury there. And then after that, Trey Palmer. Trey Palmer, what's he done? Not much.
No, I will say this.
Shepard, yes.
I will say this, David.
Yes.
I know you've been a little bit crucial of Jason Light. And listen, and I read one of the comments. It's hilarious.
Yes.
Louie, your vibe checked out real quick. He ain't happy. It's not that I'm not happy. I was expecting defense. It's kind of like I don't know if anybody seen the video of the kid, the British kid. He expected a bike for Christmas, but he got a scooter. That's where I'm kind of at right now. I can't say what I want to say. It was funny. You guys got to check out the video. He's like, I want to
check out the video.
Yeah, it was hilarious. I wanted a defense because I feel like the Buccaneers lacked defense. But in all reality, now I'm like coming back down to reality. And being a football realist and getting rid of the fan aspect, this was a good pick. And I say this because it reminds me a lot of the Kalijah Cansey pick and all that because so Pittsburgh's on the board right now. I don't see Shador's.
It's got to be Shador
Pick
Sanders.
is in. The pick is in. No, it's not Shador. It's not Shador. No.
All right. So yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So David, I get what you're trying to say. And I know you've been crucial of Jason Light, but here's the thing. I love Chris Godwin, but I don't think he's going to be 100% to start the season. Mike Evans is getting up there in age. The future is Emeka and I hope I pronounce his name right, and Jalen McMillan.
Yeah.
That's the future of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Baker Mayfield and Bucky Irvin. We saw what happened against the Chiefs. We should have never been in that situation. You want to know why we were in that situation? Because our wide receivers were banged up and hurt. We should have never been in that situation against the 49ers. You want to know why we were in that situation? Ding, 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 ding. Our wide receivers were banged up. Chris Godwin was banged up.
There you go.
Chris Godwin has been banged up a lot. So we need to take the load off Chris Godwin because he can't play a full season. It's unfortunate. I love Chris, but he can't play a full season.
Right.
It's unfortunate. So therefore, I understand why they made this pick. It's a solid pick. It's not what I wanted. It's probably not what Peter wanted. It's not what you wanted. But that doesn't mean, and I'm going to go back to the cliche, it's not the sexy pick, but it's the necessary pick here because we lacked wide receiver, but unfortunately we lacked corner too.
Yep. Well, we're going to see. We're going to see what they do here.
I'm going to run real quick because I got to use the bathroom because I drank 5 of these. So go to your full screen.
Get you out of there right there. We'll go to the full screen. All right, Zuzman, go ahead.
Yeah, so, I think for me, the unfortunate thing is like, this is a pick for the future. And what's really clear to me is that even though we are.
Well, maybe it's not a pick. Listen, maybe it's not a pick for the future. Maybe this new offensive coordinator and this offensive staff have some packages to put together. Maybe he's a guy that, again, you're going to have to depend on. You may have to depend on in those moments because we've seen so many times before with Evans getting hurt and Godwin getting hurt. Now you have compliments.
I get it.
Yes.
But the problem is like this.
Right.
Last year, right, we had a really good offense, and we all knew that we had to improve a lot in the defensive side of the ball if we want to, be able to win a Super Bowl.
I agree.
And with this very first pick, what's very clear to me is that Jason Light, he doesn't believe that we can fight for a Super Bowl.
No, listen, I respect what you're saying. I get that, but I definitely think they can fight for a Super Bowl. They felt like he was the best player on the board at that point. You look at this production, man. I mean, it's awesome. I mean, 2021, 9 receptions, 191. 2022, coming out party, 74 catches, nearly 1,200 yards, 10 touchdowns. 2023, down a little bit, 41, 515. I believe he was hurt. Looks like 4 touchdowns. And then 2024, bam, 81 catches, nearly 1,100 yards, 10 touchdowns. I mean, that screams production. And I understand that a lot of people wanted an edge rusher. I was with you in that. And you wanted a linebacker. You still may be able to get those players in the second round. What did we hear, Zuzman? We heard that the talent is very similar from the second to the 4th round.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
So what would you rather see? Would you rather see him getting Izaraku on first and getting, for example, Kyle Williams on the second round?
Okay.
Or to get Egbuka right now on first round and then have to settle with maybe Josiah Stewart or
listen, me. I wanted. What would you rather see? Listen, I wanted Izaraku at 19, but again, I'm going to trust the fact, and this is not being a homer. This is me having faith in this organization that they know what the hell they're doing. There's a reason why they drafted this kid, whether it's Chris Godwin, being hurt, not being 100%, wanting to get younger. He's the best player on the board. It's almost the Adrian Peterson argument, right? So let's go back in time. Let's go in a time machine. Mr. Williams, I'll get to you in just a moment. Think about this, right? When the Bucs drafted Gaines Adams, they needed a need. They had a need at that point. Guess who was on the board at that point? And I know John Gruden wanted to trade up and get Calvin Johnson. Didn't do it. They went with Gaines Adams. He was the need at the time. Guess who was on the board at that point? It was Adrian Peterson. They had Cadillac Williams, but Adrian Peterson was on that board. And at that point, if the best player on the board is a wide receiver, you go with that player. There may be a reason, and there also may be players in the second and third round. Let's let Jason cook here, okay? Let's not lose our minds. Zuzman, I know you're not the biggest Jason Light fan, but let's let this play out. We'll be back tomorrow night. We'll have this discussion, and we'll see. But I respect your opinion. I appreciate you being part of the sports web. What else, my friend? What do you want to see them do in the second round?
So I just gonna keep open-minded. And
yes, thank you. Yes,
the only way he can redeem himself is if he trades up to get a really solid corner.
What if I told you, my friend, what if I told you, and I feel like I'm doing a 30 for 30, what if I told you that there will be a corner or a linebacker on the board in the second round and Jason Light will run to the podium? What would you say to me? That is great value, my friend.
Yes, then I'm going to be happy.
And we want the Zuzman to be happy there, because when Zuzman's happy, he could sell houses. My friend, use that second call. Appreciate you as always. Let me go out to Alex. I made him laugh. Alex, your thoughts here. Tampa Bay picks Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver at 19 from the Ohio State national champion Buckeyes. Welcome to draft night, my friend.
Listen, to all the Bucs fans that are upset, including my boy Louie, who I freaking love him on the show.
Yes, we'll bring him back in. He's right in there.
I feel so much better. Real quickly, Louie, this is what happens when you don't drink Bud Light, Budweiser. Look, I drank 5 of those out of that 6-pack, and I just went to the bathroom for the first time.
There you go. I think that's what it was. Alex, hold on a minute. We got somebody call in. Hold on. I'll get back to you in a moment. We got Alex on the line here. Stand by, my friend. We'll come back to you in a moment as the phone lines are blowing up. Alex, go ahead, my friend.
Louie, I'm the one who made the comment about your vibe change. And listen, I agree with you. I kind of did want at least some sort of a DB in the draft, at least an edge rusher. But listen, when have we lately been able to say that Jason Light has not came through on a good draft pick?
Can't.
I'll be honest with you.
He's always come through.
I mean, look at last year's draft. If anything else, Graham Barton, Chris Braswell, a little bit of, there's a question mark there. You knock it out of the park with Tyke Smith. You knock it out of the park with Jalen McMillan. You knock it out of the park with Bucky Irving. You knock it out of the park with Devin Culp. I mean, the picks are over and over, especially.
Well, that's why I'm saying, Peter, I could see why the people were like, hey, his vibe changed. Because, I had that face, and I'm just trying to do my research here.
You had that bitter bear face. That's what it was. Just blame it on the.
I was focused, and I'm just like, I'm trying to make sense of everything. And I'm like, I'm looking at it from the real point of view. Like, all right, this is the right choice. This is what they have to do. Because unfortunately, offense puts up points, and they address the defense. We still have a couple of glaring holes on defense, inside, corner, safety, maybe. But wide receiver, Chris Godwin's hurt. And that's what puts up our points.
6'1", 205. That's Chris Godwin reincarnated. Sorry, I hate that.
And not only that, Peter, how many more years are we going to have the greatness of Mike Evans? And let's be honest, Buck fans, I hate saying this, but really, you only got maybe 1 or 2 more years of greatness of Mike Evans.
Our quarterback out. You give him weapons. Let's keep this offense to a top 3, top 5.
In the tight end room, Devin Culp. A lot of people are sleeping on this kid.
Yeah,
he's gonna be good. I'm telling you right now.
He just said the other day he feels like this offense could be top notch. Alex, what else, my friend? What do you want to see him do in the second round?
And I will say this though, he's got some good stats. And I think if you can get a healthy Chris Godwin back in that, back on the field with Mike Evans and what Jalen McMillan is doing, if you really look at his plays and what he's done with the Buckeyes, he really is a mini version of Chris Godwin 2.0. So I like the pick. I think it's a good pick. Listen, guys, we got 7 more rounds, I believe. We
Not
got
to
7
interrupt
rounds.
you, buddy, but the LA Chargers, the clock is down to like 20 seconds.
20 seconds right here.
I'm gonna get out of here. But guys, don't lose faith, man. Listen, there's 7 rounds.
We never lose faith here. Yes, you got 6 more. We got 6 more rounds here. Alex, appreciate the call. Let's go out to the phone.
Holy crap! The Chargers are about to lose that pick.
Wow. All right. So drama here in the draft in Green Bay with the Chargers doing Chargers things with Jim Harbaugh. Let's go out to the phone lines. What's your name? Where you calling from? After the Bucks pick a wide receiver from Ohio State.
They're going corner.
Hey, Peter. What's going on, buddy? It's KR.
KR, what do you think, my friend? I know it wasn't so good tonight. Stand by, KR. Hold on. Let me put you on hold. Stand by. Eric, stand by. We're going to come out to Kevin here, KR, and then we'll come back out to you. All right. Eric, hold the line. Kevin, go ahead. I know it wasn't a great night tonight with the Tampa Bay Lightning, but what do you think? Jason Light is true. Yes.
That abysmal Bulls game. Wow.
They needed some offense. The listen.
That team looked night and day from the Lightning of old, and I'm like, oh my God.
Yes. Well, listen, let's talk about some fun things here. First, I owe you lunch,
yes,
so
sir.
I'll definitely get that. We've met up before. We'll meet up again. Yes. It's been 2 years, so I definitely owe you here. Chargers are picking. We'll see what's happening. Shedeur Sanders still on the board at this point of the Chargers trading the pick. Does anybody know what the Chargers are doing? But
the pick is in, Peter.
All right. KR, stand by here. We'll get your thoughts on this. Is Goodell at the podium?
All right,
not
guys.
yet.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. Give me your thoughts on Ibuka, the new wide receiver for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers from Ohio State.
Very surprised that the Bucks did one offense.
Were you?
19,
because I kind of threw it out there. I kind of threw it out there the last couple shows, and I was thinking about it from terms of, once again, yes, it was a top 3, top 5 offense, but when you lost Evans, when you lost Godwin, you had McMillan, and you had Shepard, and you had Trey Palmer, and you had Rock Jarrett, and listen, nothing to write home about. They're not bad, but you needed talent there. And to me, it goes back to what
Roger Goodell's at the podium. Cue the music.
All right. We'll cue the music. Stand by, KR. By the way, the Steelers picked a defensive tackle. They passed on Shedeur Sanders. So it looks like it's going to be Aaron Rodgers, possibly their quarterback, or maybe Kirk Cousins. We'll see what happens here in the future.
Mario Hampton, North Carolina, running back.
So there you go. Mario Hampton from North Carolina for the Chargers. I like
That's
the
a
pick.
good pick for them, yeah.
Taking the pressure off of Justin Herbert makes lots of sense. Okay, KR, go ahead. Give me your thoughts.
No, like I said, I understand what you're saying, and I'm not surprised. And you know what? This is a strong pick. Like I said, with the receivers that we had last year, and like I said, the health of Evans and the health of Godwin, we definitely needed some upgraded pieces. So I like the pick. I'm cool with it. I just want to see what this kid can do in this kind of offense. And also, he's very fast from what I've seen in his 40 times. So that's another weapon that we do need, because we did carry out a retired Sterling Shepard to come back and play for us, which was crazy.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm cool with the pick. I'm down for it. I just hope that the Bucks for the next rounds definitely look at either corner or edge rusher or another linebacker, because now that they did lose KJ Britt to the Dolphins and they did pick up the guy from the Dolphins,
good riddance.
I need pass rush. That's what they really need to hit on.
Listen,
I think now.
and if Ezaraku is on the board or somebody else is on the board at that point, you know who else is on the board?
What's the next pick in the second round? What's number their pick there are? I'm curious.
Let me see here. I believe.
So if they pick 19th, so they would be the 20th pick in the second round, I believe.
So I think and who knows, maybe they move up somewhere. But again, they had an opportunity.
That's a good point, Peter. There's a good possibility they could move up in the second round, because a lot of these guys They're still available. Araku.
No, who else is on the board that we have not talked about? Mike Green from Marshall, who has fallen
that
off
was
of
my
draft.
dark horse.
There you
Mike
go.
Green.
Fallen off of draft boards because of character
They
concerns.
still have predicted Jahad Campbell is the best player available, and nobody's picking him.
Wow, there you go, and that's what it comes down to, guys. It comes down
Is
to
it
the
medical
medicals.
for Jahad?
I
That's why he's
definitely,
not being
I think
picked
it's
up?
medical. It's medical. It's got to be medical. It's got to be medical. You know, a shoulder injury. You don't have that player right away. I don't think it's production. You talked about it. You do so many things here, Louie, of the Frozen Pirate podcast. You can blitz him from the edge. You can blitz him from the A and B gap there. Makes lots of sense. He can tackle. He can cover. I think I think a lot of teams are scared away from the shoulder, and the shoulder situation can be something that is lingering. Let's ask.
There's a few more supposedly, but we don't know, man.
We don't know. You don't know. So, all right, KR, anything else, my friend?
I just want to say thank you guys for letting me come on. And Peter, you always do a great job every year, man. You really put in the work. And you, Leo, and the Greek, all you guys do an awesome job. And like I said, I'm looking forward to this season. I know the schedule comes out next month, so I'm definitely curious to see how the games are going to play out. But I'm optimistic. I want to see us make a deep playoff run because last year was not a good taste in our mouths. And
let me ask you this: how many games do you think they're going to win this year?
Make it to the conference championship game, which it could have been us against the Eagles.
Yeah,
and we had the Eagles number.
Listen, maybe you have more offensive weapons. You score more than 20 points. Maybe that's what Jason Light is thinking in the grand. But let me go back to Louie. Louie had a question for you, KR. How many wins do you think this Tampa Bay?
After the pick, how many wins do you think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers? So you saw what the Panthers done. You saw what the Falcons have done. You saw what the Saints have done. Now you saw what the Buccaneers have done. State of the South is complete. Where do you see the Buccaneers? How many games do you see the Buccaneers winning?
Wow, look at this. We are getting a lot of people watching right now.
Between 11 and 12 wins.
All right, 11 and 12 wins. I think
I love that.
Doable. And listen, at the end of the day, I think a lot of fans, Phil, KR, that Todd Bowles and crew should have had more wins, and maybe they're going to be adding more wins here with more talent. I believe in Jason Light. I believe in the organization. I know it's easy to say, but guys, the proof is in the pudding. Look at the last year's draft. KR, appreciate the call. Use that second one. We'll be back tomorrow night for you guys. We'll stay on as long as we can tonight. Thank you very much. Let's go out to Mr. Eric. Eric, your thoughts on the Bucs picking a wide receiver from Ohio State?
Too, Eric.
Oh, my friend. Yes, absolutely.
Hey, guys, I love this receiver. He's Mike Evans' replacement. Got 1 to 2 years with him.
Okay.
And Chris Godwin maybe is the same thing, too, because he's injury prone.
Well, injury prone, and on top of it, again, I think it also could go back to what the legend said, Leo Haggerty, and that, again, we don't know what the medicals are on Godwin.
I got the stat sheet, you guys. I have the stat sheets of Iboka.
Well, I got it too. I got it too, my friend. So we got that. We got that covered for you. So Eric,
phone lines are blowing up. I love it.
We appreciate the call, my friend. I'm glad you liked the wide receiver call back. If you liked it, yes, you bring your passion. Let's go out to the phone lines. What's your name? Where you're calling from? You're on the Evolution.
Hey, Peter. What's going on? This is Tristan.
Tristan, I know that you didn't necessarily like the pick, and I will read these comments here. Webheads, I have not neglected you. By the way, Facebook stars.
Give us a break. Give us a break. It's draft night.
But that's okay. Tristan, I know how you feel about this. Give me your thoughts. Ibuka to the Bucs at 19.
This comes full circle, Peter. Every year, I hate to be the guy to say
I know you're the guy. I know you're the guy. But Tristan, we talk. Listen now. Think about this. Let's open. What we got
on the board? I think there's a trade.
What was a trade? So the Packers are going.
Hold on, wait a minute. I could be wrong. I don't know. I've seen everybody shaking hands.
Well, that's the Packers. That's Packer fans. Tristan, keep your mind open on this. Yeah,
it would make sense.
Yes.
It would make sense.
Yes.
The pick would make sense.
Yes.
Last year, I remember I came on this very same 755 phone number. I believe at the beginning of the season, I said, hey, no need to re-sign Godwin. We should trade Godwin and get something for him while he's still worth something.
Mm-hmm.
And you guys pelted me with rocks and garbage.
Oh, we didn't pelt you with rocks and garbage. I said, listen, you can't let Chris Godwin,
you can't
fundamentally talented wide receiver.
Pick is in for the Packers.
Yes, and by the way, we got the great TJ Reeves of the Buccaneer Radio Network coming in with us in just a little bit because he just retweeted it out. When he retweets it out, the Twitter line just blew up. 120 people watching there on Twitter. We love it. Appreciate you.
You guys are the lifeblood. You guys are the soul of the Buccaneers and this show, man. We appreciate that.
Yes, absolutely. All right, let's go back out to you, Tristan. So you said don't re-sign Chris Godwin. They do, but they pick a wide receiver. And again, my thing is Evans is getting older. You're not sure about the injury to Godwin. You're down to Shepard. McMillan had one good year. Makes sense to a certain degree, although I understand where you're also coming from. You could have went with an edge rusher. You could have went with a linebacker. Could have went with a corner, right?
No. I said a few last month when we had the pre-draft show, I said an O-lineman would make a whole lot of sense.
You did say that.
Just to secure the position so you don't have to draft it again for the next 3 or 4 years.
Okay.
What offensive lineman do you think they should have got?
Truthfully, anybody that was on the board other than a wide receiver from Ohio State that's 6'1", 205 pounds.
Well, listen, that's pretty good size. And then on top of it, we know that.
All right. Real quickly, Roger Goodell's walking to the podium. The pick is in for the Green Bay Packers.
Let me finish this point here, though. We know that Jason Light always drafts an offensive lineman in the later rounds, my friend, and gets the most out of him. Let's go out to the draft chime here. Tristan, stand by. Who is the pick for the Green Bay Packers, the host city right now as Cheeseheads.
Mark Murphy, he's talking. I don't know. What's going on, Peter? Why are they doing this?
Well, this is what they do, man. It's the pomp and circumstance of the NFL
Whatever
draft.
happened to the 90s where we just announced picks?
Yeah, that doesn't sell tickets, my friend. Everybody's all riled up.
You didn't have people sitting on the sideline talking about it either.
I like this dude.
I love Tristan. We go back and forth, man. I love this dude. I love him. He's been a part of the evolution of sports talk television. I love it, man. I love guys like this. He calls in and he lets his. And look, they passed up on Nick Imawari there of South Carolina. Could have gone with him. So plenty of selection still, plenty of talent on the board for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. We'll see what they do in the second round.
Real quickly, this guy is still talking.
Still talking. He's talking a mile a minute here. I don't know who he is.
Well, you got to rub it in.
Is that Lee Steinberg?
Anything else but the Packers?
Well, I guess not. I mean, could you imagine living in Wisconsin? The only thing you got to look forward to is the Packers. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad.
And chubby German chicks, Peter.
Well,
chubby
German chicks. Yeah. Well,
I'd be smoking a lot of marijuana if I was living in Green Bay.
It is called the Green Country.
Oh my God, Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast, bringing it here tonight here on the Evolution. Love it.
Clearly, he's a reefer snob. Talking about reefer and cheese.
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. All right. That's very true. Very true. Very good. The cheese part of it, of course, for Green Bay.
Matthew Golden, wide receiver, Green Bay Packers.
There you go. Matt Golden right there out of Texas. Your speed kills. So you got back-to-back wide receivers, if you will, the last couple picks. He goes to the Green Bay Packers. A lot of question marks
for the Ravens. I think the Ravens wanted him.
I think they want Starks. I think they want the safety Starks from Georgia.
Yeah, but you got to give Lamar Jackson as many weapons as
possible. He's got a plethora of weapons. If he doesn't have enough weapons there, I don't know how many more weapons he needs at this juncture. But you go back to the Packers here. Local kid, Christian Watson, not able to stay healthy. Dobbs there. Who else is your wide receiver? Makes lots of sense.
Ravens go defense.
Yes,
Ravens first
that's what they do, man. That is exactly what they do. All right, Tristan. What else? No wonder Green Bay stinks. There you go. Comment of the night there from Dave. Appreciate you. All
right. So back to this Buccaneer bull jive that we just witnessed today.
Yes.
And I'm not going to let you guys put out this narrative that it makes sense that it's for the future. Hell no.
Well, it's not
whoa, wait a minute. Hold on.
All right.
So you're walking the walk, so now you got to talk the talk. Let me hear what your analogy is on this.
Well, I listen. I don't necessarily think this is just for the future. I think it's for the present. And I think
I agree, Peter. I honestly, listen, you can ask anybody on here. They're very familiar with me now. I'm a football realist. Believe me, as a fan, I'm not happy with the pick. But again, I'll say it again, and I'll continue to say it. It's not the sexy pick; it's the necessary pick. Think about it. How many games the Buccaneers never got blown out in games? They were very close. They came up short on offense a few times. Yeah, the defense was lackluster because they couldn't stop a nosebleed because we lacked depth at corner. But in all reality, offense puts points up on the board. So if you can continue building off Bucky Irvin, but you're going to have a guy like Chris Godwin that's getting banged up, let's face facts. Buck fans, I'm sorry to say this, but I'm going to say it. I'm not going to tell you what you want to hear. I'm going to tell you what you need to hear. Mike Evans, I love Mike, but you're not getting the same Mike Evans from 5 years ago. You're not. It's every year now. We're depending on this 1,000 yards. The 1,000 yards. Do you see how difficult it was for him to get 1,000 yards this year? Well, how do you think it's going to be next year? We can't keep putting that same pressure on him. We got to let Mike play his game. We got to take the pressure off Godwin, and we got to take the pressure off Mike. Because as a defense, I'm telling you right now, I can shut down the Buccaneers because I know you're going to Chris and I know you're going to Mike. Now, when you include Jalen McMillan and you include Sterling Shepard. I mean, I get it. Sterling Shepard is not the guy, but now you bring in a youth of this kid from Ohio State. It's the necessary pick. This kid can learn under Chris Godwin. Why was Jalen McMillan? Why did he come on at the end of the year? Because he had reps. Nah, man. He had reps with Mike and Chris.
Yes, he did.
He learned. I'm sorry. Anybody out there who thinks that these guys are going to come in and make an immediate impact, you're dead wrong. It's a different game.
Man, what is this guy talking about, Peter?
It's a different game.
Listen, I will say this.
Are you smoking the green, baby?
Whoa, wait.
Actually, no, I don't smoke the green, but I'm just telling you, brother. I'm telling you right now. Baker Mayfield needs the help. He needs the help. And honestly, with the way the draft is going, if you're watching the draft right now, a lot of these defensive players that we've been talking about for the past month, they're falling into the second round. And a lot of people were hyping up Shador Sanders. Where's he going? In the second round. The Buccaneers, listen, I trust Jason Light. I know what they know. I know they know what they're doing.
Yes.
And this is the same thing as last year. We heard this bull spit last year. Oh, why is he picking this guy? Why is he picking that guy? Listen, I'm not a fan of the pick. Believe me, I wanted a safety or a corner because I think the Buccaneers need a safety or a corner. But in all reality, I love Jahad Campbell, but he's not going to be ready. We need guys that are going to be ready. This kid's going to be ready. We're going to put up points. Simple as that. So if the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, if this kid comes on and he's in training camp and he's learning and he progresses a little bit more than Jalen McMillan and he comes on, we're going to put up 30 points a game. It's a possibility. Yeah. And I like those chances. And then these younger guys that you're going to get in the second, third, and fourth round on defense, they're going to have those reps because defense takes a little bit longer than offense to learn, in my opinion.
So that's why you take the defensive guy first. Because
you can't take the defensive guy. You need to take the offensive guy. So what happens if Mike Evans goes down? What happens if Mike Evans goes down? Tell me right now. If Mike Evans and Chris Godwin go, if you have Chris Godwin right now, who's not ready for week one, and Mike Evans goes down, let's just say he cramps up and he gets a hamstring. Who do you got? You got Jalen McMillan, and name me the next guy. Tell me, I'm waiting.
Put out what
Who do you have as your next number 2 wide receiver if Mike Evans goes down?
Listen, if you listen.
Who do you have? I just want you to answer the question. Who do you have as your number 2 right now if Mike Evans goes down and Chris Godwin's not ready? Who's your number 2?
I'll tell you what. I'll tell you what.
All right. The question is,
all right.
You're saying that this guy is at 6'1", 205 is going to replace 6'5" Mike Evans at 226, and you're saying that this is the replacement for that?
No, what we're saying is that in case you have some injuries at that point, Tristan.
Donovan Jackson is the Minnesota Vikings guard, Ohio State. He's the pick.
Stand by, guy. Okay, Tristan, we're gonna let you go here. We'll let you call back. But what he's saying is, if Mike Evans gets hurt, Chris Godwin is not 100%. You have Jalen McMillan, but after that, you only have Sterling Shepard and you have Rock Jarrett, and that's what the Bucs did. They covered themselves. I'm going to give you a chance to call back, give your thoughts, because we got the media icon TJ Reeves of the Buccaneer Radio Network. Stand by. Love Tristan's excitement as just love it. That's okay. You just keep on doing what you do there, Louie, from the Frozen Pirate podcast. Let's go out to the media icons. Mr. TJ Reeves of the Buccaneers Radio Network. A shocker to a certain degree, TJ, if you will, because a lot of people expected an edge rusher, a linebacker, possibly a safety or corner, and guess what? It's a wide receiver. How shocked are you? Welcome to
it's good to be with you. I just caught some of you and Louie, and you were going at it there with a fan that said defense. Let's be honest. Let's speak the truth here tonight. Who had wide receiver as a priority for this football team? That's
nobody.
why I'm right. That's why we love what goes on here, because a lot of times it is the theater of the unexpected. Wide receiver was, I don't believe, on anybody's true radar for this team, but it only matters what did they think. What did they think as the first round unfolded and players came off the board and Egbuka was still sitting there? Obviously, they thought too good to pass up. We believe, Louie, I caught you at the end there, and I don't know how much you guys have been going over this.
Yeah.
That with the question marks at wide receiver, they obviously believed we can't have enough help right now at wide receiver. And that was a priority to them. Yeah.
My whole thing with the last caller was, we saw what happened throughout the season when Mike and Chris went down. We had to depend on a rookie running back in Bucky Irvin, which he was phenomenal, but we also had to depend on a Jalen McMillan, who it looked like him and Baker didn't have enough reps, and it showed. And we had to count on Trey Palmer, who I thought was going to have a breakout season, TJ, and he didn't. It was underwhelming. And then Sterling Shepard, who dropped some important passes. I don't want to see that again. Those were crucial games. The Buccaneers should have never been in this situation against the Chiefs. They should have never been in this situation against the Niners. Those are two games that I believe the Buccaneers would have won if everybody was healthy. But this is why I keep saying to the fans, this is not a sexy. This is not the necessary. It's the necessary pick. It's not a sexy pick. It's the necessary pick because we were put in a bad situation. And that's why and again, to everybody out in the comment section, tell me if Chris is not ready, and let's just say Mike gets cramped up and he has to miss 1 or 2 games early on in the season, who's our number 2 outside of Jalen McMillan?
Yeah, I heard it. I heard what you were saying there with that. All right, so let me fill in some blanks for you, Peter, because I know you've been going here, and Jason Light has spoken to the media within the last 10 or 15 minutes here, so I'll give you the Cliff Notes version. Every GM, every head coach is going to come in and say, we got our guy. We're happy. Yeah. We're thrilled. Of course. All right. So we get
best
that
player available. We got him.
Then he was asked about Egbuka in specific and said, listen, you put the tape on and watch this guy against the toughest competition in the Big Ten. There's a ton to like. I'm paraphrasing. You look at the way that he played down the stretch of the season, 6 catches in the national championship game against Notre Dame. He is behind Marvin Harrison. They're the only 2, Marvin Harrison Jr. They're the only 2 wide receivers to ever have back-to-back 1,000-yard receiving seasons at Ohio State. Ever. So that stands out. And then Jason was asked about, okay, what about, are you confident and comfortable with the guys you have at edge rusher? He was asked a couple of different ways about that because there were edge rushers obviously available to pick at 19, and he said, yes, we are very confident. Again, you expect him to defend what they're doing. He said, we're very confident in Chris Braswell coming on, what we have in Yaya Diaby, signing Hassan Reddick. We still love Anthony Nelson and what he brings. We're confident in that room, and of course, you've got the rest of the draft to go tonight, tomorrow night on can you get an edge rusher then. Obviously, they felt that Egbuka was too important to not go ahead and pull the trigger on. He was asked, Jason Light, directly about, Louie, your point that during the stretch when you didn't have Mike Evans and you didn't have Chris Godwin for about 3 games, the wide receiving production was almost non-existent. Did that factor into making a decision like this? And he looked right at the media and said 100%. Boom. And then he repeated it, 100%. This is what you're thinking about. That depth at that position and a 17-game regular season is a long regular season. And let's be honest, you have to prepare for the eventuality that Mike Evans and Chris Godwin aren't going to be here forever. You want them to be here forever. So there you go. All right, so a couple of other things, because you guys have been doing a great job. We'll plug in a couple of other things. Did you know this is the first skill position pick on offense by Jason Light since O.J. Howard, 2017?
Yes.
So that's the first one.
Yep.
Did you further know, Peter Blake, it is only the third wide receiver ever taken by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the opening round? Mike Evans is the obvious one from 2014. Peter, you got the other one?
97. It's one of my favorite drafts of all time, and it's at number 12, Riedel Anthony from the Florida Gators. They also, the very next year, and he wasn't a first-round pick, he was a second-round pick. I believe that was Jaquez Green.
Correct.
Yes.
And they take Warwick Dunn in that 97 draft.
That's the list.
Yes.
That's the list of wide receivers in the first round that the Buccaneers have taken. Riedel Anthony, 97, then move forward to Mike Evans, 2014, Jason Light's first-round pick, and now this pick tonight. So fascinating how this has unfolded. Sure, there were edge rushers there. Sure, there were corners there. But this is a deep draft at both of those positions, and you have a night two. And I keep saying this, you know this, in Jason Light we trust, when you start talking about not only second round, but third round and even day 3 players, because that's where you have seen names like Chris Godwin, names like Cade Otton, Jalen McMillan from last year, Bucky Irving from last year, on and on down the list, Yaya Diaby, that have helped you in the third round, in the fourth round, etc. So stay tuned. It's a long process. I know the New York Giants.
We got some breaking news, guys.
Got breaking news. New York Giants made a trade to move up in the first round.
Yep.
And they took a quarterback, Peter Blake, but they did not take Shedeur Sanders, which, by the way, if Shedor's name has been mentioned once, it's been mentioned 500,000 times today and tonight. And here again, not only have teams passed on him, but another quarterback is now taken, Jackson Dart, the Ole Miss quarterback, taken by the Giants, who traded back into the first round.
The Falcons just traded to the first round for the 26th pick.
Pretty safe, Louie, that's not a quarterback after taking Michael
pretty
Penix
safe. Yeah.
from last
I
year.
mean, then again,
Pretty
TJ,
safe on
it's
that.
the Falcons. We
don't know.
saw what they did last year. But TJ,
Good
real
point.
quickly, I got to ask you, why is Shedeur falling? We know the stories. We know we get it. But in your opinion, why is Shedeur dropping so much?
I think two things. The first thing is, forget the hype. It's a results-oriented situation at the highest level of college football and the NFL. 13-12 as a starting quarterback. You look last year, they had 2 or 3 quality wins. They beat a lot of bad teams last year. When he stepped up in bigger competition in certain situations, he was not very good. If they put the tape on of that Alamo Bowl, say whatever you want. Now, to their credit, Colorado played their guys. Shedeur played. Travis Hunter played in the Alamo Bowl with BYU, but BYU dump trucked them last year in the Alamo Bowl. And that was after they didn't have to play BYU, Arizona State, or Iowa State, the other 3 best teams in the Big 12. They didn't play them at all last year. So is there some things that you're impressed with? Sure. Is there criticism? Yes. I keep coming back to, with Shedeur Sanders, if his name is Joe Kowalski, are we talking about him being a first-round pick based on the resume and the results? I think you know the answer from the tinge of my sarcasm, boys.
No, 13-12. Listen, 13-12 at Colorado. I get it. He got his number retired. Of course,
which is unbelievable.
I don't know why they did that. In my opinion, if this kid, and again, I'm not, no disrespect to any of these athletes, but if this kid was in last year's draft, I mean, he would easily be 3rd, 4th round pick, in my opinion.
I think it's bad attitude. I think it's also interviews.
Yeah,
I think
it's the entitlement.
It's the entitlement. It's the interviews. I want to get back to your comparison, because you said this last year when we were on the Sports Web. 25 years to the day, it's Warwick Dunn and Bucky Irving, and the media icon has hit that right out of the park, because he definitely looks like Warwick Dunn, maybe even better. This kid reminds me of Chris Godwin, 6'1", 205. And listen, you look at his production. Okay, 74 catches in 2022, 41, I believe it was hurt in 2023, and then 81, 12.5 average, 10 touchdowns, and of course was a big major part.
Now remember they played a couple of extra games in the playoffs this year for the first time ever. So that helps with the accumulation of the stats, but still 1,000-yard season is 1,000-yard season. And in the national championship game, he caught 6 balls from Will Howard, the Ohio State quarterback. Again, and by the way, another fun fact for Peter, Louie, and the audience on the Sports Web, that Egbuka is a state of Washington, a Washington high school product. He's born in the state of Washington, played high school football in the state of Washington. Then they got him to Ohio State. So there, once again, the pipeline, he didn't go to the University of Washington, but the pipeline to the University of Washington with McMillan, with Cade Otton, with Vita Vea. You formerly had Joe Tryon-Shoyinka from the Washington program. The pipeline with the state of Washington continues. That's where Egbuka is originally from. By the way, the Falcon pick is the edge rusher James Pierce
Jr.
from Tennessee.
They're going all out on defense, man.
Again, you're gonna have people saying you should have taken another edge rusher. Again, I realize I work for the team. I realize I'm compromised. Part of the argument is you took Braswell with a high pick last year with the second overall pick. You have spent some salary cap on Hassan Reddick, not a ton, but you have belief in both of those two guys right now to help you. And who's to say this is not an edge rusher tomorrow night on night 2, Peter Blake, in the second or the third round? It's a deep position.
TJ, I got to ask you. There's 2 guys that and Peter knows.
Yes.
I've been hyping these 2 guys up because I feel like you can get these 2 guys, one of these 2 guys in round 2. Because in my opinion, I thought the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Jason Light and company were going to trade back because let's face facts. A lot of the guys that we've been talking about and I've seen on a lot of mock drafts, they're still available. Even to this point right now in time, they're still available. How do you feel about Xavier Watts, Trey Amos out of Ole Miss, Xavier Watts out of Notre Dame?
Yeah.
Because in my opinion, I think Xavier Watts can really bring a lot to this Tampa Bay Buccaneer defense in the second round. And Jihad Campbell is still available, even though he won't be ready. He's somebody that you can ask Peter. This is somebody I've been hyping up for a while, but unfortunate to the injuries. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I've been saying that right now, Todd Bowles and Jason Light, this is the most important draft right now. This is make or break because the Super Bowl window is so small. Then they have to get this perfect, in my opinion, because we see what's going on with the 49ers. That window's gone.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. And the Buccaneers can easily...
You bring up a great point here. You have Campbell that's on the board. A lot of Bucs fans wanted him, but I think the medical evaluations were not great. There's another player out there, Mike Green. He's had some charges off the field, very productive edge rusher, could still be on the board. I think a lot of Bucs fans, you got to calm down. And it goes back to what you said about, trusting in Jason Light. And it makes lots of sense. You're thinking about it here. You draft Braswell in the second round. We know that Jason Light is going to give, every draft pick that opportunity. And look, it could be a situation where Braswell only had 1 sack last year. He turns into Nolan Smith, who, by the way, had 1 sack and then blew it up the next year for the Eagles. Was a big.
And how much will it help to have Reddick on the other side as a veteran, where they didn't really have that last year per se? Yeah. They had to go grab a veteran at the very end and for the playoff game in Shaq Barrett. Yes, Tryon-Shoyinka and Anthony Nelson have been in the league, but I'm talking about somebody that is really going to command a double team over and over again. I just put this out there for both you guys and the audience. How much better does that make Braswell or Diaby or whomever is opposite Hassan Reddick while he's out there when he's healthy?
Yeah. Again,
valid point.
Matt Golden was on there and he was in for a visit. And I was thinking about it again. This goes back to the injury situation with this team. When they're down with those 2-3 wide receivers, that offense suffered. And even with saying they suffered because they couldn't get it to wide receivers, they were still top 3, top 5. We got the media icon, TJ Reeves of the Buccaneers.
So let's give you some of what Emeka Egbuka is telling the media right now. There are media members tweeting, and we will attribute to who is saying what. The Pewter Report tweets that Egbuka says that he's always considered himself a natural leader. He shouts out his elementary school 4th grade teacher, Mrs. Sparks in Washington State, who said back then that she thought I would be president of the United States in the 4th grade. He shouts out his 4th grade teacher. You got to like that on all these.
You know what?
On all these stories.
Just that right there, those characteristics, and I've been very crucial about this. To me, like I get a good vibe from this kid. And I always tell people all the time, like the younger audience, like my nephew, he's getting into his freshman year of football, and he's kind of dabbling with wide receiver. And I said, you're a little undersized, but I mean, if you want to carry yourself like a real professional, go look at Mike Evans, go look at Chris Godwin.
Sure.
This kid right here, just from those comments, what you just said, I like him already. And like I said, because I feel like this locker room has no tolerance for any nonsense. We've dealt with that.
Culture's a big thing. All right, so here's
changed
more.
A lot.
Egbuka reveals that he is thrilled to be back with Jalen McMillan. Again, the Pewter Report is repeating what he's saying on a media hookup. Egbuka's at his home, I believe, in Washington State, doing a video media conference. He says that he is a childhood friend of Jalen McMillan's. Wow. And they were on the same 7-on-7 team back in middle school. How about that? He and McMillan go all the way back to like middle school, 7-on-7 football in Washington State. I'm looking for a couple of other media members who are tweeting about Egbuka. All right, Greg Allman tweets again the same thing about the 4th grade teacher. Again, Egbuka says it's a thrill to get to play with a receiver like Mike Evans. He's looking forward to being here with him. Here again, I mean, if you're McMillan, if you're Egbuka, you know Mike Evans is getting double teamed all the time. So you're going to have opportunities one-on-one.
Exactly. The opportunity
to be able to make those kind of plays. Let me see what else, if anything of note that he has said. I'm curious, and I don't know if anybody has asked it yet, did he, and I don't, Peter, you may know this, did he come here for an official visit, one of the 30 official visits? I don't know if he came here for that, and I would love to know, when was the last contact that the Buccaneers had with him?
Yeah.
You know, was it a day ago? Was it a week ago that somebody said, hey, we might love having you? I always love those kind of questions on at what point were they still talking to you, or maybe he had no idea until that phone rang just about 10:05 Eastern time tonight, and it was the Buccaneers.
And I believe it was Top Bulls that came out a couple of weeks ago that said, something along the lines of offense and not ruling out the fact of drafting a wide receiver and drafting an offensive player when everybody was saying corner, safety, edge rusher. And he's saying, you know what? This is offense. This is our bread and butter at the end of the day. And you kind of feel like Jalen McMillan with the scouting and the intel and the back channels, that he had a big part of it.
Stocks is officially off the board with the Baltimore Ravens.
Told you. There's
the safety from Georgia, right?
That is a perfect pick for the
Baltimore. By the way, so Starks goes to the Ravens in the AFC. The Falcons gave up, Peter, Louie, and audience, to move back into the first round. They traded with the Rams. They swapped a second round pick. They swapped their third round pick for a second rounder and a 7th rounder this year, and they got the Falcons. The Rams got the Falcons' #1 pick next year to allow them to move up.
Good.
So Atlanta moved up 20 spots in the swap. The Rams' second round pick is now the Falcons pick at 46. They gave them their 46th overall pick. The Falcons also got the Rams' 3rd round pick. The Rams got the Falcons' 7th round pick and their 1st round pick next year. So that's a hefty. So it looks like they got Atlanta's 2nd round pick essentially and a 1st next year for Atlanta to move back into the 1st round and make the pick that they did for James Pierce out of Tennessee, for what it's worth.
TJ, I got to ask you real quickly. With the Tampa Bay Buccaneers 19th overall pick. All right. So we know a lot of people are a little bit outraged. I was a little taken back because it's no secret. I wanted a corner. I feel like that was a position that the Buccaneers needed to address.
Right.
What are you expecting tomorrow as far as the aftermath of this?
After this?
Yeah, because we know how
don't know.
Buccaneer fans are. We it was funny because in the comments, a lot of people like, oh, Louie's vibes changed a little bit. I was just kind of took him back. And then again, I speak as a realist before a fan. And I started doing quick on the fly research. And I'm like, you know what? This isn't a bad pick. You know, like this is the necessary pick. From your experience and what you've seen, what do you think the vibe is going to be tomorrow? Like, what do you think people are going to be saying? And what do you think overall? Are you happy with this Buccaneers pick? Are you content with this pick?
So it is interesting. I do the in Jason Light we trust. I again say, obviously, I work for the team, so I'm compromised in that regard. But this guy has hit over and over again, not just on middle round picks. Yeah, I mean, yes, you're going to swing and miss some. So Joe Tryon Shoyinka is a swing and miss, but you look around at Tristan Wirfs and you look around at Vita Vea, you look around at Mike Evans, his first ever number one draft pick. You look at guys, Kalijah Cansey, the potential there next to Vea. You look at Graham Barton last year. Athletic center picked at the bottom of the first round last year.
They're not easy.
And then you start moving to the likes of Antoine Winfield, and again, Cade Otton, Luke Gedeke that you got in the second round or the third round, guys like Bucky Irving, Jalen McMillan that you got much later on to be able to help your team. Christian Izzian, etc. Yes. So I have confidence in what they're going to do. And it's so fascinating because I'm older than you guys. This process used to be all in one day. It used to be 12 rounds all in one day. So everything got meshed together on, okay, you may be swung and missed in the first round, but then you had the second and the third round right away right after that. Or maybe you did great in the first round, but you sucked in the second, third, and fourth round on the same day. Yeah. So about 15 years ago, they split this thing up. Night one is the first round, and then you've got like 18 hours to digest all of this and come back around 18, 19 hours to be ready for tomorrow night. I would just say to Buccaneer fans, we're looking at edge rusher. We're looking at defensive back. I would be shocked if they keep both of those picks and it's not either one of those. That would be surprising if the first three picks are not an edge rusher or a DB. So stand by for that. All right, I'm looking at Egbuka. Again, Greg Allman tweeted this. Egbuka said the culture in the Ohio State wide receiver room the last 2 or 3 years with Jackson Smith and Jigba, Garrett Wilson, Marvin Harrison. Have you heard of those names? Yeah. Those are all guys drafted high in the National Football League. What a room that Ohio State has had and the culture. And now he comes into a culture that has leaders like Mayfield, Evans, on that side of the ball, Godwin as a leader, Wirfs as a leader on that side of the ball. The other side of the ball has names like Levante David and Vita Vea that have been here that have won a Super Bowl. Again, the names like Evans and Godwin and Wirfs and Vea and David have a ring, obviously.
Yes.
So that's the culture for this team. And
you know who doesn't have a ring, though, TJ?
Has a ring. Yeah, go ahead.
Cameron Jordan.
Well,
that's
right.
True.
Cam Jordan doesn't have.
I have a little beef about him because I didn't like how he used to mess with Tristan Wirfs at the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, with all.
And when I first started the podcast, the Frozen Pirate podcast, I was just like, man, I don't know who the F this dude thinks he is. Yeah, how can you sit there and talk crap about somebody and you don't even have a ring?
He's keeping it spicy in the NFC South. But look, Egbuka has a ring. They just won the national championship at Ohio State, and he played a significant role in helping them win those 3 playoff games where they beat Tennessee in the home game. They beat Oregon in the Rose Bowl. He had a good game against Oregon in the Rose Bowl as well. And then the national title game where, again, we're repeating for the audience that's here. I talked about this with Jalen McMillan as the pick last year, that he had played so well in the college football playoff games, in the semifinal and even the championship game when they lost to Michigan. Here's Egbuka with 6 catches in the national title win over Notre Dame. You like that as a money player, hearing about that. And again, I'm just fascinated.
Well, it goes back to the character of what Jason Light. He wants to get these guys in the locker room. He wants to get professionals. Jalen McMillan is a professional in the same vein as Chris Godwin and Mike Evans. That's what you want because you know all this too well, guys. Usually wide receivers are divas, and these wide receivers in Tampa Bay are not that. So you would expect the same thing. And then again, the winning pedigree, being a part of that locker room, being a part of a winning tradition and a winning program. I got to go to this because you're a memory guy like I am. I was talking about the draft, 1987, Vinny Testaverde, Hope Springs Eternal. It goes 94 with Trent Dilfer and Mel Kiper. Dilfer dropping in the lap of the Bucs, and then 95 with the 2 Hall of Famers, and 96 the very year after that with Mike Allstott in the second round, and Reagan Upshaw and Marcus Jones, and 97. Not only do you get work done in Riedel Anthony, but you get a guy by the name of Rondé Barber in the third round,
Good pick, the Iron Man,
a Hall of Famer. So
95 was the draft for me, man. 95, between 95.
Yes.
It's again, because see, I don't expect you guys to understand. It was for me growing up as a kid, living in Massachusetts. It was hard for me. Like I said, we were poor growing up. My parents were immigrants from another country. We didn't have a lot of money. And my father, at the time, like I said, what you got on the fuzzy TV is what you got, man. And at the time, it was the Miami Hurricanes and the Florida State Seminoles. And my dad was a huge Patriots fan, but the Seminoles and the Hurricanes, they were like the nostalgia of the early 90s. And I told Peter the story, and TJ, I'll tell you the story. Like, I watched Derek Brooks run around that field, number 10 for the Florida State Seminoles. And I watched Warren Sapp with the Hurricanes. And
76.
And they both got drafted to the Tampa Bay Bucks in 95. And I liked football, but I never really had a team. If you like I watched the Patriots, like my dad used to make me watch like Steve Grogan, and that poor bastard took a freaking beating.
That's even before Peter's time.
Yeah,
Louie, you can't be that old that you were watching.
No,
Steve
I'm 37,
Grogan.
but my father would try to make me as a Patriots fan. And I was just like,
you strike me more as like the Patriots trying to revitalize under Bill Parcells with Drew Bledsoe,
that guy.
And then
I seen
Martin
that whole era, that whole.
Oh sure, and then it became Brady and Belichick and the whole bit and the Patriots. All right, so Peter loves these stories. Louie, you're going to love this story, and for the audience, you love this
story. Yes.
So the 95 draft, I'm doing 5-day-a-week sports radio. Peter Blake's calling me on the radio every once in a while.
Winning
Confirmed.
All-Star tickets in 1995. We always tell the story.
Of course.
I called and did a March Madness update when I'm 16, 17 years old. And this man right here is the host of the show.
As a spoof, you did a March Madness update and you won the contest. And Peter Blake, who's never been to a Major League Baseball game in his life while living in Tampa Bay because the Rays hadn't started playing yet. They weren't a franchise yet.
Yeah.
You got to go to the Major League Baseball All-Star game, all expenses paid in Arlington, Texas. Hotel, airfare, Louie in the audience, tickets to the game, the whole bit.
Yes.
Because this guy was listening to me on the radio 5 days a week. So that day, April 1995, is a Saturday. And on that day, I believe they had by that time split the draft into 2 days where the first through the third rounds were on the Saturday. And then the final 4 or 5 rounds, and it may have still been like 10 or 12 rounds that year. I can't remember in 95. We got to look it up. But I think it may have been more than 7 rounds still in 1995. And on the Sunday, they just kept picking with the barrage of picks. Bear in mind, again, for the audience just joining us, they used to do this in one day in a smoke-filled ballroom, 12 rounds. And you were so exhausted, you didn't know your own name by about 6 p.m. Eastern time trying to make the picks. They used to do it all in one day. Now they split it up. All right, so that day, we went to a local sports bar that's no longer in existence right off of Hillsborough Avenue, just north of Raymond James Stadium. And I started the live show. The draft is coming on at noon Eastern time. I started the live show at 11 a.m., 1 hour before the draft. That draft took 6.5 hours, painfully long. Everybody took their 15 minutes. The picks are now 10 minutes per pick in the first round.
Thank God.
Took forever. All right, so the Buccaneers traded down, obviously, with the Philadelphia Eagles because the Philadelphia Eagles were in love with Mike Mamula, the workout warrior from the scouting combine, who did great on the bench press, great on the vertical leap. But can you put the tape in, like Louie was saying, and watch Warren Sapp terrorizing every quarterback playing for the Canes, playing for the Miami Hurricanes. So there were character question marks about Sapp. There were drug test rumors about Sapp. But the Buccaneers saw through that and went ahead and picked him that afternoon. So we're there. They made that pick probably somewhere around like 2 o'clock Eastern time, 2:30 Eastern time. All right, so we're still sitting there. I've had like a little meal before the draft has begun. We've had like a late lunch after they picked Sapp. I still remember in the technology, we went to the live phone call where the media was interviewing Warren Sapp on the phone, and they gave us a way to hook in to the live phone call. And we went to the live phone call to listen to Warren Sapp talking to the Tampa Bay media on the phone. So we're still sitting there and it's going along. And it's now, the middle of the first round, the 12th pick, the 15th pick, the 18th pick. It's now 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock in the afternoon on that Saturday. This is still the first round of the draft, 5 hours in.
Yes.
And suddenly the Buccaneers make a trade with who? Do you remember, Peter?
The Dallas Cowboys.
Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys. And Louie is sporting it. Turn that around. Turn that jersey around. Has that got your name on it or has that got DB's name on it?
There you go.
That trade with the Cowboys is a franchise-changing trade because it brought Derek Brooks into the fold. Right there. Authentic. Right there.
Look at that right there.
Derek Brooks in a trade with the Dallas Cowboys. So the Philadelphia Eagles helped you that afternoon, and Jerry Jones and the Cowboys helped you by giving you draft picks.
The Minnesota Vikings.
Yep.
Tony Dungy as the defensive coordinator at that time, along with Dennis Green, they also helped you with passing.
It was iconic. And again, for me as a kid growing up in Massachusetts, and we were poor, and I found out that, and mind you, TJ, Peter, like these are the two guys that I watched a lot.
Yeah.
And honestly, I'm gonna confess to it. I used to rob the neighbor's newspaper
to read about them.
Yeah, because I was such a Buccaneers.
But did you leave 50 cents on the door sometimes? No. A quarter? No.
Nothing.
You just went and grabbed it.
Took the paper.
Did you ever bring it back? Did you ever roll it back up and bring it back?
No, I used to keep.
Louie, you got to have better strategy and better game planning than that. Roll it back up, put the rubber band back on, and maybe they don't notice.
Nah, man, you know what it was? Nobody ever said anything. I grew up in a really rough neighborhood. I used to take the Sunday paper, and I used to get all the stats. And that's how I followed the Buccaneers.
All right.
And then for a long time, they were like, it was impossible to see them on TV.
Of course.
And then
because they were so bad. But Dungy knew how to build with the cornerstone of defense. And the bottom line is they got those two Hall of Fame players, as it turns out, about 15 draft picks apart. And it is still, to this date, the only time ever in the history of the first round of the draft that a team got two Hall of Fame players in the same first round of the same draft. That's Warren Sapp. Show the jersey again of Louie. That's Warren Sapp and that guy, Derek Brooks. And that is 30 years ago. So they made the Brooks pick, I'm not exaggerating, at about like 5:30 Eastern time. We're still there. We've been on the air for like 6.5 hours. And they picked Brooks. And we go through the whole thing again where he's on the phone talking to the media members on the telephone. We're able to hook in with that. I couldn't ask any questions, but it was a wild afternoon and day. As I joked, I had brunch, lunch, and dinner at the sports bar for the first round of that draft. And I still remember that like it was yesterday, and it was 30 years ago. Changed the franchise, turned everything around. The culture began right there with those draft. It began technically with getting Hardy Nickerson in the room as the leader. It
one of my
began
favorite
with
Bucs of all time.
John Lynch in the 93 draft as well at safety. And then you bring those two studs in with Sapp and Brooks into that room. Incredible that was 30 years ago, but that's the optimism. That's what you hope for, and that's what the Buccaneers did back 30 years ago. So I'm going to bow out here and let you guys take the baton on. It looks as though the first round is about to end.
And
here coming with the final couple of picks.
Lions picked the defensive tackle.
No Shador for night one.
My
God, there are people losing their mind.
I called it. I said he's going to fall into the second round. I told you. And to the young kids, I'm going to keep beating this into your head out there. The younger guys that are out there trying to be a football player, check your ego. because nobody cares about your ego. Take a good look at what this is.
Well,
I'm just saying. I'm not gonna go off.
Stay tuned.
You're absolutely
Stay
correct.
tuned for night 2. He probably will go fairly early in the second round. Somebody
I
will
want
see
TJ
value.
real quickly. Where do you
move
think
up.
he goes?
Well, hold on. Before you say that, I want to read this comment because this is a shout out to TJ Reeves. Hi, TJ. I worked in the Times Sports, and this is from Jim Melvin from 78 to 2004 as a design director, was a good friend of Bob Herrick. You won't remember this, but you and I had lunch a couple times along with Herrick. Anyway, I followed you since then. Have admired your accomplishments. Good job.
Thank you, Jim. And I do remember having lunch with him as he's talking about and love Bob Herrig, who's the golf writer from the Times and now has been a longtime golf writer for ESPN.com and SI.com, golf guys. So, look, I appreciate and have much love for everybody that remembers what's going on in my career from the 90s into the 2000s into the 2010s. And let's keep going here in the 2020s with the Buccaneers and with this draft pick. And I say again, because you've got new audience joining you all the time, you got a night 2, second and third round coming up tomorrow night to look at edge rusher, cornerback, etc. And then you get ready for day 3, the Saturday afternoon picks. Where's the gem? Where's the Jalen McMillan that was in the back half of the draft the last day last year? Somebody along those lines. You get help. Yaya Diaby was not being talked about a lot a couple of years ago by anybody, and the Buccaneers got him in the third round.
Bucky Irving. They told
Bucky
he was
Irving
undersized.
This time a year ago was Bucky Irving on anybody's radar in Tampa Bay for real, legitimately.
Zero.
And look at what happened. So we have faith in Jason Light and his staff with what they're going to be up to tomorrow night and on Saturday. And we will go from there. Definitely a surprise tonight. I am not going to sit here on the sports web and say that I saw a wide receiver coming, but that's why we love the draft.
That's
and they thought he was too good to pass up. That's why they made the pick. There you go, boys.
The media icon right there, Mr. TJ Reeves of the Buccaneer Radio Network. Thanks a lot for your time here on the Evolution.
TJ, thank you for your time, man. I appreciate it.
Great to be with you, kids.
Yes.
Keep rocking along. We'll
the
see you later.
The new guy on the block right there, Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast, all the way out of Massachusetts right there, killing it. Love it. I know, Curtis, you were trying to call in. Thanks a lot, TJ, for that. Let me go back out to Curtis. Let me see if I can get him on the line.
Curtis, call back if you can.
Yes, we got
you. You guys got to understand, when we have important people like that on here, it's tough to get in here.
Move in just a little bit there, Louie. Move in just a little bit. There you go, right there. There we go. We got to get that camera lined up. Let's go out to Curtis.
You got the last one here.
I know. I see that.
Do you have the Stone Cold glass break? No, I'm not going to do that.
Curtis, welcome to the Evolution, man. We just had the media icon, Mr. TJ Reeves of the Buccaneer Radio Network. Your thoughts as Emeka Egbuka, the wide receiver at 19 for the Ohio State national champion Buckeyes. Your thoughts?
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't sound very.
What's going on? What's going on, buddy?
No. It's a good player. He's a great player.
Mm-hmm.
He reminds me of Mike Evans. Put his head down and he go to work.
That's it.
Were you expecting something different? Is that what it was?
I mean, who wasn't? Who the hell was?
My vibe changed.
Who the hell
me wrong.
was expecting a wide receiver?
Well, I don't think anybody. And by the way, one of the
He was
players
talked about
that the Bucs have been talked about and linked to, Maxwell Hairston from Kentucky, goes off the board there to the Buffalo Bills. So there you go.
Know why they did that, right?
Oh, speed, and also you got to cover. You got to cover Kansas City. You got to get that opportunity to cover Kansas City because that's
they're no longer trying to play within the division. They're trying to stop Kansas City.
That's it.
Here's the thing, and I'm gonna say this, and this goes out to all my Bucs fans. I don't have to say this to you guys.
Yep.
But this is for everybody out there listening, the Bucs fans. Mike Evans has been in the league 11 years.
Yep.
That's a long ass time for a big receiver.
Preach.
Okay. He's a big don't forget about that. He's a big receiver.
Yep.
He's not one of these 5'10", 5'11" guys that's out there running. Okay, let's say this.
Mm-hmm.
And we played against this guy for many years. Steve Smith was not a big guy.
Nope.
However, Steve Smith played a long time.
He was a dog. You could get separation. Yes.
He was short. He was compact. He was fast as hell.
Did he run
And,
Keith Talib out of Tampa?
Listen, Steve Smith was a dog. I used to hate him, but he was a dog.
Yeah.
Did he run Aqib Talib out of Tampa?
I think they ran each other out of both.
Yeah, that's. I'm just saying. I'm feeling a little spicy right now.
They used to hate each other. But
Yeah,
I mean,
it was a good rivalry. It was good football. Even though the Bucks were bad, I loved watching those games.
Aqib Talib has a reputation, so let's go ahead and say that.
Oh,
I mean,
just don't wear your chain around them.
No.
Yeah, you better not. Better not. Well, listen.
There's been a trade. Not to cut you guys off. There's been a trade. Eagles and Chiefs. What the hell?
What are the
31st overall pick?
All right.
That was the dumbest shit I think I ever seen in my life. But anyway,
yes.
What are we playing? Madden here? I don't understand this.
I don't give a shit about that. I don't. It's not going. Neither one of them are going to be Shador Sanders.
Wait a minute. Hold on. We got to talk about this. Have we ever seen that? The 31st and the 32nd pick swap picks?
I've never seen the Super Bowl participants.
The only reason that's probably happening is because somebody was finna probably try to trade up to Kansas City to take what the Eagles wanted. That's probably the only reason why.
Right.
Now, I don't care about that. Let's get back to Tampa. Damn the Eagles and damn Kansas City. Okay.
I agree.
So this is what people are also not realizing.
Mm-hmm.
There's still a lot of great talent on the board.
Yes.
Oh, we've been talking about that. We said that. A lot of good talent left.
Talent on the board. And I'm sorry. What was the grade on that? What was the grade on this guy from Ohio State?
Well, you ran a 4.48 in the 40, and again, 81 receptions this year, 10 touchdowns, and nearly 1,100 yards. And he's
how big is he?
6'1", 205. Think Chris Godwin. That's what it sounds like.
Chris
Baby
Godwin.
Chris Godwin.
And him and McMillan already are friends. So I mean, you're going to go into a wide receiver room that people, when healthy, people are going to be, excuse my French, fucking terrified because you don't know what.
Y'all say that.
Yeah, that's it.
You don't know what's coming at you.
Yes.
You don't.
Yes.
And defenders are going to be, I'm not going to say the word, but I'm going to say sharding on themselves.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Because they do not know where it's coming from.
Well, and that's people go, and again, they think this is for the future. And I would caution you that maybe there is something up their sleeve to where they think, again, they can use him in a 3 or 4 wide receiver set. And you go, well, what about Chris Godwin? Well, maybe, again, Chris Godwin isn't healthy from day one.
We don't know when he's going to be fully healthy.
Right.
I predict Godwin will be there by the beginning of the season. I don't know what it is. I'm going to tell you something. That goddamn Godwin, this guy heals at a remarkable rate, and he's just tough as nails.
He is.
He literally, and me and Peter had this conversation. He reminds me of Hines Ward. He just does everything.
I had this conversation with Patriot fans when Godwin was going to become a free agent, and a lot of Patriot fans were like, "Oh, we don't want him." I'm like, you'd be out of your mind not to want Chris Godwin. You should be ashamed of yourself even saying that.
Drake May would have been drooling. And
I told Patriot fans, they were like, "Oh, he's injury prone. He's old." I'm like, he's like 28, 29 years old. Yeah. I'm like, he put up 1,000 yards after tearing his ACL. He played that one game against the Raiders. I don't know what I think he had 60 yards receiving. Or no, I'm lying to you. He had one catch that game. It was his first game back when he tore his ACL. He wasn't ready. I think he came back, week 5, I believe. And he still put up 1,000 yards. He was Brady's favorite target. And I said, this guy is the prototypical New England Patriot wide receiver. He's tough. He can play the slot. Unfortunately, he's about 6 years too late for the Patriots. But I'm like, you guys, you don't know football. You don't watch the games. You don't see Chris. Chris instantly makes a huge impact, injured or not. on that team with Drake May.
How many times has Mike Evans taken a pay cut so Chris Godwin can stay right here?
Exactly.
The Brady effect. And it's Godwin, it's Vita, it's all of them.
They make each other better.
That's it. And they understand that it's bigger than, getting paid the most money as a wide receiver, which Chris Godwin turned down supposedly $20 million. He left it on the table and free agency.
Well, he'd have paid that in taxes. So
he probably would have.
Listen, I live in Massachusetts, and I see my paycheck every week, and not to brag, but I get a lot of taxes taken out. Like, I get more taxes taken out than some people's paychecks, and I'm not happy about it. So, and I'm not even in that type of tax bracket where the Godwins.
Yeah, and you feel like you get butt raped every time you see those taxes.
Butt raped, brother. Yeah. Butt raped. It's worse than that. Raw. Raw. No Vaseline. Like, when I see the taxes taken out of my paycheck out here in Massachusetts, Floridians don't even think about moving up here. First of all, the weather sucks. Everybody's like,
just went to the Eagles.
All right.
Oh my God. I'm going to smash this laptop.
Well, don't do that. But yes, Jahad Campbell just went. And of course, they got Zach Bond. So a lot of people.
What have I been saying? The Eagles, the reason why they win is because they're not afraid to take these type of players. Nolan Smith, prime example. They waited. Look.
But listen, they're able to do that because they have a linebacker in Bond who they got, so there you go.
What? I hope the fucking plane crashes into a bit. No, I'm just playing.
No, holy shit.
But okay, let's change the subject just for a minute.
Yes, go for it. Keep it clean too, Curtis. Come on now.
No, I got you.
All right.
If you were Jacksonville,
yes.
Travis Hunter, really?
I like the pick.
I understand.
I'm not saying I don't like the pick, but you need way more than just him.
They probably do.
You have a lot,
right? And also on top of it, you get a talented guy that can play both positions. We don't know if he's going to be able to, but he's going to command it, and you can get creative.
Not to cut you off, Peter, but does this look like a guy that's hurt?
No,
it does not look like a guy that's hurt.
Absolutely not.
But again, you trust the evals of the Bucs organization, and listen, they already have a linebacker, Sebastian Dennis, who has shoulder problems. So do you really want another linebacker?
Absolutely.
I don't know. We'll see.
Absolutely.
We'll see. I think they'll have. Listen, Curtis. I think they're going to have an opportunity in the second round.
A lot of good players still available in the second round.
Yes,
we got to do a show tomorrow.
We will do a show tomorrow. Show tomorrow, my friend.
Let's go back to this Travis Hunter thing.
Yes, go for it.
I'm not saying it's not a great pick for Jacksonville.
Right.
I understand why they took him.
They traded a lot to get up there. Yes.
You can pair him next to Brian Thomas. Mm-hmm. You can also put him on the other side of them defense.
Yep.
Here's my problem. Number one, you spent a first overall pick on a quarterback.
Exactly.
A couple years ago.
Yes.
That can't stay healthy.
Yep.
You have a decent offensive line.
Yep.
Who's your running back?
Well, it's Travis Etienne.
I expected them to take Gentry because
that's what I thought too. That's what I thought. Same thing.
I think he would have been great for Trevor Lawrence, so he's not dropping back 30 times a game.
Right. Well,
because he can't stay healthy now.
Well, we know that Liam.
I'm not trying to cut you guys off, but do you guys see this Eagle defense?
Oh yeah. Well, they're tough. They're going to be tough.
Jordan
hey, all I'm gonna say, guess what though? I'm gonna tell you one thing about that Eagles defense. They're going to be the New Orleans Saints in the next 5 years, and what I mean by that is they're going to be in salary cap hit. They can't pay everybody.
Well,
no.
They very well may.
5 guys they just showed don't work out.
Well, listen, I will give them credit. Howie Roseman does a hell of a job. Jason Light's good friends with them. They know what they're doing there. They get a guide. They don't necessarily have to depend on right away. We don't know. We don't know what the medical evals. He fell.
No.
He may not be ready until October. He may be ready in training camp. Supposedly,
but guess what? They don't need him to be ready right now
because they already have Zach Bond. It's a situation where once again they go for
win-win
talent. They go for Georgia. They go for Alabama.
And I'm going to tell you, this is what people fail to realize sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
in the bottom of the first round, you're looking for guys that are going to help you later.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me
You're
wrong.
competing for the Super Bowl in the bottom of the first round.
You would love a guy to start immediately.
Sure.
However, this guy is super talented. You know he's super talented. If he's beat up and banged up, why not take him? Because like they said earlier, that way you still have a 5th-year option for this guy.
Yes.
You don't have a 5th round option for 2nd picks through 7th picks.
Nope.
Not at all.
Nope. You sure don't.
And guess what? He could sit on the bench till November and get completely healthy. And then he could come in for somebody that's injured and he could terrorize the league.
Yep.
But I was just listening to what he was saying in his interview. This guy has a lot of energy. He's like, we're winning. We got to win another Super Bowl.
Well, listen, they set themselves up here. They've given themselves the opportunity. And once again, he doesn't have to come in. He hugged Roger Goodell. I think Roger Goodell is going to get crushed tonight.
He's going to go see a chiropractor tomorrow.
I'm telling you, he's going to have to.
I'm going to tell you this, though. What's his name? What's the guy that went to the Giants? Carter.
Yes, Abdul Carter. You like him?
When I saw his dad's interview, I was like, God, this guy's terrifying.
Pick us in for the Chiefs real quickly. Right. What do you guys think they go with the Chiefs?
Well, what could you go here? Could you go wide receiver?
Offensive line.
Offensive line.
Defensive back.
Yeah.
They need a wide receiver in the worst way. In my opinion, the Chiefs need a wide receiver in the worst way.
I do. I agree. I think they're only one wide.
Tried so hard with DeAndre Hopkins.
I knew.
Do you go Burden here?
They took Josh Simmons, defensive tackle.
Okay. Well, there you go.
I told you they were, because guess what? Oh. They are tired of going to the Super Bowl and having Patrick Mahomes run for his freaking life. Because every time they lose, what is he doing?
Yep.
He's running for his life.
Yep. It's a good point. And listen, it's a main point of why Patrick Mahomes didn't do well, because the offensive line wasn't that good. And it was also the reason why Patrick Mahomes didn't do good against the Bucs, because he was missing his offensive lineman. So again, you're trying to protect your quarterback, keep your quarterback upright. You saw enough of that in Super Bowl 59 there.
What,
yes.
I tell you guys what.
Yes.
Tomorrow, fireworks.
On like Donkey Kong.
Second round, third round.
Is a rock who is still there.
I'm gonna tell you something.
Yes.
We might see trades early in the morning.
You may see trades.
I think so too.
Yeah, you may. Will Johnson
early in the morning.
Still on the board. Yes.
I'm gonna get laid off from work tomorrow because I'm gonna be staring at my phone, dude. I am. I'm telling you, Peter. I'm gonna hit you up tomorrow. I'm gonna say, hey, I gotta join full time. I don't know what to do, man.
I think the NFL draft should be like the Super Bowl. You should get those that weekend off.
Thank you.
Let me ask you guys a question real quickly. Do you guys like the format of the draft right now, or do you see me? I'm old school. I like Saturday morning, waking up, ESPN. The draft is starting.
I like the prime time. I love the prime time.
I don't like it now because see, here's the thing. You're still cutting into my work week now. If you started it Friday,
that's different. Yeah.
Well, you could do Friday.
If you did the first and the second round,
yes,
on Friday, and you started it,
I'll be up to 2 a.m. with that. I have no problem with that.
You started it like 3-4 o'clock because guess what? People are just getting off work.
Guys, listen, I had to go on the phone today and talk to friggin' Esther, Gertrude, and Winifred. And all I wanted to do was talk draft all night long. And that's what I've been able to do.
Hey, was he talking to the Golden Girls?
I'm telling you, I was. And talking to Ezekiel there. Ezekiel of Amish Paradise, just trying to sell life insurance. By the way, how do you sell life insurance to people that are dead inside? I'm just saying. How do you do that?
Peter, you got to go after the union guys, brother.
You don't sell it. You don't sell it to them. You sell it to their family members. Anyway,
Peter, you got to start doing that to the union guys.
Oh, I can't.
I feel like
I can't sell it anymore, man. And I was trying to listen, Curtis and Louie. I was trying to talk draft with these guys, and they're about I love older people. They're like 180 years old. They know nothing about the draft. In fact, I nearly got
still collecting Social Security.
I don't know what they're doing. They're collecting something. And I don't know how they go. I have no time. What time do you have? There is no time at this point. The only one that it's looking for your time at this point is the Grim Reaper. That's all you got time for at this point. Come on. Give me like 2 or 3 minutes so I can sell you this life insurance.
Hey, with that being said, gentlemen, the official 2025 first round of the NFL draft has officially closed.
Is officially closed. So Shador Sanders still on the board.
Called it.
Chance.
Well, I'm gonna tell you
I said Josh Campbell might fall to the second round. I was literally a pick off.
Pick off.
Yep.
Yes, there you
Yeah.
go.
Well,
Couple picks.
here's the thing.
Yes.
And like they said about Shador,
Yes.
how many quarterbacks go 13 and 12 in their college career? Going the first round.
He'll go to the Browns. He'll go to the Browns tomorrow.
Well, that's where quarterbacks go to die.
Yeah.
So that's a quarterback graveyard.
And
Unfortunately, Peter, you're right. It's honestly a cuss, but it's a cheese dick organization.
They made a movie about draft day and how they kept a quarterback that was already.
Hey, you know what? That's a great movie. It really is.
Movie, but it
I
was
know
realistic.
I know my boss
to a
is
certain
very
degree.
upset.
Yes.
I know my chef is very upset because he's a Cowboys fan.
Yes.
And he was like, "Oh man, we're going to get a wide receiver." I said, "Dude, Dallas always drafts linemen and defensive linemen." I said, "Be prepared. Y'all going to draft a lineman again." And I'm going to tell you something.
I work with a Cowboys fan.
He left before the draft started. And in the middle, as soon as Dallas made they pick, I got like 35 FUs texted me.
Do you think Shador could go to the Jaguars, even though they have
no? I don't think
Carmella and Furio's
listen,
baby?
If he goes there, then again, Trevor Lawrence is not your guy. But you just sign him to a major extension.
What do you think Carmella Soprano and Furio are going to do about that? That's their kid. That's their kid. I'm telling you right now, for all you Soprano fans out there, go take a look at Carmelo Soprano and go look at Furio. Put them together. You have Trevor Lawrence.
I tell you what, I have a Shador Sanders landing spot for you.
Go ahead.
You. Where's he going?
Saints.
This is going to be crazy that I'm going to say this.
Go ahead.
He can go to the Jets.
Okay.
I could see it.
I could see it. I mean, what do they got there at quarterback right now?
Justin Fields.
Okay, Justin Fields, and they also got Jordan. I believe it's Jordan Travis from Florida State. He's another guy. So yeah, he could definitely go there.
I'm looking at right now. Shador Sanders. That he's
Humble.
smiling, he's laughing, but buddy, deep down inside,
oh yeah. Well, he's not going to allow. He's not going to let it show.
Well, first of all, there's still Deion Sanders' kid.
That's it. Still getting paid.
You're going to have an opportunity somewhere, and guess what? You've already made millions of dollars with your NIL deal in college.
That's it. You're exactly right, man. Exactly, Curtis.
So, that's what some people fail to realize. Like, some of these kids are already paid.
They are. They're absolutely already paid. It's why Nick Saban
Marvin Harrison Jr. said he would have made $11 million if he would have stood in college.
Wow.
Didn't he not remember? I remember, what was it last year when he first signed with the Cardinals? He didn't sign the deal for jerseys or whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
He's about his business, man. Good for him. He's about his business. And I've been very crucial about these kids. I don't think they should be getting paid in college the way they get paid. I think they should get a small percentage, and somebody should teach them about, no point intended to Henry Ruggs, but like somebody should teach you how to how to carry yourself as an NFL player. Somebody should teach you about how to manage money. These kids, in all reality, they don't just.
I agree with that, but I don't agree with that because I'm gonna.
Nobody needs $11 million at the age of 19.
Where are you from?
I'm from Massachusetts, and we get taxed like a mother.
And let me ask you this question. No disrespect. How old are you?
I'm 37.
Okay, I'm 39. Peter, we're not even gonna ask you. We don't care.
Oh, come on, dude.
We love you. We love you. We love you regardless.
Listen,
now,
Curtis.
Let me.
Hold on, I gotta hear what Curtis has got to say.
Curtis,
Peter,
you got to finish up here because we got a special guest coming on. So
that's fine. I gotta give you two names.
All right, give me two names. Give it to me.
Tim Tebow at Florida.
Tim Tebow.
How much money did the University of Florida bring in?
Yes.
Because of Tim Tebow.
Yes.
I'm not
Agree.
saying they shouldn't get paid, but I'm saying they should get a decent amount. But
And I
millions.
understand
Kurt,
that, bro. But
Curtis, you're going to have to finish up because I got to go out to this guy.
Curtis, how about this? Curtis, call back, man.
Call back,
listen,
Curtis.
No. Listen, if I don't call back, because I got a lovely senorita coming.
Okay.
I will be available tomorrow.
All right.
All right, call back tomorrow, brother. I love interacting with you, brother.
Y'all have a great night.
All right, let's go out to this guy right here, Mr. JC Allen, live here at Buck Place in the draft. Buddy, I think a lot of Bucks fans are somewhat disappointed, but the more the more you learn about this kid, Abuka, and listen, I'm going to give you credit because I believe it was you
yesterday
that said last night when I had
less
you
than
on,
24 hours ago.
he was Chris Godwin all over again, and sure enough, here's Jason Light and the Bucks doing what they do best. Get guys that are going to help this offense. Get guys that are going to represent that locker room. Talk about it tonight here on the Evolution.
Yeah, I love this pick, and I think a lot of Bucks fans really were hoping for a defensive player here. But you got to understand that there is really solid depth in second, third, fourth round where you can find starters. I'm talking about linebacker. I'm talking at cornerback. I'm talking about defensive tackle, and even at edge, some good developmental guys. Because really none of the edge rushers were really top of the line except for Abdul Carter. Everyone has traits in developmental or has limitations. So you can find a good rotational guy. But it's best to wait for next year. And Jason Light said they're really comfortable with their edge room. But I'm gonna flip back this way. I try to give you full screen.
Oh yeah,
So,
that's good. That's good.
I love Abuka. I literally talked to him about you guys last night. I'll read my scouting report for anyone who's not up to speed on him. But 6 foot, 201 pounds. He finished as a senior, pro ready. Abuka is a pro-ready complete receiver with excellent football IQ. He knows how to set up routes and dictate coverage to gain separation, get open. He displays tremendous ball-catching skills to turn and locate the ball at the high point to catch with strong hands. He's always working back to the quarterback and was a threat in the red zone. On the flip side, he can get redirected in press coverage by more physical corners, doesn't have high-end acceleration, can be a little tight-hipped in and out of his breaks. He isn't much of a yak threat, and he'll struggle blocking with more physical wide receivers, but he finished as the Buckeyes' all-time receptions leader with 205 catches. His senior year, he had 81 receptions for 1,011 yards, 10 touchdowns. He was named a team captain. He can play outside. He can play inside. Probably projects a little bit better as an inside, but can play both. And then he adds value as a punt and kick returner. Average about 6 yards per punt return, but average about 29 yards per kick return. So really good. I wrote how he fits with the Bucks is this is the best part. There hasn't been any direct connection linking Abuka and the Bucks, but this feels like it could be an under-the-radar move like Kalijah Kancey 2 years ago. Abuka might be the most pro-ready receiver in the draft. He would fight for snaps immediately and provide insurance if Godwin suffers any setbacks or doesn't return to form. Jason Light said he hasn't suffered any setbacks, but there is that question, will Chris Godwin be Chris Godwin? Because it took him a couple of years after that ACL to really, last year was when he was really back. So we'll see. It's a different type of injury. We'll see what he's at. But again, he also, brings value as a returner. He's going to be Baker's best friend as a reliable chain-moving receiving option on third down, third and Godwin. It'll be third and Abuka too. That's how good this guy is and just clean. Again, I thought it was going to be a shocker if the Bucs went wide receiver. But Abuka is one of the best in the class. And all season, if you paid attention, all offseason, Todd Bowles has been talking about he wants horses, can never have enough horses, needs wide receivers. Abuka is a workhorse. He's not just a horse. So he's going to be a great fit. Obviously, awesome character. Jason Light said out of the character scale from 1 to 10, he's one of the best there's ever been that he's met. They didn't bring him in for a 30 visit because they said there was no need to. So super high on this kid. I'm excited, and again, if you're looking towards tomorrow next and see what they could do, defensive tackle in the second round, I think that could be the move. They've talked about wanting horses in a wide receiver offseason. They also talked about those waves coming from the defensive line, the edge rusher position. I think at this point more of an interior rusher. it would be something they'd be looking at. Look at the guy like Omar Norman Lott tomorrow, Shamar Turner, some of these guys tomorrow. But I really like Ibuka. I think once Bucks fans sleep on it that didn't like it, I think they'll start to see why.
Mm-hmm.
If not, go turn on that Kansas City Chiefs game and watch Sterling Shepard as your wide receiver one. None of their top 3 wide receivers were able to stay healthy for all 16 games last year. And everyone's saying we have McMillan, and McMillan looked good. I'm here to tell you that Ibuka is better than McMillan. McMillan slides to wide receiver 4, and he'll be great in that role as soon as Ibuka's up to speed. So
great stuff. And hold on, Louie. I want to ask him. You're at the press conference there with Jason Light and Todd Bowles. I mean, how happy was Jason Light with this pick?
Oh, he was stoked.
Yeah,
he was stoked.
And we hear Jalen McMillan played with them. They played together. So you have
flag football,
right, and you have to have some intel. And then, how surprised are you that they didn't go with an edge rusher? Because as Araku is on the board, and I know my guy right here, Louie, love Campbell. He goes to the Philadelphia Eagles. As Araku is still on the board.
I knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
Doesn't the Eagles get all the guys? Like, it's crazy.
Well, they have enough, right? It was Super Bowl champions. They don't have many needs, so they can take a flyer on a guy who has all pro potential.
They can take the chance,
healthy.
right?
When he's healthy, but he's not. The medicals are bad. I was told he's a walking surgery, and that there's real concerns. These aren't just surface concerns. That there's something more. But it's also the same person said he's a hell of a ball player. So there are concerns there. So not surprised. As Araku, I knew they liked him to an extent, but it was never like pick me, choose me, love me, over the grand slam, home run over the moon, baseball type stuff. Kind of in love. World Series, whatever it was. You guys know what I was trying to say. So I wasn't surprised that they didn't go him. I thought Starks was going to be in play more so than anybody. Again, I was really thinking it was going to be Golden for a while there. Starks was in my final mock that dropped today. But I'm really happy with Ibuka. I think you guys are going to like him a lot too. I'm trying to think, what numbers are available. Do we have 12s available? But I don't think he goes there. Is 16 available? Who's wearing 16 right now? I think that's available. You have 13, 14, 15, and 16. So, but yeah, I think fans are going to really like this pick once things actually pop up.
Yeah.
Somebody said, what are they firing? What are they firing mortar shells around JC?
Oh, sorry, I'm in the draft, so they've got the draft on.
Yes, I love it, man. Hey, listen, you're live there at $1. We appreciate the time, JC. Louie, you got a question here really quick. Another Massachusetts guy here. Yes.
Yeah, then I got to run after this.
Yes.
Hey, guy. JC, real quickly. So for me, when they made the pick, I was a little took him back. But then, again, speaking as a football realist, I was just like, all right, real quickly, I got to analyze this pick. And I'm like, you know what? This is the necessary pick because, again, to what you were saying, those games against the Chiefs, those games against the 49ers, we should have won those games. But unfortunately, we were banged up at the wide receiver position. We had somebody that called in and said, hey, I don't like this pick. And I'm like, okay, so if Chris Godwin is not ready, and you just have Mike, and let's just say Mike gets banged up, and you just have Jalen McMillan, now we're in that same position. Who's your wide receiver too?
Right. I think the Bucks feel like with the additions they can make to this defense, to the draft, the rest of the draft, and the ones that they added already, and the growth of other players who are on the roster, that they would be in more trouble if they lost one of their top wide receivers next year than if they lost a cornerback or, they found ways to get it done. It wasn't pretty, but they won 10 games with all those injuries on the defensive side.
Right.
Chances of that happening again, all these guys getting injured again on the defensive side is unlikely.
Right.
But you're dealing with wide receivers who are over 30 years old.
Right.
One's coming off a major season-ending injury, and the other one hasn't showed signs of decline, but we've seen how quickly that can drop off. And luckily, Mike's game isn't built around speed. It's more based around, precise route running, his contested catch and leaping ability and stuff like that. He's never been a yak guy. So, luckily, he's not like that speed type wide receiver where those skills start to fall off when you're 30, and he's been able to extend his career because of the way he takes care of his body and trains. But still, you're preparing for life after these guys.
Right.
And I don't think Ibuka is Evans' replacement. I don't think he's a Godwin replacement. He's just another dog to add to the room. I really like the pick.
Right,
Yeah,
exactly.
I like the pick too. And the more I think about it at this point, JC, it's a prototypical player, played in a national championship foundation.
Won a national championship.
Championship. Again, another
pedigree, man.
Another character player for this. If they don't go with defensive tackle, can you expect them to go with corner? I know there's a lot of Bucs fans that like to see them.
Yeah, I'll throw some names out there for you.
Yeah.
At cornerback.
Sure.
Siobhan Ravel, Trey Amos,
like
are guys who could be there. Benjamin Morrison, Jacob Parrish, Darian Porter, Quincy Riley, Noel Williams. These are all guys who could be there on day 2 or day 3 that I think they'd feel comfortable taking. Kobe Bryant maybe is one of them. So there's good corner depth for them to get in round 2 or round 3. I mean, similar to edge rushers. I didn't see everyone who came off, but I know Ezeraku is still there. Nick Scourton, who they brought in, is still there. Prince of Human Alien, Demi Oladejo, JT Tupalepo, or I think that's how you say his last name. So there's still David Walker. There's still good players available there. Good players at safety: Xavier Watts, Kevin Winston, Jonas Sanker. So. There's still a lot of good players available. If the Bucs want to go that route as well. So
JC, real quick before you go, I got to ask you: do you think the Tampa Bay Buccaneers stay put at that pick in the second round, or do you think they're going to trade out of that? And do you think we're going to see the same thing? Do you think we're going to see a lot of trades within the second round, or do you, like I said, do you think we're going to see all right?
Yeah, I think there could be a lot of trades because the second round is going to be a lot of preference, right?
Right.
So they're all going to have them similarly graded. Player A likes player B. Player B, I'll be able to get 5 picks later, most likely. Let me trade a 6th round pick to move up 2 or 3 spots and stuff like that. I don't think you'll see anyone overpay like the Falcons just did to move back up for James Pierce Jr.
Hey, we love that though.
But I do think that there's an opportunity for them to maybe move back, maybe move up, and secure someone that they like, especially if guys like Ezeraku, Schlesinger, some of these cornerbacks start to slide a little bit into the second round. I wouldn't be surprised if Jason moved up, maybe use this year or next year's capital. Maybe something like, pick swap where he's not losing any capital, or maybe even trading up and gaining capital. You give up your 3rd round pick, you pick up a 5th round pick and a 6th round pick for your second. So you give a 2 and a 4, and you pick up a 2, a 5, and a 6, or a 3, or something like that. So I think he'll definitely be active on the phones tomorrow, and we'll see if something comes of it. But I think even if they stick and pick, they'll be fine.
Good stuff. Good work, JC Allen of Sports Illustrated. We appreciate the time. We'll see you. We're more than happy to have you tomorrow night. If you're out there covering it, you can always come in. And this guy right here, he nails it. He nailed it with Ibuka. Who knows who will nail it? I think we lost him there. So on that note, JC, have a good night. Be safe, my friend. All right. Good
Thanks,
stuff.
JC.
So we got you. So let's go back out to the comments. And then once we read all these comments, then we're done. And then we'll come back tomorrow night. What time does the draft start? Does it start at 8 o'clock or 7?
I think it probably, with my memory being served, I'm pretty sure the second round will start earlier, so it would be 7.
I want to go.
Double check that though.
All right, let's go and read some of these comments. I know Tristan wanted to call back. I don't know if he's still up. You can call back or call back
tomorrow.
Yep. All right. So I want to go to all these comments. Let's see. Unreal. I should never be surprised when lights butchering on the first 2 rounds almost every year.
7 p.m. tomorrow, Peter.
7 p.m. All right.
2 and 3. So rounds 2 and 3 scheduled for 7 p.m. tomorrow. So
okay.
That's going to be interesting.
That'll be an earlier time there for us. The pick is about Godwin. Absolutely, Cole. Light has lost his damn mind, says Tristan. Carl, you have to be kidding me. Not happy with it. Tristan agreed, says Jorge. Alex, Jason's done lost his damn mind. First time I've ever been able to say that. Well, Alex, and then Alex called him before. Some BS. Tristan says, dude is mid as hell. I don't know about mid. I don't think mid is the word I'm using. Not with all the things we're learning about this kid.
These young kids.
Defense, please. Dave says, I'm not good with this pick, but I have faith. Okay. Tristan, I've been told y'all, Light was dizzy as hell. We had McMillan and other guys. The corner was right there. Awesome, says Christopher Cole. Howard, what in the wide world of sports is going on here? Howard, they picked a wide receiver from Ohio State. Robert Redgate, how do you pass up on the corner of the edge guy and get another wide receiver? Again, we'll just see what they do.
Up there in age, man. Chris Godwin's banged up. Jalen McMillan's the future. We need another guy. Hey, Buck fans, tomorrow when you join the sports web, all the web heads out there. How do you like Chris Godwin and Mike Evans? Do you like that duo? Guess what? Jason Light is trying to reincarnate that duo 2.0.
That's it. That's it. The talk has been all about Bulls and a lack of talent on defense. They have the opportunity to help your coach. You don't do it, WTF. But again, they're going to do it in the second, third, fourth round. They're going to get the opportunity. Who knows? Maybe they trade up. Maybe they trade down and get more picks. He screwed Bulls again. I think Bulls had something to say about
Bulls was excited. You seen him. Yes. I was watching it firsthand in the draft room. He was clapping. That's when I said, hey, Peter, that they got the guy that they wanted. And I thought it was defense, but no, Bulls was clapping. Yep. They all excited. Honestly, you know when there's tension there. There's no tension.
There's no tension there at all. There's collaboration, and you could see Bulls kind of give it away. Don't be surprised we draft a wide receiver. Don't be surprised we're all about offense. Everybody says defense, defense, defense. Maybe not. I should never underestimate Light's ability to waste our premium picks year after year. I talked to realtor David Zuzman off the ledge there when he called in. He said he'll be happy if they do get some defense in the second, third round, fourth round.
Peter, I would not be surprised. I'm going to make a bold prediction right now.
Make it. Let's do it.
In the second round tomorrow with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
I'm going to play these draft chimes.
If the player that the Buccaneers want on defense is not available, I wouldn't be surprised if they're calling up the Miami Dolphins and saying, hey, what do you really want for Jalen Ramsey? I wouldn't be surprised if they called the Dallas Cowboys and said, what do you really want from Micah Parsons?
There was a report from Joe Bucks fan from a source. The Bucks swung and missed on a corner in free agency. Now, I automatically thought, you know what, because of this report, that this was kind of foreshadowing that maybe this was their need, but they swung and missed on somebody. So we'll see if they address that position tomorrow night. Screwed the team's chances to reach the ball. Not ready to say that. Christopher Cole, punt and kick returner 2. Junior Franco Perez, Will Johnson would have been a perfect fit for us. He's still there.
Still available.
You are not okay. You are not okay with the pick. Alex says, Louie, your vibe checked out real quick. He ain't happy. That's okay. Dave, to trade back into the first round, a possibility. I don't know.
Real quickly, Peter, though, with that comment, do you notice how I didn't overreact?
Yes.
I stood calm. This is something I teach my 7-year-old.
Yes.
Cody, stay calm, relax, do your research, and then make a decision before you react.
I stress out.
I made my decision, Peter. I looked at the stats. I looked at a little bit of highlight tape real quickly while we were on. And I'm like, you know what? I'm okay with this pick.
Makes sense.
I'm not going to lie to everybody out there. It's not somebody I really looked at. And again, I'm not going to bull crap you and say, oh, yeah, I know who that is. No.
The light really kind of turned on last night when JC said this guy's a lot like Chris Godwin. Maybe. All right. Martin was a dominant pick. He was. Tristan says Light ain't trading back. It's a nothing but a poker table. Stop it. Come on, Tristan. Ryan says we blew a pick in the first, bro. Could be the next Mike Evans, but we need defensive secondary and edge rusher. Yeah, but if he's the next Mike Evans, what are we talking about, bro? That is a Hall of Famer right there.
Yeah, but look who we got in the second round. Like it's not like we're picking 32nd, 31st, 29th, 30. Like we're picking 19th. We have the ability to move up. I don't think we're going to, but I think again we're sitting at a pick in the second round where we have a luxury pick.
Yeah.
Where we can afford to, if we want to move up, we can. If we want to move back, we can. We have a luxury pick. And a lot of the guys, Peter, that we've discussed on the sports web, Mondays and Wednesdays, we've talked about it at 8 o'clock every night. Make sure you guys tune into that.
Yes.
We've talked about it. A lot of these guys are still available.
They're still
and
available.
That's the beauty of it.
Yes.
It's not, this draft didn't really go the way we thought it would have gone.
No.
I mean, we had an idea, but it didn't go like Shedeur Sanders is still available. I talked about that.
Yep.
He's going to be available in the second round.
Yep.
You know,
who knows? Maybe he's available in the third round. You would
Yeah,
think he'd go with the second round, but we'll see.
And the guys that you liked, Peter, are still available. The guys that I liked, one of them is off the board, unfortunately.
Ezaraku is there.
Still available. Trey Amos. I'm telling you, I promise you, Buck fans, Trey Amos would be a great addition. Xavier Watts, Ezaraku, all these guys are still available. I think the Buccaneers can still get one of these guys. I think the smoke screen, and I think listen, Jason Light every freaking year does this. We think, oh, this is the guy that we're gonna get.
Yep.
And then it's completely somebody different out of left field that we didn't even expect.
Yep.
Nobody can tell me, oh, yeah, I knew we were going to pick Elijah Cansey. Nobody could even told me the year we picked up Vita Vea in the draft that
People
we were going to
hated
pick Vita
the
Vea.
pick of Elijah Cansey at the time. I remember watching somebody put the reaction and go, who? And it's like, Elijah Cansey,
It was
man.
the same thing. It was the same thing for Vita Vea when they picked Vita Vea. Why would they pick Vita Vea? Who's Vita Vea? And now he's your favorite football player.
Thank
So,
you. Just faith.
Have faith. Trust the process.
Don't stress out. Don't do what I did.
That's
Don't
why
do
we
it.
say bring
Right.
the action.
Bring the excitement. Just don't bring any
Don't
nonsense.
bring nonsense.
But listen, I'm not going to stress out like I'm going to do 2 hours tomorrow in the sales job. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to try not to do it here.
Hey,
by the way,
4 hours
raise
and
it to the
18
time
minutes,
matters.
brother, today.
Yeah, I know.
Overtime.
Yes.
Nobody's working harder than us, I promise you.
No, nobody. We can't say this pick is a blunder. What if he's the next great Buck wide receiver? We don't know until he plays.
Oh, yeah.
Dave, I think wide receiver's a good pick due to the age of Evans and Godwin injuries. Good stuff. Dave again. Was expecting a D pick as well, Louie, but it is what it is. Time will tell. Ryan says Jalen McMillan and Trey are decent. I could have lived with them for a shutdown back or an edge rusher. I get that, but too good to pass up. You got to follow your draft board. What happens when a wide receiver goes down? We are good if that happens again this year. Good stuff, CSB brother Cole Harmon from Oregon. Thank you for the update there a long time ago. Agree 100%. Louie, Kyle, Nicole. Sanders is going to fall right out of the first round. Would have loved to have him. Tampa go cornerback or safety. We have decent wide receivers. We need defensive guys. Tristan, I get the light glaze double entendre there. Our running back room is loaded. We have a capable O-line. You do not draft a wide receiver for an immediate starter. Dave, what kind of wide receiver is Ibuka? I've been so focused on defensive players. I haven't done any research on offense. As J.C. Allen said, possibly Chris Godwin, 6'1", 205.
That's freaky, man.
Yes.
That was amazing. Shout out to him.
These guys on you got TJ Reeves reading off quotes from Greg Allman and guys that are there. We got guys that are on the ground, boots on the ground. Kyle says we have a team that can put up 30 points a game and we can't allow more than 30. That's what happened last year. Again, they have the opportunity to go in the later rounds and do some work, what Jason Line always does. As soon as last season ended in the first playoff game, my first immediate thought was next draft needs to be all defense. Maybe it doesn't need to be all defense, but I have faith. All right, Dan, appreciate you again. YouTube super chats are open. Facebook stars. Give to the content if you love it. Who needs a defense when we have all wide receivers? I guess Eric says crazy pick by the Bucks. Jumix James, it's a lot. Defensive backs out there. Just watch, Cuzzy. Devin Culp's breakout year as well. Love that. Love his comments the other day of how this offense, once again, can be a top unit in the National Football League. This is Mike Evans' replacement. Just said it. Jumex, again, I love the pick, to be honest. KR says, hey, Peter and crew. Roger Shoe, bolts are one and done. This is what you get for that. Then you follow that up with Bucks win 9 games.
Shut up!
FGB. I don't know what that is. Oh, F Green Bay. Okay, I don't freaking get it. If this is a Godwin issue, it may be. Dave, weed and cheese. No wonder Green Bay stinks. I've always thought that Emeka Ibuka is the best wide receiver in this year's draft. He was a standout among standouts at Ohio State, the kind of mature player who steps right in, explodes. I'm thrilled with the pick. I like that. Yeah. I like that thought process. Christopher Cole, Light said that he likes the edge depth. Alex, I agree with Light, but when Jamel Dean is week 5 walking off the field, limping, we're going to wish. Again, second, third round, keep the faith, stay the faith. They may still make a trade too. Maybe it is Jalen Ramsey. Maybe it's somebody else. They will get quality DBs, edge rusher, and linebacker in second round. Everyone chill the F out, says Sun Devil Dave. Bucs fans act like the war is going to end. Damn, Super Bowl 2020 playoffs 5 years in a row, division titles. Try being a Bears fan. That is great perspective.
When the show that I used to do around the NFL.
Yes.
He's a Bears fan, and I he was like, oh, you start to follow a team, and I started following the Bears, and I'm like, I could never root for this team. I would need medication. I feel bad for the Greek. I feel bad for him. Like that's. Well, they're on the right track now. They're on a good path now.
Well, you would hope so.
But watching the Bears for like 2 years, I was kind of like, wow, this is a hard team to root for.
Russ says I was hoping wide receiver. Giants trade with the Texans. We talked about that. They get Sanders. Nope. Jackson Dart. We drafted Juju Smith-Schuster Jr. Not ready to say that. Wow, Dart. Does anyone know his 40 again? We talked about that. 4.48. Yeah. Well, the Falcons are making the right moves. The Bucs are looking to fill in the draft. Isaiah. Again, we'll see what the Falcons do. They may have reached so badly on Pierce, but we'll see. So he's mediocre at best. Definitely don't think he's mediocre. Nicholas, all-time Ohio State leading wide receiver, all-time team player, blocks on the field. Great slot wide receiver. Good stuff. Kosamides, great pick there. Yours true, Bigga. Just got here after my WTF moment that I screamed out loud, by the way. Your truth. Thank you very much, sir, for coming in.
Oh, yeah.
Kristen, he ran a 4.48. Isaiah, great. We can score 40 points a game, but we get beat by 40 because we have no defense. This team didn't get beat by 40. Come on now. Let's stop saying that kind of stuff. Officially became a Bucs fan in 94 when they drafted Trent Dilfer. Who could forget that? It's the Bengals 2.0. Read that comment. Yours true. I was away at college in Tallahassee when I would tell people I was from Tampa, and they would say, where the sorry-ass Buccaneers play. From that, I had to rep my. I know you're yawning, so I'm going to get you out of here.
No, I'm good, man. This is at 37 years old. I refuse to be old.
Yes.
And the guy that I work with, he sees me yawning a lot now. He's like, "Oh, how's it feel getting old?" I'm like, "Shut up, I'm not getting."
Yeah, old. Well, I know we're all there, my friend.
We're not getting old.
Shingles and everything else, adult chicken pox, and you're like, "Why do you get that?" Well, you're older and you got stress. Well, 60-year-olds get that. No, 46-year-olds get that when they stress out. So, got to unstress ourselves here. I guess we'll go out to Alex. Alex, using your second call. Welcome to the probably the longest edition of the Sports Web. Stand by though. Hold on a sec. Maureen, we got Alex on the line here. We'll come out to you in a moment to get your thoughts, but we'll finish up with Alex, or we'll start off with Alex, and we'll come back to you. Stand by, all right?
Got it, Pete.
All right, let's go out to Alex here. Alex, your thoughts. How are the Rays doing, by the way?
We just tied it in the top of the ninth again.
All right. Great. Another
I know.
Yes.
I know we've been talking about football. I want to get to that in a second, but man, how about the Bolts, man?
Yeah, it's tough to watch, man. I didn't want to talk about it at this point. I'm so locked into the draft. Yes.
Listen, I actually wanted to give my second phone call to say appreciate the coverage, appreciate the show.
Yeah.
Actually, I wasn't a part. Actually, no, I was. Yeah, this is my second one. This is the second time I've watched you cover the draft, and it's been a blast, man. So appreciate the coverage. I do think that the Bucs are going to go in the they're probably going to go edge rushing in the second round.
Okay.
I'm hoping there's a lot of good options. There's some good options.
May go corner.
Or they go corner.
Yeah.
But listen, I'm telling you, I think a lot of Bucs fans have calmed down, done some research, but I really do like the pick.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
I'm not just thinking about this year. I'm thinking about long term. I'm thinking about, the health of Chris Godwin and what we don't know what. Maybe there's something that Jason knows that we don't know.
Yep.
Maybe Godwin's not even going to be ready for over half the season. We don't know.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of people are saying it was dumb because we just re-signed Godwin. Sure, that may be the case, but I like the pick. I think it's a smart pick. He just won. He was with Ohio, and he just won a freaking national championship.
Yes.
I mean, he's a good pick. I like the pick, but I'm telling you, the Bucs cannot fill this draft. They have to go edge rushing on the next round.
Edge rusher or corner or safety.
Edge rusher
I agree.
or corner.
Yep.
You cannot. You have. Listen, we can score 30+ points a game.
Right.
But when your defense is on the field all year long, and by the way, I'm still debating on the fact that will the Bucs replace Jamel Dean? We know he's a very injury-prone guy.
Yet
We
to
all
be
know
determined.
Week 5, he's running toward the sideline. So these are all long-term things that you have to build even back toward the secondary. It's the defense, man. Offense, we know, can put up 35+ points a game on a good day, if not more. I think our draft pick was going to be a great pick and great addition, but you cannot forget about that defense. So for all the Bucs fans out there, there's a lot of them pissed about the pick. Personally, I really do think that there's something we don't know. Could it be a Chris Godwin issue? I don't know. But personally, I like it. I didn't like it at first because I think I'm right there with Louie and a lot of people that really wanted to boost up that defense, especially in that edge rushing position in the first round. But it is what it is. I like it. I think it's a good pick. So
let me ask you this: where do you see the? Because I'm going to ask all the callers because I want to get a quick poll in.
Yeah, we want to get the Marine on here. So go ahead.
Real quickly, how many wins for the Buccaneers this year so far?
Yeah.
I think we'll see. It's going to come down to the rest
Real
of the
quickly, off the top of your head, I want to feel it from the heart. How many wins?
Based off the current situation, I can see the Bucs getting 11 and 12 wins. Now, if you boost up that defense a little bit more, takes that edge rush.
So 11 wins right now.
Get that secondary, I think you can win 12, 13 games and seriously, easily win the division. But right now, as we stand in this very moment, 11 wins.
All right. Alex, I love it, man. We'll see you tomorrow night. Yes,
Peter,
absolutely.
Peter, so far we're averaging throughout our
11 wins.
viewership is 11 wins.
11 wins. All right, let me go out to the Marine here. Let's see if we can get him on, and then we will read the rest of the comments. And I promise we will get the hell out of here. As
That's
it
all
is. Let's keep on going for like 8 hours or something. Marine, what's going on,
Peter
brother?
Blake.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How you doing, Louie? You guys doing good out there?
Doing good,
Living
man.
the dream, man.
Over 4-hour sports talk show here covering the NFL draft. We gotta love this.
Yeah. So, Pete, for what it's worth, I know you've probably heard this. It's been kind of something redundant you've been hearing all night, but
yes,
I'm on technically, I'm 7 hours ahead here in Qatar, so I'm on shift, so I probably won't be able to stay really long on this call. But I just
man, thank you for your service, though. By the way,
yes,
thank you for your service.
Yeah,
absolutely.
brother, I served in 2 branches, but I'm not in the military anymore. I'm a contractor over here.
It doesn't matter. You served in the military. That's a huge deal for someone like myself.
Will you stop being so humble? You're the Marine of the sports web,
yeah,
right?
man. Stop, man. That's for someone like me. I hang up an American flag outside the house and don't tread on me. And believe me, it's
American
like
flag,
I really appreciate your service, man. I really do. I really do.
Yep,
It's the reason why I hang up the American flag behind the Bucs flag.
There you go,
people
brother.
like you. I appreciate you.
Yep. All right, Double
I
Dog.
always tell Pete, hey, make sure you throw the Double Dog Marine Army MP, but I think it's because it's too long. It's easier for him to say the Marine. No,
Well, I
Pete.
say he's the Marine
appreciate
because I was nearly a Marine 2 weeks away.
Sir.
Couldn't qualify with the M16, but I definitely have, a respect.
I got a few toys.
Yes. We have a respect for Marines and people in general that serve military service. It's tough, it's discipline, and it gives us the opportunity to do shows like we do here. Yeah. 4 hours and 30 minutes, by the way. All right, go ahead, Marine.
Yeah, so I don't know, man. I just don't know where lights head. I just kind of reminds me of the 2016 pick. Like, what are you thinking? Like, why, you know what I'm saying? You want to try to have a positive purview at the same time, but I just don't know what business we really had taking a receiver. I mean, when, a lot of our glaring needs are on defense. So I was very surprised by the pick. I hope it pans out, Louie, Pete, but I just don't get it. I mean, there was people left on the board. Like, you had a cornerback.
My brother, trust the process.
I would say this. I would say there may be a little bit more to this with the Chris Godwin situation. And I would also say that they're covering all their bases with Evans' age getting in there, Godwin's injury history. And then if you lose those two wide receivers, then you have Jalen McMillan and you have Sterling Shepard and Rock Jarrett and Trey Palmer. And they wanted to get a talented wide receiver, and they felt like on their board, he was the best player at that point over defensive need. And listen, I think this goes back to what Leo Haggerty says. You trust your board and you go with the talent. And if it's a Adrian Peterson situation, right? I mean, you need Gaines Adams at the time. It looks like a need. It definitely was a need, but you pass up on Adrian Peterson because you have Cadillac Williams. Maybe if you go Adrian Peterson, because guess what? Cadillac Williams is not able to sustain, is not able to
Let me ask you this real quickly. What's more important right now? Like, as far as if you knew going into the season right now, if you knew Chris Godwin's not going to play, hey, he's not going to be ready until week 3, week 4. What's more important right now? Drafting defense or getting somebody for that position? Because we saw what happened last year. So again, and you guys, webheads, have heard me on this show talking about Jahad Campbell, Xavier Watts, Malachi, all these guys.
Trey Amos.
Trey Amos. And honestly, with that pick today, I'm okay with that pick. I really am. That's the necessary pick.
And I would say this, Marine, I would say go back and watch TJ Reeves and his commentary on it, and go back and look at what JC Allen had to say here. And so we're going to try to wrap this up because my buddy here, Mr. TJ Reeves, wants to talk off air here. So we're going to, yes, but Marine, I appreciate the call, my friend. I'm going to go out, read the rest of these comments, and then I'm done. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, I hope the pick pans out, guys. A lot of logic within that.
It will.
Things people stop to think about. But I just thought a more glaring need was defense. But I fully get it, guys. We're still behind our boys and hope that it pans out. And sometimes you never know. You know.
We'll be here tomorrow night for you. Yes.
Method to the madness, brothers. All right, Lou, Pete. Take care, brother.
Appreciate your service, brother.
Great show as always.
Thank
gentlemen.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll read the rest of these comments here, and then we will get out for the night. Let's see. Sam Weiss was actually putting the team together. Dungy built upon. Gruden benefited, tweaked the offense, got the playoff. Dart got picked before him. Cleveland, New Orleans picked fairly early. I know they have a lot of picks to work with, but I still think there's so many defensive options they passed up on. Big again, Campbell is still on the board. Isaiah, the best defensive players keep dropping. Maybe they're not the best defensive players. Excuses, we could have a wide receiver next year. Joshua, the pick has me scratching my head. I get the talent, but I think we lack too much on defense. I'm not a scout, so maybe the talent wasn't guaranteed this on the board. We didn't draft another big receiver. We drafted maybe another Godwin type, but this goes against the closing window argument. Barring injury to other receivers, how much of an impact is a wide receiver 3 or 4? We'll see. We'll see. This seems more like a future pick. It may be also maybe a pick for now. Started thinking more about the pick. It's also investment in bigger policy. Because another season like last year, he's going to be signed to a longer contract. Isaiah, we could have picked a good wide receiver in the later rounds. If that's the case, Dave, having more weapons added for the future. Bigga, Campbell to the Eagles. So friggin' upset. Campbell, Starks, Hairston, Barron, Pearson, Speedster, Golden, even with the 4.2 speed, were available. Why draft another Godwin? Tackle to the Chiefs. David, have you ever heard a player getting his number retired and not being drafted in the first round? I never have. Is a Raku. Jim, I've always worried to pick players with key injury histories like Campbell in the first round. It's like the Super Bowl now. Look at the turnout. I think Jim just sent another Facebook star, so appreciate that. No, I hate the current format. I want rounds 1 and 2. At least it starts on Friday. That's the policy, Scout Life. Dave, that's an oxymoron. Falcons making the right moves. Yours true, Bigga. I'm hoping Shador goes to the Saints. Dave, Pittsburgh will get Sanders in the second round. Bigga, they had a big party, but he knew he's not going in his draft because they would have been embarrassing. Bigga, they got big bling everywhere. Dave, what are the firing mortar shells? We talked about that. Joy, hi. Hello, go Bucks. Absolutely. Like I said, it's an investment for the future. Also investment in Baker. Bigger. But they won games because of the offense. I guess Ohio State had to win a championship for Light to draft a Buckeye. Is everyone asleep or are the chats going through? I'm the only one in the chat. I'm hearing you. Virgin Boys, you need someone who can play in Chris Godwin's spot. He was the main point in the offense last year before he got injured. Trust in Light. Love the pick, says Jamie. There are good corners in the draft. Will Johnson is still there. Also, Revis and Sherman weren't first-round picks. Good point.
Great
Game
point.
on. Jason Light will draft a running back in the second round. Remember, Todd Bowles wants more points, and they lose 52-48. Stop a game on. Jamie, Bucks really like cornerback Kobe Bryant. Bucks pick 21st round, second 53 overall. Everyone watching on Facebook, go on YouTube, like and subscribe so we can run the Sports Web numbers up. Great show, great content, great guest. Who are credentialed members of the sports media world? Come on. Absolutely game on. Love that. Ibuka wasn't even number one wide receiver at Ohio State. What are you talking about? There are also receivers in later rounds as well. Corners and edge guys are going to dry up quick. Bigger, you have a similar receiver, McMillan. Great coverage of the draft. See you tomorrow. Thank you, David. And Dave, great show. Catch you guys tomorrow night. Go Bucks. Final thoughts. I'm going to wrap this up, man, quickly because I want to go ahead and get to bed here. Got to get up at 4:30. So final thoughts here on the draft.
Listen, here's the thing. I'm like a machine, man. Like yesterday this morning when I woke up, my alarm went off at 4:30 and I was like, oh, what the F? And then I just do like a little countdown. I'm like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right. And I just hop out of bed and I'm fine.
Yeah.
It's just the initial, it's the mind working against you. Like, no, hit the snooze button. You're all right. No, man,
Yeah.
believe me, 4 or 5 hours of sleep, I'm good.
Yeah.
Believe me. I probably won't go to bed until like 1:30. Not
Bro,
gonna lie.
go to sleep. We'll be back tomorrow at 7 o'clock to cover.
Listen, blue collar construction worker, man. I don't, like I said, I'm good. Like I said, I'm probably gonna go to bed at probably around, what time is it? 12:33. Probably go to bed in another hour because I'm gonna be doing some research on the second round. That's just how I am, man. I just like I don't care. It's just
All
sleep. I'll sleep when I'm dead.
All right, brother. Get some
All right, I
sleep. Get some
appreciate
rest.
you.
We'll see you tomorrow night. Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast.
Real quickly though, what was the biggest surprise for you today?
Biggest surprise for me, I think, is Shedeur Sanders dropping. I didn't think he was going to drop out of the second round or drop to the second round, drop out of the first round. I think that was a surprise. Jackson Dart goes before him to the New York Giants.
That's my biggest surprise right there. I thought the Giants were trading back in to go get Shedeur Sanders.
Love this. Best Bucks show. Love you guys. We love you too, man. Good night.
Yeah,
Thank
man,
you very much.
At that point, everybody.
All right.
night.
There you go. Good night to Mr. Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast. So, guys, lots of stuff to talk about tomorrow. We'll wrap it up here. Thanks a lot to all the guests. Harry the Greek, Louie from the Frozen Pirate Podcast, the media icon TJ Reeves, and, of course, JC Allen of Sports Illustrated. We'll be back tomorrow night at 7 o'clock, giving you the second and third round coverage of your Tampa Bay Buccaneers. A shocker tonight, but is it really? They selected 19 overall, Emeka Ibuka, the wide receiver from the Ohio State University Buckeye National Championship team. We'll have more on this tomorrow. Keep on watching. Facebook stars are open, YouTube super chats. 3 things. Bring your passion, bring your excitement. Just don't bring any nonsense. I'm your host, Peter Blake, your Rolex reporter. What time is it? It's my time. And, of course, for you guys out there, the fans of the sports web, the Tampa Bay sports fan, it's your time. We'll see you next time on the evolution of Sports Talk Television. As we always say on this show, go Bucks.